Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 89, Issue 89, The Amazing Web Part. While the group was waiting on the warrant, they all gathered at the rooftop of Miles Davis's apartment. The two Spider Sables were looking at each other with a look of intense curiosity. Miles Davis was out of uniform and hanging with the rest of his family while Miles Morales stayed in his suit. "So, why our last name's different?" Miles mentioned. "Actually, I think I know. When my parents got married, Ma didn't want to give up her name and neither did Dad. So, they flipped a coin, whoever called it." Spider Sable added. Miles Davis had a look of realization appear on his face. "I remember this story, a coin toss decided, huh? Neat. Man, this is confusing," Gwen said as she shook her head. "Tell me about it," the voice of another Gwen echoed out from behind them. Everyone turned around and saw her in half-civilian clothing, a baggy jacket and loose-fitting jeans with tears on the knees. "Gwen." Miles' eyes sparkled as he gave her a hug. "You my Gwen, right? I mean, not that you belong to me or anything like that. I mean the Gwen that helped." Gwen chuckled as she poked his lips for him to be quiet. "Yeah, I'm the same Gwen, see?" Everyone looked at where she was pointing and saw the stabilizer MJ and Peter gave her and smiled. "Good to see you again, kiddo," Peter smirked. "Why did you guys get so much older?" Ghost Spider asked. "We've used the time room trick a bit too much," MJ said with a smile. "Cool, wish I could use Camartage cheat and grow up in an instant," Gwen huffed. "Sup, kiddo? Something happen?" Peter asked. I get to call you guys kids now. Dad found out." "Oof, that's a hard pill to swallow." "I take it he didn't react very well," Peter patted her shoulder. "He tried to arrest me," her words caused everyone to cringe. "Captain Stacy's always been hard-headed, in several realities," Peter shook his head. "Tell me about it," Ghost Gwen sighed. "Miles. Everyone's on the way. Where's the cake?" The mother of Miles called out, making them both jump out of habit. "Ah, crap. The cake." Miles Davis grabbed his head with a frantic expression. "I got ya." Peter opened up a portal to the cake shop as looked at his infinity search bar and thought, that's the right address, so nothing is wrong with the Merlin gemstones. I can't wait until I'm old enough to travel. I need learn to do this." Miles hopped through and ran into the shop. As he walked out of the store with cakes in hand, a dude not 20 feet away tried to rob someone. "Gwen, help him out." "Got it." Both Gwen said as they looked at each other. "Sorry, Spiderette, our Gwen. You're out of costume right now, so maybe not the best place to suit up." "Right, hee. Spiderette, huh? That actually sounds a lot cooler than Ghost Spider. You had Spiderwoman." Peter slapped his own forehead. It only took Gwen a few seconds to help out as both of them hopped back through the portal. "Thanks for the lift," Miles smiled. "No problem." Spiderette tilted her head and asked, "But what do we do about the suits?" "It's not exactly suitable for parties." Peter rolled his eyes and transformed into what looked like Tobey Maguire with Tom Holland's face, and MJ took on the appearance of Mila Jovovich but kept her figure as is. "Call me Tom Maguire." "Amelia Maguire. Can our symbiotes do that?" "Can you do that?" Spiderette asked Sleeper. Within a few seconds, Gwen took on the appearance of her cousin, Jill Stacy. "Holy crap, you look just like Jill," Ghost Spider commented. "Then you should probably call me as such while we're here." "Good idea, Jill." Miles Morales tapped his watch and took on the image of Denzel Washington. "Just call me Morales. It'll be less confusing that way." "What, you don't have one?" Miles asked. "No, I didn't want one. The idea of sharing my body kind of creeped me out. I took the tech route. My suit is made of nanobots." "You get used to it," the pro-symbiote crew said in unison, which was everyone but Morales. "I'll stick to tech." "You replicated that with tech?" "Well, sort of. I had couple of my teachers help," Morales replied. "What kind of school teaches you how to build that?" "Oh, I'm an Avengers Academy second-year student. When I graduate, I can choose to go solo or be part of Sword, Shield, or the Avengers." "Get out of here, your Avengers has an academy." Davis felt some conflicted feelings. "Yeah, yours doesn't." "Miho. Get down here and help me with the food." "Ooh, food, I'm starving," the one calling herself Jill said while grabbing her stomach. "Double that," Gwen's stomach growled. "We're a weird bunch," Miles laughed before shouting, "On my way, Mom." He placed the cakes on the table and rushed inside while the group waited around. Peter scratched his head as he once again came up blank when he tried various search methods to find Spot. This doesn't make any sense. Still not working? MJ asked. No, the only way I can even imagine this happening is a higher being messing with the results. But you need to be one big-ass kahuna to pull off messing with my magic. So, maybe someone is helping him. Jill spoke up. Peter showed a surprised expression. That's actually quite possible. But the list I know of that can do this is extremely short. How short? MJ asked. It would have to be a being that's on par with the personification of death herself, so to answer your question, short, very short. If it's Spot you're looking for, I think I have a way to track him, Gwen spoke up. You do? Everyone asked at the same time. Yeah, I got a goober that lets me track spatial tiers. Peter slapped his forehead. I'm an idiot. Guess I'm relying too much on my gemstones these days. MJ. On it, MJ took the technological components Peter made and scanner. When she clicked on it, a series of dots appeared all across New York. Oh, that's not good, Peter said with a frown. What? Morales, Gwen, Jill, and MJ asked in unison. I've got to close these tiers. Too many of them and the fabric of this universe will start falling apart at the seams. Peter raised his hand and used his reality topaz to stick the oldest and largest spatial tiers and continued chronologically until he was down to just one. I found you. Found who? Miles came out the roof door and placed down several plates of food. The villain you created, Peter snickered. I didn't, ugh, we all created him. True, the others agreed. Hey, we're here, Richie and Mary walked through the door. In Mary's hands was the barely 7-month-old Annie. Hey over here. PBBTH. What's with those looks? You supposed to be movie actors now? And Tom Holland isn't that tall. Richie started laughing. You wouldn't happen to have a twin in this world, do you? Peter lifted a brow. Ah, fair point, Richie relented, but still actors. That's also fair, Peter adjusted it to be a 50-50 mix of his own face before the others followed suit. MJ's eyes drifted to Annie and smiled as she walked over and said, she's beautiful. Thanks, what am I supposed to call you? Amelia will work. Right. Annie showed a confused expression as she looked at the two moms. It seemed their disguise wasn't working on her. Maybe it had something to do with how they smelled or sounded. Can I hold her? MJ held her hands out. Of course, Mary smiled as she passed over the baby. Hey look, Annie, it's your uncles and aunties, Peter pointed to the spider group. Unk. Aunt. Aw, the girls cooed as they crowded around. I'm too young to be an uncle. Both the Miles thought before they took one look at Annie and caved to her cuteness. Rio walked through the door and saw Mary and Peter chatting with group. Ah, it's really her. Told you I got to invite them, Jefferson smirked as he walked past his wife. I thought you were joking. Rio rushed to put the food and wiped her hands off on her dress before holding one out. I'm a big fan of your work. Always a pleasure meeting a fan, Mary smiled as she shook Rio's hand. And this must be your daughter, and your friends. Ah, we work with your husband, Peter said as he pointed to his group. Richie whispered that they were the other spiders in disguise. They're rookies, Jefferson smirked. I'm a friend of Miles from school. I'm Gwen, nice to meet you. Oh, Rio looked at her with a sly smirk. She just a friend, Ma, Miles whispered as he nudged her with his elbow. Well, just a friend of Miles. It's very nice to meet you, Rio shook hands and looked at her son, is that why you're failing Spanish? I. A bit of blush appeared his cheeks. Gwen started laughing, oh, man. I needed that. Isn't Spanish your second language? Things have been busy lately. Aha. What's happening? Morales looked at his Gwen. You think they? Jill blushed a little while thinking, he's only a year younger than me in my universe, and he is a pretty good guy. Not to mention we've been partners for a while now. After Rio was introduced to everyone, she looked at Richie and gave him a hug. I owe you for saving my husband's bacon. He's told me a few times his goose would have been cooked if not for you. Ha, well, all in a day's work, ma'am. Your husband's a good cop. The city needs more people like him on the streets. I can't tell you what happened when we learned who you were. We never imagined that Spider-Man was just some ordinary guy like you. Ha. I'm hardly ordinary. Especially after getting to claim ownership over all the products people have been selling my image. I imagine so, Rio giggled, I hear there's a movie in the works. Ahem, I think they're here, Jefferson pointed to the group of cars parking around the area. Come on, mijo, we got to move double time. No one in our family's going hungry today. I'd be glad to help, Richie offered. Nonsense, your guest, so you'll behave as such, Rio replied with a very motherly tone. Yes, ma'am. Peter kept his eye on the radar waiting for a new rift to open while the rooftop became more and more crowded. Miles and Gwen were eating near the water tower and catching up while Mary brought him a plate. "Aren't you hungry?" "Oh, hey Mary," Peter grabbed the plate and put it down beside him. "Eat and relax, the universe isn't going to fall apart if you take a short break." Peter looked up to see that angry face he was so familiar with. He then tilted his head to see his fiancée socializing with Miles' family while holding on to Annie as if she were made of precious fragile glass. "You two really are feathers of the same bird," Peter shook his head. "I know better. Pete gets that way when he's nervous. Always stressing out and putting all the responsibility on his shoulders." "Yep, that's Peter Parker." He shook his head and took a few bites of the soft-shell taco. "Damn, this is actually pretty good. So how have you two been?" "We're engaged now," Peter replied as he showed off the ring. Mary smiled as pointed at herself. "We have anything to do with that. I'd be lying if I said it didn't. We always knew we'd be together, but when we saw how many of it made it work in the multiverse, it just gave me what I needed to propose. I'm happy for you too. Now come on, join the party." "Right," Peter shook his head with a smile and walked over. Since he was using being a cop as a cover, he acted the part and chatted with family members that approached him and MJ. He heard a few stories that made him laugh, ate some damn good food, listened to the elders speak with wisdom, took some good advice, and he got to see his friends enjoying themselves. Of course, 1610 Peter and MJ were often asked for an autograph that they happily obliged to write it down for the fans. "It's been a while since I've felt so human," Peter thought as he glanced at the radar. It suddenly blinked and a new rift opened up at a certain location. Seeing that it would be rude to leave without a good cause, he had Webster make a call to his cell phone and acted like he was chatting to a superior officer. "Ahem, Jeff, we got that warrant, so we'll be leaving ahead of time. Sorry to cut the celebration short." "No, I understand. You take care of business." I just remember, I have homework left over." "Thanks for the food, Ma." Miles gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Wait, we haven't had the cake yet." Rio moved to stop him, but her husband placed his hand on her shoulder and nudged his head towards Gwen. "I'll help out," Gwen smiled as she walked after him. Rio looked at the two and shook her head with a smile. "Leave the door open, mijo." "MAAA." Miles shouted with thick layer of embarrassment laced in his voice. While the crowd laughed, Peter and the other spiders suited up and snuck over to the kids' bedroom window. "You know, we could handle this one," Peter snickered. "Yeah, we could give you some space and alone time if that's what you want," MJ said as she looked at her versions. "Can we go now?" Both Gwen's and Miles shouted in unison. "Right, hold on." Peter opened a portal at the location. It was a small apartment right next to the train. Loud, cheap, and we're a dime a dozen in this area. "Hold on to what?" Davis and Morales asked at the same time. Everyone leapt through the portal and landed on the building. "Come on, the readings are picking up quantum activity around here." Peter climbed into the apartment with a bunch of lab equipment, holes, and whiteboards full sticky notes and scientific equations. "Wow, these designs are pretty good." He managed to build a mini collider. "I guess there's something in the energy that's fueling his powers." "Are we too late?" Ghost Spider asked. "No, there has to be some way to track him." Peter rubbed his chin before a portal suddenly opened and a dark-skinned woman came riding in on a motorcycle. "Kid." "Hey, Jess." Gwen held up her hand with a look of shame. "You're a little late, something go wrong?" she asked seeing all the other spiders. Yeah, a reunion of sorts," Gwen mumbled. "Come on. We got work to do." Jessica waved her to hurry up. "Right," Gwen nodded her head. "Wait, you're leaving already?" Miles spoke up. "I have to go, Miles. This is important." "I know that, but, can I come with?" "No," Jessica Drew said with a frown. "Yeah, he can come. I'll keep an eye on him. Though I am curious as to why you're so on guard around him." "And what Spider-Man are you?" "Peter Parker from 881211. I'm probably one of the strongest Spider-Men out there." "Spider bite." Jess called out. "I'm looking him up now," a voice echoed out as an eye of Spider-Bite appeared above her stabilizer. "Holy crap. You have to bring this guy." He wasn't joking. "He's that strong." "I'm sending the data packet now." Jess's big yellow glasses had a stream of information rush over it and looked at Peter's group a few times. "I see. Well, he's your responsibility, and he'll need this." Jessica threw out a particle stabilizer to Miles and nudged her head for them to follow after. They entered the portal and fell through another wormhole until they passed through a large gateway and out onto a platform with countless spider heroes walking to and from. "How did I not know of this place? It's amazing." Peter laughed as he looked around. "No, I'm the spectacular Spider-Man," a wayward spider hero joked. "Ultimate. Stupendous. Fantastic." Excelsior. Real original other Peters, Peter rolled his eyes. Wow, there's so many of us, Spiderette commented. I know, isn't it just the coolest? Ghost Spider smirked. Too bad Richie had to stay behind, Peter added. He'd be losing his mind at seeing all this, Miles laughed. So, where to, Spider-Woman? Morales asked, unsure if that was her moniker. You're on the money, kiddo. I also go by Spider-Woman. As for where to go, just follow me. Jessica got off her bike and started walking it. As the group followed, they saw many sights that made them laugh or show amazement. It's a T-Rex, MJ's jaw dropped. Hey, there's another MJ and Annie. Looks like the one we came across during the Banff incident, Peter pointed out another. That one is stacked. Think he's part Hulk. Morales commented. Hey, another Jessica, Spiderette waved. Was that Goku? Peter rubbed his eyes before the image of the spiky-haired fighter was gone. Come, speed up, we got places to be, Jess shouted. They all followed after until a couple of friends dropped by, Hey kid. Benji. Love the robe, Peter smirked. Stylish, I know. Peter. Miles jumped over and gave a hug. Auu, a bright-haired baby crawled over Peter's face. You had kid too? Miles laughed. Yeah. I got a kid. Wait, two. Ah, Richie that old dog, Benji laughed. Eii, give me the baby. MJ squealed as he removed her mask and plucked her up, the other Annie was all prim and proper, but you just let your cuteness ooze out of you. Ma. Isn't it a little early for her to be talking? Peter asked. I mean, other Annie seemed just as aware. What can I say, our kiddo is a little genius, Benji grinned. A real chip off the old block, Peter laughed. It seems you worked it out in the end, Miles smiled. Oh, yeah, I got my butt in gear and won my girl back, Benji huffed out his chest. You begged, Peter smirked. Roses were involved in some slight pleading. MJ laughed as she handed the baby back, so you got remarried too? Yeah, Benji's face softened. Right on, man. Congrats. Miles threw his hands out for a bump. Thanks, kid. Digging the new suit design, but why are your armpits bleeding? I went through a couple before I settled on this, Miles said as Peter looked over to Morales. Yo, nice to meet you middle-aged, Peter. Morales joked. Why you got say it like that? You can call me Benji if it's less confusing for ya. And hey, what do we have here? Another Gwen Spider. Yep, all from my universe. Kane is staying with us too. But he's from the 616.2 universe. Kane. Is. He alright? Benji showed a soft expression. Same cranky guy you probably know. Yeah, he can be a handful. He's dating Black Cat too. Get out here, Felicia Hardy's dating Kane. Benji's face went from reminiscing to shock in an instant. Wait, Felicia Hardy is Black Cat. Ghost Spider spoke up. Who are Kane and Felicia? Morales and Miles asked. Old Flame and my clone, huh? Don't know how I feel about that, Benji admitted while grabbing his chin. Oh, like Peter's clone, Morales spoke up. You got clones too. I feel for you men, Benji patted Peter's shoulder. No, our clones are made from magic. Kane is a genetic clone made by villain called the Jackal, Peter explained. Like a whole living copied human being. Dude, Miles couldn't believe what he heard and prayed that such an event would never happen to him. Quite a few of us heroes have clones, Jessica announced. It's true, Cap had one, Wolverine has, a few, and there were hundreds of other me's during the golden age of Jackal Reign of Terror, Benji shivered. Yo, Gwen. A deep British voice called out from nearby. Hobby. Gwen ran over and gave him a quick hug, thanks for lending me your jacket. Not problem, but you stole my breakfast, and are those my kicks? I was in a hurry, I had a mission. You know how it is. Love, you gotta take a break. You're slipping, the baddie got away. I ran into some old friends, Gwen smiled as she introduced everyone. We found Spot, got a mission, Hobby nudged his head towards a particular area. I'll go with you, this is my problem, Gwen hardened her gaze. I'll go too, Miles said as he walked in between them. Is that the kid from 1610? Yeah, Gwen nodded her head. What's wrong with his suit, he bleeding from the armpits? Funny, Miles gave a flat expression. 881,211 boss wants to meet you. You too, Benji. You got this, Miles? Peter and Benji asked in unison. Yeah, piece of cake. Any advice? Miles Davis asked. Run him dry. If he uses up all his holes he's easy to knock out, Peter shrugged his shoulders. Spot, wow, there's a name I haven't heard in years, Benji shook his head. Should we go with them? Morales asked. No, 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 Gwen and I can handle this, Miles spoke while waving his hands in front of him. Ah, want some alone time, huh? PSH, wah, no, that has nothing to do with it. We're wasting time. Is the kid good to go? Hobby looked at Jess. Not my call, Jess looked at Peter. Let the kid go, I'll take full responsibility if he messes up, Peter rolled his eyes. Annie webbed out of MJ's cuddles and slapped herself dead center into Benji's face. Maybe the web shooters were a bad idea, Benji laughed as he put his daughter in carrier wrapped around his chest. We'll be back in a bit, Gwen said before running off. Later. Miles followed after. Come on, we're almost there, Jessica started walking again. I wonder who the boss is. Peter mumbled. The move through the nexus of spider heroes and ended up at a rather large room with orange glowing computers doing various things. No. It's him. Peter's eyes widened. Author note, this Peter didn't get a chance to watch the new movie, so it's all new to him. The following chapters contain some of my thoughts and theories on the plot of the next movie. Chapter 90, Issue 90, The Amazing Web Part. Miguel O'Hara. Yep, he's the leader of this whole operation, Jess informed. You chose Miguel O'Hara to be your leader. Peter pinched the bridge of his nose. Is there a problem with that? Miguel spoke up. Yeah, and no offense, most versions of you, well, let's just say, you're kind of an ass. Ha 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 ha. Benji started laughing. Really? Miguel gave a stone-cold response. Ah, come on, lighten up. Spider-Men are supposed to be funny, you're the only one of us that isn't funny. Here, I'll show you some pictures that'll cheer you up. Benji webbed over and started sliding through Annie's baby photos. See, this should make you laugh. Look at that face. Nothing. It's like you're made of stone. Annie started crawling all over Miguel. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here, Miguel caught Annie as she tumbled from his face. The baby webbed off and latched onto a nearby wall. Annie, come back here. Peter chased after. How did you do it? Miguel asked with a serious expression. Do what? Peter tilted his head. Change a canon event. On the screen were various events of Peter and MJ changing the destinies of certain timelines. So, I was right, this is a nexus. How did you do it? Just doing what a hero should do. You act like something bad will happen. That's because it does, Miguel's shoulder slouched over as he stared at the ground. Hold on, explain it to me from the beginning. Very well, Lila. On it, Chief. A hologram of a single dot of light floated in front of everyone. So, what am I looking at? A star, motive energy, a pretty dot. The image blew up into a magnificent tree of energy, this is the multiverse. Everything that was, everything that is, and everything that will be, and these, where the parts connect. The image turned into a massive, it's a beautiful and wondrous machination that ties us all together. It's the web of life and destiny, Peter commented. Good, you're familiar with it. Didn't you call it something else? Jess looked at her boss. That's not important, Miguel replied. Oh my god, you like his name better, Jess chuckled. Peter frowned as he looked at the large dark spot in the hologram. Ah, I see you found it. As it turns out, if you change too many canon events, it results in breakdown of that reality. And you know this how? Peter rubbed his chin. Because, one of the events happened due to my actions. I was the one responsible for the destruction of an entire world. Peter watched the screen change to events that took place in the universe Miguel stayed in. I found a world where I had a family, a world where I was actually happy. However, that Miguel died in a mugging incident, so, I took his place. Dude, that's creepy, taking over someone else's life is one thing, impersonating family members whole another bag of worms, dude you got problems. Even Rick knew that he should tell them that he wasn't their Rick, Peter shook his head. I'm not familiar with that reference, Miguel kept the blank stare. I am. Miles and Benji raised their hands. That point is, I messed up that world because I changed a canon event, and as a result. The image showed them running from collapsing space. This is terrible, MJ covered her mouth as a look of fear overcame her. No. That can't be, Peter moved closer as he inspected the scene. The 616 Peter was supposed to make a deal with Mephisto, he was supposed to lose his body to Dr. Octavius. Your actions should have caused that reality to unravel. Yet it didn't. How? Cool theory, but you're wrong. Firstly, I'm not the only one who's helped other Spider-Men avert disasters, saved entire worlds that were supposed to perish even. A universe can crush an intruding being without issue, but a being can't crush a universe simply by existing in it, at least not without the equivalent force. Universes have merged, branched off into new ones, and even been displaced, but never destroyed. Peter pointed at the screen, mind if I check the data on the event? Be my guest. Miguel held his hand out to the holographic keyboard. Peter got to work and started looking at the field readings. This can't be right. I was there, these readings are accurate. I've seen this signature from the hero cloak, it's Dark Force. Spot. No, it can't be, he wasn't around when this happened. When did these anomalies start? What? No. What you're suggesting is impossible. Spot wasn't active until recently. Miguel furrowed his brows. Time, it's space and time. Just because he wasn't active then doesn't mean he wouldn't make this past happen in his future. His little pocket dimension exists outside space and time. No wonder I couldn't find him, he didn't exist. Get me on a line with Miles and Gwen. Was I wrong? Miguel looked shell-shocked. Before Peter could snap him out of it, the screen's image popped up showing Miles and the other spiders rescuing people from a collapsing world. Get the containment squad ready, send them out immediately. Miguel shouted before pointing a finger at Peter, you stay. Explain everything. It's not your actions that caused that world to collapse, Miguel. It's Spot. Whatever he's done to himself has allowed him to rip open holes in the fabric of space-time. For what purpose, I don't know, but what I can tell you is that he has to be stopped. The world you lost, it might not be too late to save it. But what about the anomaly? Jess called out. Anomaly. Peter lifted a brow. The kid from 1610. He wasn't bitten from a spider originating from his universe. He wasn't supposed to be Spider-Man. Miguel explained. Miles. Is that why you're all on edge around the kid? Dude, if he got bitten, he was meant to be a spider. Without the spider totems agreeing on the candidate, he'd never would have been bitten. In fact, since he has the totem of another universe, he's the perfect weapon to use against Spot. What's that supposed to mean? Miles suddenly called out. I finally figured out how he was able to disintegrate the matter at the collider wreckage. He overlapped the portals. Two dimensions forced to exist in the same plane, it would shatter the atoms into dust. Miguel finished Peter's statement, equal and opposite reaction, two of the same objects can't occupy the same space. Without sufficient pressure to keep them apart. They shattered and cancelled each other out. Removing themselves from existence, Peter added, if Miles had the atoms of two different universes inside him, Spot's degradation powers shouldn't have any effect on him. You see, Miguel. I told you to have hope, the science is sound, it could certainly be the truth. If the destruction of that world you cherish hasn't happened yet, we can still prevent its destruction. We can reverse the damage Spot's done to the web. Benji shook his friend. I can save them. Miguel felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Save who? Miles and Gwen had returned alongside Hobby and Paviter Prabhakar, the Indian Spider-Man. Right, we need to find Spot. Miles, you're the attack force for this group. Right, both Miles spoke in unison. Miles Davis, Peter pinched the bridge of his nose. Why am I the attack force? Because Spot's portal overlapping powers won't work on you, which means you can get your hands on him without risk of being deatomized. Oh, wait, really? That's cool, Noogie. Paviter smiled. I'm not, well, I guess I am the new guy. Miles gave up. What happened? Miguel spoke up. He got away, Gwen replied with a sigh. Explain. Miguel's eye twitched. It's not her fault, it's mine. He used the collider to absorb a bunch of quantum energy. We tried to stop him, but we were too late. Miles spoke up. Benji put his hand on Miles' shoulder and said, we all mess up time to time, kid, it's what you do with that loss that makes you a hero. But I had him. Miles clenched his fists. We wore him down like you wanted and Miles made his move. Kid's brave, Hobby said as he smirked at him. He thought he could absorb the guy's power, but it didn't work. So, we tried to knock him out, but he kept a few holes close to his position and we sort of hit yourselves. Peter said as Benji and a few other versions of Spider-Man slapped their foreheads. Yeah. The Spider-Man and woman lowered their heads in shame. It happens to the best of us, kid. Don't put yourself down so much, Benji gave him a soft look. I didn't get hit, Hobby chuckled. We get it already, you're super cool. Miles groaned. I know, Hobby smirked. Hey, even Miguel here punched himself when he first encountered Spot. That was one time. And I didn't knock myself out, unlike a certain somebody I know. Benji coughed into his hand. Gee, I wonder that was. He then sniffed the air. You. Mayday, did you poop? Yep, you pooped. Woof, that smell, she's a Parker all right. Benji webbed up a bed to put her on so he could change her diaper. However, she bounced off it and into Hobby's arms. You shit on the establishment, I salute you. Come here, kiddo. Benji pulled her over with a web line while she giggled. While he changed Annie, Peter was taping away at the console. What are you doing? Miguel spoke up. Looking for, here it is. 616 Dark Force Suppression Belt. Spot made it to control his abilities, but 616 made several improvements over the years to imprison him. We need to get close enough to slap this one on. MJ. Can you make it and adjust it to this version of Spot? On it, MJ said while Peter made a series of technological parts. Once the new belt was formed, Peter added a few runes to seal away the connection Spot had with the Dark Realm. Whoa, this Spider-Man can use magic. How cool is that? Pavadir's eyes widened. You all should really learn magic, seriously. It's actually pretty easy once you get the hang of it. For crying out, you are at a nexus, you could go to a universe where Spider-Man is Sorcerer Supreme and learn from him. They have a time room too, so you can get a year of study in a little over half a month. Ah. Many of the Spider-Men slapped their foreheads. None of you thought about improving yourselves. I did. A few bulky Spider-Men raised their hands. Not just lifting. For crying out loud, you are some of the smartest people in existence. How can you not share that knowledge to improve your abilities? What the hell is wrong with your heads? He's got a point, Miguel thought as he looked at the belt they made. Alright, do we know when Spot will appear next? 2 days, 1610's world. Miguel answered. Hey, that's my world. Well, it's good that we'll be there to stop him, Benji smiled as he crossed his arms. Wait, isn't that you know what event? Gwen spoke with a sense of unease. Wrong, Miguel blanched as if those words tasted nasty. Ha. One of the Spider-Men chuckled that started off a wave of laughter. Shut up. Miguel glared. However, they just laughed harder. Some even fell over while clenching their stomachs. So, we have 2 days, I need to go home. Gwen turned around and started to rush off. Hey, let's go with her, MJ nudged Peter, we can support her and help out with the whole dad situation. Fine, Spiderette, Spider-Sable, help Miguel prepare. Right. The two nodded their heads. What about me? You have to go home, Peter said as he flicked him in the forehead. Why? Miles called out. I'm pretty sure your parents are looking for you, and you need to stick close to your dad. I have a pretty good idea what your canon event is. Peter glanced at Miguel who looked away. Miles didn't get what Spider-Man was hinting at, but nonetheless, decided to follow his advice. The group split up while MJ and Peter followed after Ghost Gwen. So, how are things going with you and MJ? Peter asked. We're talking again. So, you told her? MJ lifted a brow. Yeah, she was still really mad, but she understood and promised to try and understand me. She also lets me bunk with her when I drop by my universe for a visit. I'm glad you guys are friends again, Peter smiled. Yeah, MJ is a good friend, and she kept my secret, just like you guys said. They made their way to Return Machine and met with Spiderbite, aka Margot Kess. Hey, since you're new here, you should take one of these. It's a multiversal computer system that can allow communication, holographic projections, and support options for when you traverse the multiverse. MJ looked over the gear and smiled before altering the stabilizers they already had on. Awesome. How'd you do that? Margot questioned with sparkles in her eyes. You don't have the information in your database. It's my special ability, technopathy, MJ said with a bright smile. So cool. Margot looked at MJ with respect and awe. You going to open the portal? Peter asked. Right. Good luck. Spiderbite smiled as she quickly opened the wormhole. Before heading off to Gwen's universe, MJ tossed a few of her new stabilizers to Margot and said, could you pass those out to the other members from our universe? Sure. Spiderbite scanned the gear before ordering another spider hero wearing a pizza bakery uniform on to deliver them. Not cool, Spiderbite, he pouted as he webbed off. With that done, they fell through the portal with Gwen and landed on top of a water tower. I have to go talk with my dad. Can you give me a bit of privacy? Peter and MJ nodded their heads and followed behind Gwen until they reached her apartment. While they waited on the roof, Peter did some research about the universe they were currently in. What you up to now? MJ asked as she placed her chin on Peter's shoulder. Something crazy, risky, and probably really good at the same time, but I can't think of a better place to try. Enough with the mysticism, be direct, MJ pouted. Turns out, the Peter Parker of this world became the Lizard, Gwen fought him, and through happenstance, he ended up dying. Ghost Spider is wanted for my other self's murder. That's messed up, how come she didn't tell us? Pain, guilt, regret, you know. Everything needed to make a brooding main character. MJ sighed and said, so, the risky thing you're doing is stealing a soul from death by exploiting the Chrono Trigger method of revival. Oh, which one was that again? I know it's a game. Open a hole in space and time, replace guy that's supposed to die with a dummy, and seal off any paradoxes from forming. That does sound dangerous. Peter sighed. I want to do something for her, you know. I do. So, follow your heart. I'm here for you. MJ gave him a kiss on the cheek. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. Peter teleported to the grave of Peter Parker and his family members. Using the hair from Peter's grave, he created an exact clone of the guy and opened a portal through time and space. On the other side was the night of Peter's demise. The prom, almost 2 years ago, seconds before the rafters fell on top of Lizard Peter. He copied real Peter's memories into the clone and snagged Peter away while leaving the fake to die in the same manner he was supposed to. Back in the present, a very confused Lizard Peter looked on before he was covered in the symbiote. Webster cleaned out the serum that turned him into the lizard while copying over Peter's spider mutation to the kid. As a bonus, he gave him some memories pertaining to the 616 Spider-Man's life, some of his own experiences, and most of all the most important lesson every Spider-Man should know. When he came to, a 14-year-old Peter Parker looked up at his older counterpart and said, Was all of that real? Oh, God, Gwen, no. No, it wasn't her fault, it wasn't. Peter put his magic suit bracelet on his younger self and watched as the suit appeared in the classic outfit. With great power. Older Peter started. Younger Peter started crying, comes great responsibility. Go to Camartage in Kathmandu. Find the Ancient One and get him to train you in the time room. Once you age up, go to the police and tell them you had amnesia and never actually died. Tell them that the serum you took continued to regenerate your body after death until you woke up in the grave today. That's the best advice I can offer you. Peter raised his hand and destroyed the box to reveal only the remains of the clone that was left behind. After turning it into dust, Peter looked at his younger self and said, Get some training, come back, and let them know that you can be special too. Younger Peter hugged his older self and said, Will I ever see you again? Yeah, someday. Heck, when you join the Spider Nexus, you can visit my universe. Thank you. Young Peter sobbed, Thank you for giving me this second chance. Clear your friend's name and pay her a visit after your stay in Camartage. Also, take video evidence. We have to see the look on her face. The younger version of him finally cracked a smile. Will do. Can you do the same thing for my family? Peter sighed, No. I don't think I should either. Something tells me I was pushing my luck a little too far this time. Young Peter tracked his older self's line of sight. What are you looking at? In front of Peter was a woman wearing a black dress-like hoodie with bone tattoos all over her arms and face. She eyed Peter before cracking a smile and waving her finger side to side. Yeah, definitely pushed my luck. However, she then looked at the young Peter with a soft expression and faded away. Did I do good? Peter thought as he shook his head. No, she clearly came here to warn me. Who'd you see? Death. She didn't look too happy either, at least I think she didn't. Death is a person. Sort of. Peter sighed as he opened a portal. Go on, you should know where to look. On the other side was a tan-colored city with dirt roads and lots of traffic. Kathmandu, right. Young Peter stepped into the portal and looked back with a thankful expression. Good luck, Spider-Man. Peter smiled at his younger self and closed the portal. Gwen's really going to owe me one. Peter smirked as he teleported back to MJ with a few bags of fast food. Gwen was sitting next to MJ and looked over at the portal before saying, Where'd you go? Had to pick up some food. What? You can't come to an alternate New York and not try the local cuisine. Whatever, give me my share. Gwen smiled as she pulled out a burger with fires. Peter ate a New York pizza from the best restaurant in the city, MJ got her Chinese food, and they all chowed down while enjoying every bite. Actually both reminiscent of real Joe's and unique at the same time. He changed up the recipe. Peter said as he finished off his slice, So, we done here? Yeah, we're done here. Things work out. MJ showed a relieved expression. Yeah, Dad's not a cop anymore. What? Peter shook his head in disbelief. George Stacy, not a cop, wow, that's stranger than Dr. Strange not being a strange doctor. Boy, that was a mouthful. I bet he's going to feel stupid in a couple of months. A snort escaped his mouth. What are you chuckling about? Gwen asked. Nothing, it's a surprise. I don't like surprises, Gwen squinted with scrutiny. You'll like this one, Peter smirked. So, you going to sleep at home tonight? Nah, I figured I'd clue in my friend as to what's been happening lately. Gwen looked at MJ. You want to freak her out? Peter let out a sly smile. Oh, that would be great, Gwen's eyes sparkled. I don't consent to this, MJ eyed both of them. Come on, tease yourself a little. Wait, that came out wrong, or did it? Peter said while wagging his eyebrows. MJ slapped his arm while Gwen laughed. Fine, but I get to make the first appearance. What are you going to do? Gwen stared at MJ. I think something Terminator-like. Oh, the "I'm you from the future" bit, Peter smirked. This is going to be great. Gwen looked to MJ, so what's the plan? MJ pulled them close and whispered what she wanted them to do. They webbed off to MJ's house and saw that her parents were out and she was the only one up. They peeked in the window and saw a younger MJ jamming out on her electric guitar and singing to one of her songs. Wow, it's times like these I'm reminded that you've got a real pretty voice. Why don't you sing more often? Peter looked to his fiancée. It's one of my many talents, and I save those talents for when I need them, MJ smirked. Let's get this show on the road. Gwen almost couldn't hold her laughter. MJ changed her outfit to resemble Rambo and hopped through a portal while Peter made himself look Gwen's age and said, "Come, let's go." They hopped through the portal behind MJ's door and waited for MJ's cue. MJ's portal opened right above her younger counterpart and gave her the shock of her teenage life. When they heard MJ scream, Gwen covered her hands with her mouth and tried her best to not laugh. MJ put her hand over her younger self's mouth and shushed her. Listen, Mary. I'm you from 7 years in the future. Skynet is real, and in about 10 seconds 2 Terminators in the forms of our old friends are going to bust through the door to attack you. What? I mean. You look just. The door was kicked open as the 2 walked in acting like robots. Mary Jane, for the future of Skynet, you have to cease operating, Peter laid on the Arnold voice thick. Get back. MJ raised the fake gun and fried while the younger version of herself screamed and closed her eyes. The room went quiet, and when young MJ opened her eyes, she saw the illusion of the 2 robots lying on the ground. She looked at her older self and asked, "Are they out of commission?" "Yeah." Young MJ poked Gwen's body before the spider heroine grabbed her friend's arm. "Help. She's got me." MJ couldn't hold it in anymore and started laughing. Gwen was next, and then Peter. The gears started turning in the young redhead's mind before she chopped the top of Gwen's head. "You asshole. Ha ha ha. You should have seen your face. You broke my door." Not really, Peter returned to his adult form and suit alongside MJ. When the young MJ looked at the door, she noticed that it wasn't broken at all. "How'd you?" Shaking her head, she walked up to Peter and looked him in the eyes. "Wow, you look just like." Gwen had a somber look on her face as she said, "It's because it is him, just a different version." "Good to meet you, Red. This is my fiancée, Mary Jane." Peter held his hand out to his MJ. "You can call us Spiderman and Spiderwoman if you want. Get out, you're both spider heroes like Gwen." "Wait, fiancé." MJ kissed Peter on the cheek. "Yep. Happily engaged and soon to be happily married." Young MJ was red-faced as she looked at Gwen. The ghost spider snickered and said, "I didn't know you thought that way about Pete." "No. I mean, we were friends, but, it wasn't like that. Relax, Red. Breathe." Gwen placed her arm around her friend. After Gwen got her friend to finally chill, they chatted for a while. Peter thought it was time to leave. He was sitting on the ceiling when looked at Gwen and asked, "So are you staying here tonight?" "Yeah, you guys got a place. We'll head back to the Nexus and wait up for you." "We only came here to make sure you were all right," Peter replied as he started walking towards the window. "It was nice to meet you, me." MJ shook her younger self's hand. The spider couple exited the house and teleported back to the portal entrance. When they were out of sight, 65 MJ turned to Gwen and slugged her on the shoulder. "Don't ever do that again. Like you wouldn't troll me if you had the chance." Gwen rubbed her shoulder with a smile. "So, multiverse, huh? Crazy. What, the body doubles or the you marrying Peter part?" Gwen tilted her head with a smirk. Both." Peter and MJ returned to the Nexus and looked around for a bit before checking out the massive city of spider heroes' alternate universes. MJ and Peter marveled over the technology and ideas other version had come up with and bought some gizmos that could help take down several villains they might come across in the future. Of course, they paid with ingots of rare metals and materials since money was practically useless here. MJ and Peter stopped by an arena for other Spider-Men to test their might and inventions. Then they moved to an entertainment district that had several activities such as movies from other universes, games, and even arcades. They enjoyed themselves before returning to the living area. Surprisingly, the room and amenities were free. The spider couple wound up staying the night at an expensive-looking hotel and woke the next day with nothing really to do. However, Peter was deep in thought. What now? I think I should go to Earth 42 in order to make sure that place is taken care of. Since 1610 miles was bitten, that means that world probably is out of Spider-Man. Then let's go. Fine with me. Peter opened a portal to the Nexus Center. "Hey, Spider-Bite, can you catch me a train to Earth 42? "Sure thing. Can I ask what you're going for?" "Going to set some things right," Peter said as it opened. The two jumped in and saw the terrible state New York was in. There were fires everywhere, thugs roaming rooftops, a serious lack of police presence, and crimes being committed every few hours. The hell happened? MJ frowned. No Spider-Man, Peter said as he looked at his search bar. What about you? I'm alive, but I moved to California when things took a turn for the worse. Tony Stark died, so there's no Iron Man either. Captain America is still a popsicle, and all the other heroes we know are either not superpowered, or died without a spider hero's help. What about me? You moved to LA to work on an acting career. Peter sighed as he looked around. We definitely need spider heroes to set things right, but we'll also need to help other heroes surface as well. This world needs some serious help. Let's start with ourselves, MJ suggested. Right, I'll handle myself and you handle you, Peter snickered. Where's she at? Living in a nice home at these coordinates, Peter showed her the screen. Here's a profile of her. Spider-Woman studied the material for a few minutes and said, got it, be back in a bit, babe. MJ popped through a portal while Peter did the same. Only, he ended up a rather nice-looking and empty lab. No one is here. Peter walked around until he saw his other self sitting at a table with crutches next to him. After a brief reading of this world, he learned that this version of Peter was never bitten because he killed the spider before it could do anything. Cindy Moon was the one bitten, and because of that, Peter ended up taking a bullet for his uncle and became paralyzed from the waist down. They moved out of New York, and Cindy, who would have become a successful Silk, tragically met her end because she never met Peter and formed a relationship with him. Without the tech upgrades and advice 64 Peter provided, Cindy was murdered by the Kingpin alongside Daredevil and Jessica Jones. For years this universe's Peter lived in quiet rural area of California until Peter went to college, where he majored physics, engineering, and biology. He was currently working on schematics for an advanced prosthetic pair of leggings that would allow him to walk again. Neat design, but you'll need a hell of a power source to make it work the way you're imagining. Who the? Peter, 42, nearly fell out of his chair. I'm pretty sure the lab is closed for the day, Peter smirked as he leaned in. You look. I'm gonna cut this short. Peter held his hands out and covered his other self in Webster and started transferring certain memories and knowledge. Mostly about the advanced arc reactor and how he could build his own model of the Iron Spider suit. Now let's see, I should make this one a bit more unique. How about lightning powers since Miles Spider isn't here anymore? Adding in the powers he got from Electro, he tempered it to become perfectly balanced with his new spider powers. When Peter let himself out of the symbiote cocoon, he was reborn and standing on 2 feet. Holy crap, Jesus Christ, is all that real? The multiverse, spider heroes, totems, and these crazy-ass designs. Yep, and yep. So you're really me. Damn, I didn't notice it before, but I'm a handsome fella. Okay, enough flirting with yourself, Peter shook his head. You know why I came here, so I need you to go back to New York and take care of business. Dude, the reason it is the way it is because there's no Spider-Man. I gave you everything you need to take of the place, and a pretty good plan to boot. I just need you to take the first step. This is a lot. I'm a researcher, not a fighter. I gave you memories of my training, just keep up at it until it becomes second nature, and put some flowers on my friends' graves for me. Peter sighed as he opened a portal. Wait, you're leaving. Have to, places to be, bad guys to stop. Tell Mary the first said hi. Mary. MJ. What's she got to do with this? You'll find out. Until then, I know you'll make the right decision, Peter smirked. How can you possibly know that? Because you are me, and I am you. Just like how you didn't hesitate to take that bullet for Uncle Ben, you can't let it go when you know that you can do something to help. Will we ever meet again? If fate decides to throw us together. Peter stepped through the portal. Ooh, yeah. Look out for a kid named Miles Morales if you run into him. Who knows, a spider may still be in his future. And with that, he was gone. Peter, 42, fell into his chair and wiggled his toes. Ha 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 ha. Tears streamed from his eyes before he clenched his fists. I guess I have to get to work on a suit. I'm crazy. I have to be for agreeing to this. When Peter returned to New York, he started taking out the trash while waiting for MJ to return. MJ was currently convincing her other self to take up the mantle of Spider-Woman and help New York. However, this version of her was less than keen, even with the prospects of powers and a magic suit. Look, I know that being a star is important, but so are these people's lives. New York needs Spider-Woman. Don't try and guilt-trip me. I don't want to be a hero, I have everything I need, MJ, 42, replied while crossing her arms. I know this is hard for you, but you won't regret it. I promise. You love being a hero. Spider-Woman sighed. Are you really happy living in such a swamp of corrupt people? I read up on you before coming over. I know they've been trying to pressure you into doing things you don't want to. Why not move back to New York and start your own movie production organization like I did? You own your own production site. Rosemary Film Studio. If everything works out, I can make roughly 400 million a year. MJ could see she had successfully tempted her other self, admitted, it has always been your dream to own your own studio, to call all the shots, and answer to no one if you want to star in what you like. Is it really that good? I'll even give you the list of some of the successful movies my employees acted in and the writers, directors, and a complete business guide to lead you through step by step. However, keep in mind these people might not be the same in this world. But if they are, well, I guess we know that you have it made. MJ, 42, struggled with her decision, but it was just too juicy to pass up. She relented and agreed to the deal and was given a copy of MJ's Spider Power set. She also gave her a book for learning magic and worked with her for a couple of hours writing down everything she knew that could give her other self a leg up in this world. Once it was done, MJ opened a portal back to New York and saw Peter stopping car a few blocks away. Spider-Man tore open the door and pulled out some thugs that tried to shoot at him, but in just a few seconds, they were all plastered to the walls and covered in webbing. As he walked over to interrogate the thugs, MJ hopped down beside him and said, "Busy night." "Yeah, I figured we'd give our counterparts a heads up. People won't be able to figure out who they are because they're out of state right now. So, wanna raise some hell? We got a whole day to kill, let's get to it." MJ nodded her head. "God, I love you," Peter smiled and got back to it. He used the thugs he caught to learn about all the gangs and criminal organizations that required the most attention, namely the Hand, Kingpin, and Oscorp. That night, they took down hundreds of criminals, destroyed dozens of cash and drug stashes, publicized the names and evidence of every dirty cop and corrupt politician, and provided detailed documents of the biggest crime family's dirtiest secrets to the FBI. It blew up so quickly that the President of the United States had no choice but to call in the National Guard to start cleaning up the problem. "That should help out a bit," Peter said as he leaned over the edge of a balcony. "Kingpin and the others will be back in a month or so. We don't have enough time to do more. Breathing room is all that we can give right now," Peter replied while making another copy of the 42 Spider. "Go, find him when he's ready." The Spider launched a web and floated into the wind. MJ stretched and noticed that the sun was starting to come up. "Shall we go?" "Yeah." Spider bite. "We're ready," MJ tapped on her stabilizer. "Roger. Good work, you two. The destiny of that world has improved quite a bit. You have to tell me the story when you get back." A portal opened up in front of them and they stepped through, returning to the Spider Nexus. With all the good they did, the two felt better about leaving when they thought of the ones who'd be there to protect it. After giving Spiderbite the report, they went back to the hotel, had a nice long bath, enjoyed a 5-star meal, and slept through most of the night. When they woke up the next day, it was to Miguel contacting them to get over to 1610. "Right, today's the day. Who did you get for the attack force?" Peter yawned as he suited up. "All available personnel," Miguel replied with a serious expression. "We can't mess this up. So hit him with everything we have." "Got it." MJ made her way to the door. They both wound up at the transportation area and met up with the Gwens and Miles. Even Spider Noir and Peter Porker was there alongside 30 other Spider heroes. "So, you guys have fun?" MJ asked. "This place is the best. We got our watches upgraded like yours so we can come back whenever we want." Spider Sable pumped his fists. "Other than helping everyone prepare, we spent most of our time just going from place to place learning whatever we could." Gwen followed. "The science, technology, and their experiences are a wellspring of goodies." Ghost Spider smirked and patted them on the backs. "You ready for this?" "Yeah. Don't forget to drop by 881,211 when you get the chance. MJ and I are getting married in about a few months. So, you should definitely stop by." Peter looked at Miguel. "All right, Spiders. Listen up, our target is Spot. When he arrives, the first squad will lay down the suppressors. Second squad, that's you 881211, you deal with the portals from causing havoc. Everyone else, take care of the citizens and keep property damage down to a minimum. As for me, I'll be running alongside 1610 to ensure he delivers the package safely. Any questions?" Benji raised his hand. "None." "Good." Miguel turned to Spiderbite. "Open the portal." "You got it, boss." "Well, that was rude." Benji crossed his arms. The portal opened and all of them jumped through the wormhole until they ended up over New York City again and landed on various rooftops. 1610 is waiting in position. "Follow me." Miguel webbed off towards the collider wreckage. "Figures, it'd be there." Peter joined. "Has to end where it all began," MJ added as she launched a web line. The group of Spider heroes arrived within minutes before a group of them started setting up equipment. "What's with the cargo?" Peter asked as the Spider-Men and women slammed large spires about 4 feet into the ground. "It's a spatial particle destabilizer. It should keep Spot from running again. As long as he's within range," MJ added as she inspected the devices. Once the perimeter is set, it'll be our job to tie him down until 1610 gets the belt on him. Miguel looked around. Speaking of which, where is he? Currently, the Miles of this universe was trying to get away from his parents. Just tell us why you were sneaking out. Rio glared down at her kid. Look, it's complicated. It's that girl, right? Ma. Miles, you can't keep doing this. Something is clearly wrong. What is it? Why won't you tell us? Jefferson sighed. It's not drugs, is it? What? No. Then why can't you tell us? Rio shouted. A loud boom echoed out from the collider wreckage and covered the city. The sky darkened and lightning storms appeared on the horizon. It looked like Armageddon had come to their universe. Miles. Where the hell are you? Miguel's voice and face popped up from the stabilizer gizmo he was wearing on his wrist. What's that? Rio asked with a shocked expression. Isn't that the watch you friend was? Jefferson started piecing the puzzle together. Arg. Miles ran his hands through his hair before standing up from the couch. Mom, Dad, stay here. I need you both out of the way and to stay safe. As he made his way towards the window, he unzipped his jacket and looked back his parents. I mean it. I don't want to have to save your asses if it can be avoided. Miles, what are you talking about? Rio clenched her hands in front of herself. 1610 Miles held his hand out and shot out a web. I'll explain everything when I get back. As he leaned out the window, he gave them one last look and said, stay here. Miles. Wait. Rio ran towards the window only to see her son jumping out of his pants and shoes before vaulting into the air. Spider Kid. He's the new Spider-Man. Jefferson felt like his mama had just slapped him in the face with a slipper. How, when, why? Rio still couldn't believe what she was watching. Oh, he is so grounded. While Miles swung through the city, the ground rumbled beneath him, the sky constantly looked like it was losing color, and Miguel was shouting orders out came through every now and for him to hurry up. I on my way. Chapter 91, Issue 91, The Amazing Web Part. The Spider Crew was dealing with the emergence of a godlike being. Spot was almost completely black in color, the energy from the realm of darkness rolled off his body like he had some sort of Dragon Ball Z aura, and he seemed to be far crazier than the villain Peter was familiar with. Where is he? Oh, little spider, come out wherever you are. Where is he? Miguel groaned as he signaled for his team to turn on the machines. Give him a break, kid had a bad teacher, Benji joked as he got ready to go on the assault. So many bugs to squash. Spot raised his hand and tried to teleport. However, the machines kept him from moving through his own portals. What? What did you do? Didn't expect that, did ya? Benji smirked. Spot threw a portal at a Spider-Man who dodged. The portal enlarged and suddenly engulfed a large piece of debris before spitting out decaying particles. I thought you stopped his powers from working. The spider hero that dodged complained. No, I stopped him from jumping universes. 8210, you didn't listen to the debrief, as usual, Miguel shouted as he shot out his hard light webbing. Spot opened a portal and caused it to shoot back at him. 2099 Spiderman leapt out of the way before Benji swung over and tried to vault kick his opponent. Spot got ready to redirect, but when he tried to open the portal, his attempt failed. Peter raised his hand and used the reality topaz to seal the portal shut and the kick landed. Spot flew back and crashed into a pile of metal and rock before he designated it and looked at 881211 Spider-Man like he wanted to kill him. Ah crap. He ruined my boots, Benji complained as the material crumbled into dust. Better not touch him, guys. I'll do more than that. He tried to open another portal, but once again, he failed. Ah, you didn't say the magic word, Peter swayed his finger side to side. How did you? Spot was interrupted by a sling of magic that wrapped around his legs and drug him to the ground. I caught me a spotted cow, yeehaw. MJ chuckled as she laid on more webbing. Enough. Spot shouted in anger. A pitch-black sphere shot out from his body and exploded into dozens of portals that shot towards everyone. Peter did his best to seal up all the ones he could catch, but the strays that got away were taken care of by the second squad of spider heroes throwing webbing or objects off the ground into them. Where the hell is that kid? I'm on my way. Miles shouted through the comms, about 2 minutes out. Not fast enough, pick up the pace. Miles, give me your coordinates, Peter shouted as he continued to use magic alongside MJ to seal off the spatial tiers. Peter jumped up as his spider senses alerted him to the portal opening at his feet. Did you get that? Miguel shouted as he dodged a few of the portals and webbed at the white spots on the villain's chest. Spot moved to the side and absorbed the hard light webbing into his body before reaching out to touch Miguel and do away with him. However, just before he could, Miles popped through a magic portal and kicked the villain away. Have no fear, for I'm here. Miles Davis announced as he landed in a very spider-like pose. You've been reading too much MHA, Peter rolled his eyes. About time, 881,211 Miles shouted as he webbed a wall into the portal that almost escaped the perimeter they set up. You. Spot's voice was filled with venom. Me. Miles charged his opponent and removed the belt from his waist. Spot shot countless portals, but the spider crew blocked him at every angle. Peter and MJ used magic to seal them shut, the spider army used webbing and debris, Spider-Pig used a frying pan that grew to the size of 20 feet before he slapped away a series of holes like they weren't made of dark force at all, Spider-Noir broke the cement on the ground and threw dozens of pieces of concrete into the air, the Gwens and Morales weaved through them and threw stuff at Spot to throw him off, and Miguel ran up beside Miles Davis before sticking his hand to his back. What are you doing? Spider Sable shouted as he felt his body become weightless. Speeding. This up. You ever hear of the fastball special? Miguel answered as spun and redirected all his momentum into throwing Miles as hard as he could. Miles yelled as he was launched like a missile towards Spot. However, the villain was ready for him. Spot launched a few portals towards him and was about to send him head first to a volcano. However, a web line shot out and pulled him out of the way before redirecting him towards Spot. Thanks, Ghost. Miles shouted as another black spot appeared in front of him. Spider-Noir shot a wall of webbing in front of the black portals before grabbing Miles by the chest and tossing him higher into the air. Give him the old one too. You got it. Miles grinned as he looked at the battle from above. You're not getting away. Spot created dozens of more portals that tried to close in on Spider Sable. Peter Porker grinned as he said, Hey. I can make those too. He pulled out a couple portable holes and threw one above Miles and the other in a different direction. When he passed through Cartoon Hole, he ended up still in the air, but behind the villain. Thanks, Porky. Miles aimed a web line at Spot's feet and was ready to pull himself towards his target. Did you think getting behind me would solve your problems? News flash. I don't have eyes. Spot yelled as dozens more holes flew toward the spider hero. However, before they could get close enough, Benji swooped in, narrowly avoiding the portals as he bent and weaved in midair. Need a lift? Benji grabbed Miles' leg before spinning him around a few times. Go get him, kid. When Benji let go, he saw the confidence on his protégé's face while he rocketed off towards Spot. He was about 2 seconds away from tackling the villain onto the ground and wrapping the belt around his waist, but Spot let his hand fall through a portal and touched the kid's face. What? Why aren't you disintegrating? Guess you didn't get the memo. Peter shouted as he closed the portal Spot had opened, chopping off his hand. However, it didn't seem to bother him too much. I'm immune to your freaky power, Miles shot a blob of webbing in his face. It passed through harmlessly, but that wasn't the kid's goal. In less than a second, Peter and MJ used light magic to shackle the villain in place while Miles wrapped the belt around him and turned it on. The machine whirled to life as a bright light enveloped Spot's body. The white and black faded away, leaving only a pale man with a shocked expression. I'm back to normal. A punch from Miguel K.O.'d him while several other spider heroes webbed the guy into a cocoon with only his head sticking out. Hold him there, we have to get rid his powers completely. Peter started drawing in the dirt, creating a massive spell circle that had him scratching his head a few times. When it was complete, Morales walked up and asked, What's it for? Opening up a one-way door to the Dark Realm. Why would you want to do that? Miles followed up. I'm getting rid of the power the only way I know how right now, I'm giving it back. Hocus pocus, return to sender, darkest embers. Peter's eyes glowed as a strange black door opened up that actually absorbed a good portion of the light around them. It was midday, but anyone within 40 feet of the door saw it as twilight. The lights on the spell circle magnified while doors opened for a second and a stream of energy leaked out from Spot. In mere seconds, all of the dark force energy was sucked into the realm of darkness and whatever energy that allowed Spot to traverse the multiverse was no longer able to sustain itself. As Peter theorized, the quantum particles released from the collider explosion were only able to attach itself to Spot due to his connection to the dark realm. Without the dark energy powering it, the multiversal particles lost their charge and faded into the background radiation. We did it. Right. Miles asked while the spell circle moved on to the door. It's not done yet, Peter announced as the spell lit up again, time for the dark realm to give back what it stole. Steams of light flew into the door and suddenly forced it open completely. From out of it, all the debris Spot sucked up during their scuffle suddenly started to reappear. Spider bite. Miguel called out. Sir? You're not going to believe this, Margot Kess's voice came over the comms. What is it? 2099 Spider-Man had a hopeful look on his face. The damage done to the web, it's reversing. Spiderbite replied with an excited expression. Get me visuals, Miguel shouted. The screen popped up showing the massive hole in India receding. The damage done to the environment was still there, but the people that were broken down in particles started reforming completely intact. Miguel then saw what nearly drove him to tears. The world he thought he destroyed started to repair itself. When he saw the daughter he lost, Benji put his hand on 2099's shoulder and said, "She's back." "Yeah, she is." Miguel took a deep breath to keep his calm. "Good work, Spiders. Let's go home." "What do we do with him?" the 1610 Miles asked. "Hey, Miles." Richie hopped down from a good distance away. "You want to tell me why your mom is calling me up and chewing me out?" "Well, I sort of had to reveal my identity to get here in time," Miles Davis said as his face cringed. "You what?" "Wait, what I miss?" Benji started laughing as he patted Richie's shoulders. "Oh, we have so much to tell you. Did you know I got a kid now?" Richie beamed as he pulled out his cell. "Me too." Benji did the same. "Come on, Miles. Let's go get some hot dogs," Peter Porker snorted as he walked up his old friend. "Your Miles is over there." Morales pointed. "Guys," the 1610 Miles ran over and gave his friends a hug. "Hey, kiddo. Did you get taller?" Spider Noir patted his shoulder. "Where's Penny?" "Oh, she's working on a job in Universe 1981, Ghost Gwen said as she stood beside her crew. Miguel sighed as they chattered away and turned to Peter before saying, "We'll lock him up in the spider cage. Spot's not going to hurt anyone ever again." "Good to hear. I guess we're finally done here." Peter smiled and looked to MJ. "You ready to go home?" "Yep. Remember, December 5th is the date of our wedding. Make sure to bring a suit." "Will do, ma'am." Benji and Richie gave a salute. "And not the hero kind," Peter added as MJ made a return system that was the size of a handheld box. The portal opened before Peter turned to the group and said, "Don't be spider strangers, come on over to 881,211 for a visit sometimes. Just make sure to give a call first." "What makes you think I'll let you abuse the web for a mere wedding?" Miguel crossed his arms. "You owe us, Grumpy." "It's just a wedding, sheesh." MJ shook her head. "Besides, we don't need your tech to do this. Universe 881211 is already capable of multiversal travel." MJ. Peter smirked at his wife-to-be while creating a boatload of tech with his reality topaz. On it, MJ smirked back at him and snapped her fingers. Dozens of smaller components gathered together to form small wristwatches that hovered over to their friends. Think of these like your personal wedding invitations. It has communication, texting, shows our universe's date regardless of any time difference between our universes, and two-way portal to our universe and back. Get one to Penny for us. MJ waved as they walked through their portal. "Till next time, Spider Heroes," Peter waved and walked through. The other Peters saluted and then found it strange to do something like that. However, it gave them each of them chuckle. "I'm confiscating those," Miguel frowned. "Like hell you are." Benji laughed as the Spider-Men scrambled. "Oh, look at the time." Ghost Spider opened a portal and jumped through. "Well, I got a kid to take care of." Benji split. "I think I left the stove on." Richie webbed away. "I have a thing." Noir hopped out of that dimension. T. That's all, folks. Porky was long gone. "You know, I think I hear my ma calling." Miles Davis hopped away. "Ugh, fine. Just this once." 2099 hit it well, but when everyone was out of sight, he let out a smirk. Chapter 92, Issue 92, The Amazing Web Part. Back in their universe again, Reed looked at them in interest. "So, what happened?" "A lot, and boy, do we have a story to tell you." MJ smiled brightly. "A nexus, Reed. We went to the spatial nexus." Peter ran over before they all dissolved into an hour-long conversation of what they went through. MJ showed off some of the tech they bought while Peter gave him MJ's return device to study. "This is incredible, absolutely groundbreaking. I'm so jealous of your power, MJ." Reed's smile was brighter than ever. "So, have you decided on a vacation spot?" MJ asked. "Yeah, we found a world that seems relatively safe. As far as we can tell, there are no superpowers, villains, or heroes in this world. The technological level is relatively low as well. They're just now making technology that can go to Mars and back. But most of all, there is no us in that universe, so we can make our identities pretty much the same as here. Just a little forgery here and there and espionage with Sue's help, and we can recreate our I.ds there. What about the rate of time? 15 years over there is just a month over here. So, no one will bat an eye at our vacation time. That's a long time. I want our kids to grow up normal. If their powers are anything like I imagine them to be, then they need to learn how to handle them responsibly, and I can't do that here. With villain attacks, aliens, cosmic forces, magic, I just want to see them grow up safely and spend as much time as I can with them." Richard looked at Peter. "A friend taught me that." "Glad you listened," Peter smiled. "Ah. Sounds neat. If you guys go there and form a Baxter Corporation, you can earn a fortune and help the people of that world." I guess we can, but that's for another time. How are you going to deal with the currency issue? Peter asked. Oh, for that we decided to bring over some gold and rare resources we can actually sell. A solid idea if I ever heard one, the two shared a chuckle. All right, I got a wedding to prepare for, so I'll see you back at the house. Don't stay too long. MJ gave him a kiss, jumped to the window, and webbed off. So, when are you leaving? Peter asked while giving his friend a sad look. We decided on going after your wedding. Reed shook his head. We also have some good news. Sort of. Peter lifted a brow. Yeah. Good news doesn't usually come after that expression. Owen Reese has agreed to reform if we take him with us and give him a job. He wants a fresh start in a new world. Well, I can agree with that. You should keep him cuffed with the power dampeners. Our latest model can completely seal the X gene. So as long as you keep them on, he can control his powers a bit at a time. I think being part of your family will be a big help in making him a better person. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Reed smiled. Well, Mr. Fantastic, I got a job to do, and I'll start by taking the kids home. Peter eyed the other spiders who were still marveling over the lab equipment. Come on, Spiderette, Spider Sable. Let's go home. Come on, when do I get the chance to study an interdimensional rift accelerator? This baby is amazing. Miles pouted. Did you forget what's on your wrist? Peter tilted his head. But all the fun stuff is at the nexus. This is here, in our universe. Gwen added. I see a lot of spiders share an interest in science, Reed chuckled. Not all of us, Peter thought of Kane and a few others. Come on, you can bother Reed some other day. Let's give the guy some time with his wife and kid. Peter started dragging them out of the building. Our precious tech. No. They cried as he flung them out the window. Good night, Reed, Peter waved as he webbed off. While heading back, he decided to check up on what his clones had been up to. He dissipated them and absorbed their memories before letting out a smile. His clones had gone to Kunlun and reintroduced the clones of the 4 sacred beasts to the lands. Needless to say, the elders were more than happy to accept a serum that allowed for the merging of the 4 sacred beasts with human genetics. However, Peter didn't tell them that by combining them, they would give them a boost like no other. The elders of Kunlun divided up the serums into 4 clans, the Iron Dragon, Steel Phoenix, Jade Tiger, and Onyx Tortoise clans. Each with their own unique method of fighting that mimicked their respective sacred beasts. On top of the formation of the 4 Sacred Beasts clan, each of the clansmen had to help raise and take care of the sacred beasts until they were of age. During the next Immortal Tournament, Kunlun should fare far better than they did previously. Maybe Danny won't lose this time. As for the clone in charge of terraforming Venus, thousands of different species now lived on the planet. Countless types of vegetation from Earth were grown in both land and sea. Insects beneficial to ecosystems had been added. However, he was selective of the type. For instance, human blood might as well be poison to Venusian mosquitoes, so they were programmed to completely ignore them. The clone added forests with colored leaves ranging from pink cherry blossoms to gold and yellow leaf trees, massive oak woods, redwoods that were bigger than some hillsides, and countless beneficial shrubberies, fruits, and vegetables to grow in the wild. He couldn't believe he got this all done without the Merlin stones, but then again, the abilities Peter had this day was nothing short of godlike. However, the biggest thing to draw his interest was the massive tree that loomed above all others. The Yggdrasil branches he brought back from Asgard took root and grew to an astonishing 5,000 feet. He could feel magic radiating off it and granting it to everything that lived on the Venusian surface. Well, if Thor asks nicely, I wouldn't mind letting Asgard move here after Ragnarok. Peter decided to add a few floating mountains later for aesthetic looks. Not to mention it would be a perfect place to host their wedding. Alright, all that's left is to go to Wakanda and make nice with the super-powered advanced kingdom and convince them to take over South Africa. South Africa was one of the few countries that denied their aid with the Ark King reactor project. They wouldn't submit to the stipulation concerning the abolishment of slavery and policing of warlords terrorizing the nation. In Peter's eyes, the king of South Africa was a coward and fool. He's probably been brainwashed by his parents to think that the country would die without its slave trade. They're sitting on rare resources like gold and gems, yet they think that they would die if they booted out France and actually paid the people to go down and mine. Some of the best news came from his crime-fighting clones. He busted a huge child trafficking organization in L.A. and with the Avengers' extensive agents, destroyed several corrupt politicians and criminals infesting the entertainment district. No more deals with the devil in L.A., Peter smirked as he hoped the place would get better soon. MJ needs some competition since her studio has been getting all the good scripts. Then again, it's not hard to compete with a place that's corrupt to the bone, drowning all the new talent, and altering the scripts how they see fit, which often resulted in an inferior product. After MJ snagged the Star Wars contract, her company is estimated to make billions with all the merchandise, ticket sales, and ad revenue for when it hits television channels and streaming services. Due to being the soon-to-be husband of the studio owner, he was able to get a sneak peek at the original script. Mara Jade Walker was the lead of the film, and wow, was it ever better than the pile of crap Disney came up with. There was even a big reveal tying into episode 1, 2, and 3 that flipped everything they knew on its head. Peter was actually looking forward to watching this movie, but it was still a year out before anything happened. Thinking back to how much Disney had fallen, Peter sighed, maybe I should send out a few dozen clones to clean up the U.S. entirely. I could pull a Naruto and do it in secret too. Peter decided to give that idea more thought later and focus on the task at hand. He spent a couple of days making floating islands over the ocean and fewer over the land. Whenever he got tired, he'd go home to recharge and came back with a fresh mind to give his planet more artistic flair. Well, now that it's done, I guess I should head over to Wakanda. Peter opened a portal directly above their hidden city and poked on the barrier a few times. Hello. This is DoorDash. Your order for one superhero is here. Now, are you going to pay with cash or credit? Peter waited a while but there was no response. You know, I could just walk on through, or maybe I should record this and show everyone in the world where I am right now. I hear I'm quite famous. He waited a couple of minutes until pulling out his phone. I'm not bluffing. All right. A holographic image of Shuri appeared in front of him. Man, you don't take no for an answer. I don't take silence as an answer. However, I know you're curious as to how I know about the real Wakanda. You're going to let me in, right? Shuri gasped. Well, I am curious now. But what makes you think I'm going to let you in just because of that? For one, I can reveal your existence to the world. 2, I'm not here for that but to offer your kingdom aid. The girl became instantly excited as she moved close to his face and spewed out questions. What? Really? Spider-Man is here to help us. With what? The teenager vanished from the image and was replaced by the current king, Chaka. Your Majesty, Peter gave a polite bow. I see you know much of us, but we very little of you. Oh, I know that's not true. Surely you heard of the invasion, me hijacking a spaceship, and even building a city in New York. Let's not forget terraforming 2 planets. I thought it was just one. I did the same for Venus, but I haven't made it public yet, Peter smirked. I see. Well, what is it you are here for? A proposition. I share precious knowledge with you, and you do me a favor, and before you get your panties in a twist, I don't need vibranium and am not remotely interested in the large quantity you're sitting on. Especially when I can make my own. Peter demonstrated as he made an ingot of vibranium appear in his hand. Get to the point, Spider. Why are you here? Perhaps we should talk in person. Dad, let him in. Shuri chirped, I've been dying to get my hands on some alien to research. I mean, come on. It's Spider-Man. The king pushed her daughter out of the image again while Peter chuckled. I see she's a fan. Yes, but I am not as trusting, Chaka replied with a serious expression. You know, this is just a formality. I could portal right to your side, but I chose to wait patiently like a good boy. So, do me a favor, just send some escorts over, heck you can even arm them if you want. You're not leaving me much choice. Very well, we shall speak in private. You know, I said I could, not that I would. But, now that I have your word, I hope you'll humor me for just one meeting. The shield opened to reveal that the armed squad was already there, pointing vibranium weapons at him while giving him a look of pure suspicion. I come in peace. Now take me to your leader. Peter removed his suit as a show of good faith and walked inside wearing his casual attire. One of the guards snickered, before the bald Okoye stamped the butt of her javelin on the ground. Quiet. She walked up close to Peter and looked him over. You're shorter than I imagined. But not less handsome, right? She eyeballed him for a while then cracked a smile as she held out her hand. Welcome to Wakanda, Spider-Man. I'll be your escort. Doth my fame precede me? You know of thy name. Funny, Shuri said you were funny. Oyok shook her head. Peter walked through barrier and said, sorry, but it's not every day you hear your fame has reached a secluded wonderland like this. Just because we're secluded, doesn't mean we are ill-informed. No, I suppose not. The shield closed behind him. A few feet away was a large aircraft capable of transporting him and the others with ease. Neat ship. Does it use vibranium as propulsion? Are you shooting sound waves that get bounced back at the ship to keep it levitating, or is the vibration directly lifting the ship? I believe it's the second. Now please. If you would. Right, Peter walked with the guards surrounding him. Peter watched from a window as the ship lifted into the air and flew over the lands. It's more like the movie. This is incredible. It still has the planes, but the city is massive. I take it you approve? Oyok lifted a brow. Very much. This is definitely top 10 sights I've seen in my life. You know of others? One of the guards gave a cocky smirk. Oh, quite a few. I've been to Asgard, the realm of the dwarfs, Nidavellir, Mars, Venus, an interdimensional nexus of spiderfolk, you know, your average Tuesday. Sounds like you've been around, Oyok smirked at the stunned expressions her guards had. He has to be making that up. One of the guards mumbled. To prove them wrong, Peter pulled out his cell phone and showed them the pictures he took of some of the places he's been. I don't lie. Well, not to good people anyways. Peter chuckled. Wah, that has to be CG, right? Haven't you heard? Oyok lifted a brow. The Asgardian Thor is one of the Avengers. It makes sense that he's been there. I've never seen such a pure golden color before. Look at those buildings. There are so many people living there. Peter shook his head as put his cell phone back in his suit and waited for the ride to come to a stop. While he looked out the window, Peter got his first multiversal text. 1610 mmd, is this thing working? Or am I the only one trying? Peter noticed that there was a string of hellos Miles left. 1610 PRP, well it works on our end. I've been busy dealing with your mom, so I haven't had time to check this thing out. Think it's broken? 616C PBP, nope, it works in my universe too. Say hi Annie. 616C PBP, Sksetchkeef. 616C PBP, close enough. 65 GMS, hey guys. What's up? 1610 mmd, Gwen. It's good to hear from you. 1610 PRP, it's only been a couple of days. 881211 MJ, sorry, adjusting to the missing days after a multiversal journey is always tedious. The clones Peter and I left usually leave us with a lot of catching up to do. 616C PBP, you make slave clones of yourself. Isn't that kind of messed up? 881211 P.P, not that kind of clone. Think more like Multipleman's power but with magic. They're not made of flesh and blood but energy, memories, and commands. 616C P.P, oh thank God. I thought it was something much worse. 90214 P.P, can we change out names? All these numbers are giving me a headache. 8311 P.P, I like it. Helps me keep track of who's who. 881211 MJ, sure you can change it. You see that cog in the corner of the screen? Click and hold it to alter your profile. You can even take snapshots. 616C, original _ Spiderman, oh, that is cool. I can make a little chibi avatar. 1610, original _ Spiderman, oh, that is cool. I can make a little chibi avatar. A screen popped up as their suited chibi models appeared in a circular table. MJ really outdid it with all the extra features. Everyone, even Oyok, went bug-eyed when they saw the images mimicking the same hand motions as Peter. All of them were the same. One of them was even walking around with a baby on his chest. Every spoken word was converted into text and appeared as caption bubbles above their heads. 881211, strongest _ Spiderman, change your names idiots. 616C, original _ Spiderman, dude, I'm the original. 1610, original _ Spiderman, says who? 90214, shady _ Spiderman, the numbers are still here, well I guess this is better since they're smaller. 881211, ultimate Spiderwoman, noir, it's called a tag. If you click on it, you can open up a private conversation with that person. 881211, Spider Sable, wouldn't the Spider-Man from 001 be the original Spider-Man? 1610, Spider Sable, wouldn't the Spider-Man from 001 be the original Spider-Man? 881211, Spider Sable, dude. Change your name. I claimed Spider Sable. 1610, Spider Sable, dude. Change your name. I claimed Spider Sable. 8311, the _ fantastic _ Spiderham, this is why we need the numbers. 64, Ghost Spider, did you really need to change yours, Porky? 8311, the _ fantastic _ Spiderham, jealous you didn't think of it first, Ghost. 881211, strongest _ Spiderman, anyways, the kids have got a point. 001 is probably the original Spider-Man. 881211, ultimate _ Spiderwoman, I guess so. I mean, that does make sense. 616C, original _ Spiderman, alright then. 616C, amazing _ Spiderman, there, better. 1610, better _ looking _ Spiderman, face savoring food rolling on the floor laughing. 616C, amazing _ Spiderman, dude, we look the same, face with raised eyebrow. 616C, best _ Spider Dad, there, how's that feel? Kissing face. 1610, sensational _ Spiderman, sorry, couldn't resist. I've learned my lesson. Pensive face. 616C, amazing underscore Spiderman, there, that wasn't so hard, was it? 881211, supreme underscore Spider Sable, I guess this method works too. 1610, spectacular underscore Spider Sable, supreme. Strongest. Ultimate. Don't you think that's a bit boastful? 64, Ghost Spider, yeah, what's up with that? 881211, supreme underscore Spider Sable, we've got the power to back up the claim. 881211, ultimate underscore Spiderwoman, once again, kids got a point. 881211, strongest underscore Spiderman, ditto. Ahem. Oyok coughed into her hand, sorry to interrupt your council of spider people. But we're here. 1610, sensational underscore Spiderman, did you say that? Oh, I get it. Someone's there with you. 881211, strongest underscore Spiderman, sorry, got a meeting with the Wakandan king. We'll talk later. 616C, amazing underscore Spiderman, been a while since I've seen Chala. I should give him a call. I just hope he's not sore about me kicking his butt during that whole Teresa on the bridge situation. Have you guys had that happen yet? No. Just me. 1610, sensational underscore Spiderman, who's Teresa? Oh, hey MJ. Sorry that was MJ. But who is she? 616C, amazing underscore Spiderman, she's our maybe half-sister. Hell, that doesn't matter to me, she's family. Everyone but Peter shouted, we have a sister. 1610, sensational underscore Spiderman, why would Chala come after or your sister? That doesn't sound like the innocent cuddly catman I know. 616C, amazing underscore Spiderman, she had some information that posed a threat to the Avengers. Don't know if that was true or not, but I wasn't about to let him abduct her in my city. We had a little falling out after that. But we're cool now. He even apologized. Oyok looked surprised, then tried to hide her chuckle. It seemed some of these other Spider-Men were good friends with her prince. Though, it did surprise her to know that the spiders were able to beat the next Black Panther. 881211, ultimate underscore Spiderwoman, wait, you're where? And you didn't invite me? 881211, strongest underscore Spiderman, don't you have a big meeting today with your shareholders? 881211, ultimate underscore Spiderwoman, I had a clone take care of it. MJ opened a portal and hopped through next to Peter. Hello. The guards pointed their weapons at her. Sorry about her being uninvited, but I promise she's good company, Peter chuckled as MJ pushed the pointy end away from her face. Right, I guess one more won't change anything, Oyok sighed as she pinched the bridge of her nose. 64, Ghost Spider, wish I had magic slave clone to take care of mundane crap. 90214, shady underscore Spiderman, same. 616C, amazing underscore Spiderman, ditto. 1610, sensational underscore Spiderman, ditto. 8311, the underscore fantastic underscore Spiderham, ditto. 1610, spectacular underscore Spider Sable, ditto. 881211, supreme underscore Spider Sable, picture of the Pokemon, ditto. 1610, spectacular underscore Spider Sable, dang it. I should have done that too. I guess you really the supreme Spider-Man. I just got the reference. Grinning squinting face, grinning squinting face, grinning squinting face, it's a bit old, but I love game. A/N, only OG arcade fighters know that one. Here's a hint, KI. Those that guess correctly win the internet. 90214, shady underscore Spiderman, what is that, yellow thing? 881211, Spiderette, noir, that's pink. Anyways, sup, guys. I just got done with class when I saw this thing glowing. Neat features MJ. So, what I miss? 8311, the underscore fantastic underscore Spiderham, check the logs. The ship landed before Peter looked at his friends and said, got to go. We'll talk later. 881211, Spiderette, I just got here though. 881211, supreme underscore Spider Sable, you know we can continue the conversation after he leaves, right? The screen shut off as Peter and MJ walked out of the doors and onto a long white walkway that led to a massive futuristic-looking building with various panther statues here and there. Neat place, Peter looked around before thinking, too bad they haven't shared their knowledge with the rest of Southern Africa. I wonder what kept them from taking over. Morals. Perhaps a big baddie strong enough to fight back against Wakanda is keeping them from conquering the land. I haven't read many issues of that particular series, only a few hundred. Maybe I should pop by my old world and pick up a bunch of issues. By the time he had finished his thought, they arrived at the entrance and led inside. Waiting for them was Chala and his family. The king stepped forward with a cautious but stern expression as he said, "Welcome to Wakanda, Spider-Man and Woman." Chapter 93, Issue 93, The Amazing Web Part. Your Majesty. It's nice to meet you face to face. My name is Peter Parker, this is my fiancée Mary Jane Watson. This is my family, my daughter, Shuri. My son, Chala, and my wife Ramonda. The royal family all bowed politely before Shuri couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed over with a book and magazine in one hand and a marker in the other. One was a book on advanced scientific theory and space-age research. Peter smiled, is that my book? I thought only Avengers had access to copies, it's not ready for public release. I'm going to have to ask around about leaks. Shuri nodded her head, oh, I copied it when I visited New York. No one sold it to me. You mean you snuck in? Peter smirked as he signed the copy, I'm going to enjoy nagging at Fury about security. I told him to let me make magical features, but he thought that was overkill and didn't trust that hoodoo stuff. I would also appreciate if you told me how you snuck in. I'll tell you some other time, and this is Spider-Woman's first issue as a superhero model. Big fan, I see, MJ chuckled as she signed it. Shuri, enough, Chaka called his daughter back. Oh, enough. Enough with that puffy attitude already, I know enough about them to confidently say that they hate this stiff atmosphere. Look, Guy's still trying to hold back his laughter. Ha. Ha ha. Ah, your daughter is a riot, Peter laughed a few more times before his body became more relaxed. And being nuisance right now, we have these protocols for a reason, sister. Shuri stuck her tongue out at her brother. Perhaps I should send you back to your instructor. I think she made a mistake in your lesson in manners, the Queen sighed. First, let's start with proving the existence of the multiverse. Guys, say what's up. Peter clicked his watch and pulled up his good friends from across the multiverse. The holographic table reappeared with the Spider-folk all chatting to each other. 64, Ghost Spider, Noir, you have to stop. You're colorblind. Or rather, you whole universe is. 90214, Shady_Spiderman, mark my words, Ghost. I will figure out this color thing out. 616C, Amazing_Spiderman, yeah, let the colorblind man dream. To be honest, watching another version of myself that can't see tell red from blue is hilarious. 1610, Sensational_Spiderman, guys. 8311, the_fantastic_Spiderham, hey he could always use the Infinity Stone to oink it into existence. Peter looked at the shocked expressions and doubt on the Wakandian royal members. Ahem. Peter coughed into his hand. 1610, Spectacular_Spider Sable, wait, other me what's an Infinity Stone? 1610, Sensational_Spiderman, yo, guys. 881211, Supreme_Spider Sable, I don't know either. 881211, Spiderette, is it like Teach Merlin Stones? 1610, Sensational_Spiderman, guys. 616C, Amazing_Spiderman, sort of, but those gemstones the strongest has only wield a fraction of the full might of the Infinity Stones. You get those bad boys and you're basically a god above gods. Peter sighed, one moment. The space, reality, and mind gemstones lit up as Peter channeled them into his magic. Several portals opened up to show various forms of spider heroes all lounging around while speaking into their wrist devices. Sup? Peter called out, getting their attention. Oh, she. Benji opened his mouth in surprise. Watch it, adult Mary Jane Parker popped her head into the view of the portal, whose baby is in your arms right now. Ours, Benji gave that look all guys give when they're busted. Whose baby do we not want cursing at the daycare or with the babysitter? Ours. Benji sighed and pointed at the portal, but. No buts. And other Peter, it's nice to finally meet you. Hi Mary, MJ waved her hands. After seeing the suit on her other self, Benji's MJ gasped and said, holy she. See. Not so easy, is it? Benji jumped up as he covered her mouth, so, what you need, buddy? I was trying to tell you guys, Richie slapped his forehead. What's the skinny? New villain drop. That is how you kids say it, right? I heard Miles say that. Noir tilted his head into the room. Holy crap. Chala. Benji webbed over with Mayday in her chest harness. Pete. No web slinging with the baby. Benji wrapped his arm around Chala and said, how you doing, bud? Been a while since I've been in the castle. This isn't a castle, Chala still couldn't believe his eyes. Sure it isn't, Benji chuckled, hey Shuri. You still got that awesome lab downstairs. This is the coolest thing ever, Shuri mumbled. Sorry about him, he's like me if I had ADD, Richie gave a courteous head nod. Oh, so we're finally visiting, huh? Porky walked over and held out his hand, I'm Peter Porker. Nice to meet ya. You know, you're a real panther in my world. Is that a talking cartoon pig? The Queen asked. Oh, this just keeps getting better, Shuri said while smiling ear to ear. This a dandy place you have here. Noir looked around, never met royalty before. Peter, Porky, this is the Wakanda of my universe. I'd love to keep you around, but I'm just trying to prove what I am about to show them isn't fake. So, you're using us? That's messed up, man, Ghost Gwen joked. And here I thought he cared, Benji joined in. Is that all we are to you? Richie added while fake crying. I thought we had something special. Porky pulled out a handkerchief and blew into it. Guys, give the kid a break, Noir pinched the bridge of his nose. Several of the MJs looked at each other from the portal inside. My apologies for our husbands, Richie's wife shook her head while holding her Annie. Just so you know, MJ and I ain't married in my universe, Noir spoke up. But we are dating, you could put a ring on me if you're brave enough, Tiger. Black and White MJ announced as she stepped through the portal. This dame is going to be the death of me, Noir pulled his collar with a nervous look on his face. Noirme's pretty hot, Benji's wife said as she joined the room. What did you do for a living? I'm a singer at a popular club, darling. What about you? Actress, and a part-time superhero now, Richie's wife smiled. Model. Pete gave me his power set for protection, but I think I'll leave the crime fighting to him, Benji's MJ added. It's actually pretty fun. You should give a try, Richie's wife replied. My MJ's a clothing designer, and a water buffalo, a beautiful and kind water buffalo, Porky smiled softly. I'm all of those things rolled into one, and I'm a well-known scientific engineer, Peter's MJ bragged, except for the water buffalo thing, and I haven't sung since my junior high school's play. This has to be some kind of trick, right? Ramonda muttered. Shuri pulled out a gizmo and scanned the visitors. Nah, they're all real. Genetic sequence included. Except for this one, he has pig DNA. Well, I'm not just a pig, Porker nodded his head. Neat gizmo. It can scan the genetic structures with just light alone. Looks like you got some competition, MJ, Peter chuckled. I call them goobers, Benji shrugged his shoulders. Gadgets, Richie admitted. Doodads, Noir nodded his head. Wow, the nickname gets one generation older every time, Shuri snorted. Oh, yeah. What do you call them? Benji looked over. Tech, Shuri said with an expression as if that were the most obvious thing in the world. Damn, that is good, the other spiders said at the same time. Richie's MJ started laughing. It was so infectious that it spread to the others in the room. Wow, this has to be the third strangest thing that has ever happened to me, Benji's MJ wiped away a tear. Third? Darling, what is wrong with your world? Noir MJ asked. A lot, Ghost Gwen sighed. Well, meeting other people from different universes has happened a few times in our timeline, Richie's MJ said as she shook her head, so it's not too surprising now. Why do you think I said third? Benji's MJ smirked. So, Teach, where are you? I know Wakanda, but this don't look like it, Morales said as he looked out the window. Oh, don't tell anybody about this place. Think of it like an early Avengers secret. Wait, he gets to be an Avenger already. Davis pointed at his other self. You get there someday, kid, Richie patted his shoulder. You know, my version of Tony dropped by and sent me an invite recently, Ghost Gwen bragged before giving Shuri a hug. It's good to see you again, Panther Jr. Come on. Davis slapped his forehead. No, why, you know me in your universe. Yeah, you're the new Black Panther in my universe, Ghost Gwen replied. Chala gave a surprised expression. He never imagined his sister would take the mantle someday, especially when she's always saying that this work was for jocks. Spiderette walked over and told Davis, we're still in class, but we'll get our hero's license in a year and our Miles here will get it in 2. So, we get to choose whether to join S.H.I.E.L.D., SWORD, or the Avengers. Actually, it's the other way around, Peter said, they put in the recommendations based off your results. It's so you go to a suitable faction. But we are going to the Avengers, right? Morales looked worried. He had his sights set on joining the Avengers. I already put in the recommendation. Just have to wait until you graduate. Sweet, Morales nodded his head. Wait, what sword? Davis asked. Oh, that's our Space Defense Division. They're supposed to act like diplomats and strike force for any alien issues, Morales explained. More of the vicious attack group in my world, and not very legal, Benji commented. Same, Richie sighed. You guys made it to space. Noir looked completely surprised. Ahem. I'm sorry, but can you hurry this along? I am a king and have duties to attend to. All right, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to take over South Africa. The room became rather tense rather quickly. Whoa, dude. Did you become a villain in the last few minutes? Benji looked shocked to the core. Yeah, are we going to have a standoff here? Porky lifted a brow. You know that's a big move, kid, Noir crossed his arms, you need to explain. Now, hear me out. Africa needs a good leader, and Chaka fits that bill. That's hubris speaking. My father once thought of doing the same, but I thought it was more important to focus on ourselves. Because of that decision we have flour. Let me stop you right there. Peter held his hand up and snapped his finger. Various screens floated in front of everyone. Their slaves being abused, warlords attacking villages and charity organizations, children being sold, villagers dying from starvation, entire tribes being raided and sold on the black market, and so much pain coming from the citizens of this massive continent. I will give up much for such a power source, but I will not give up our slaves. The image was a video recording of the current king's discussion over the Arc King reactor. The leader of the country is scum. There are thousands of innocent people dying on your doorstep, and I can't do anything without risking another world war. King, Queen, the current state of this world is like a powder keg standing next to a match. Metahumans with amazing powers are popping up every day, technology is rapidly improving at a level due to the alien invasion, and every threat Earth will face in the future are beings that are far more advanced than you understand. How long before this environment breeds the next supervillain that wants to destroy the planet? How long do they have to suffer because of your seclusion? Spider-Man sighed as he saw the looks of shame on their face. I'm not here to admonish you. I want to give you everything you need to take over South Africa on your terms. Put an end to this madness once and for all. I'm begging you, not for me, but for those innocents that could live better lives. You're asking us to go to war, the king spoke. I'll ensure that no one else in the world interferes. Many people will die. The queen added. That tends to happen in war. But with our tech, advantages, and knowledge, it doesn't have to be that way. I'm willing to give you mine and the full support of the Avengers during this operation. We'll keep those so-called government officials and warmongers from ever opening their mouths. But you won't fight in the war yourself. I can't. If I get involved, publicly, then other nations that are profiting from that very same evil will use that to kick off another world war. However, this is your land, your home. If what you're doing is an inherently good thing, then it's the Avengers' job to protect such a movement from harm. If someone says let's go defend the slave-loving king of another country, no one's get on board with that idea, and if they do, we'll be there to stop them. Wow, babe, you really thought this out. Was this always your plan when you joined the Avengers? MJ showed a shocked expression. I need competent people in charge, people that can handle the responsibility of this crazy planet we live on. If it stops villains from being born, then I'll do everything in my power to make it happen. I can't tell how many worlds have spawned the worst villains due to a poor social environment. World enders, galaxy eaters, monsters that can kill entire universes, all born due to mishap and mistreatment. If this war can save millions of lives, no, even if could only save one, then isn't it worth it? The images on the floating screen changed, showing some of the worst and most pitiful villains born throughout the Marvelverse. An image showed the 616C universe of events. It started with the death of Chaka at the hands of the villain Claw. While the adoptive son of the royal family, the White Wolf, witnessed it happen firsthand. The queen was particularly heartbroken over this. Hunter was her child in this life and in the one she was viewing. It didn't matter if he wasn't their blood. To see her own husband die and her son witness the murder, it was enough to bring any mother to tears. Even after the death of his adoptive father, Chala refused to do something about the crime-infested streets of South Africa. So, thinking that Chala was too weak to lead, he challenged him to a fight for the throne and lost. However, the pain didn't vanish. He went out looking for the men that killed his father. It doesn't just hurt the innocents but your family too. Peter sped this image up a bit. Damn, that was a dark day. He pulled through though and they settled their differences, Benji commented. The image now showed Hunter and Kala meeting later and discussing that he'd like to see South Africa become as advanced as Wakanda someday, mere weeks before he was captured and enslaved by the very men that killed his father. Yet your sit-and-wait style led to this exact event. Kala was heartbroken to learn his brother thought he was a weakling, shocked that he lost his father due to their secluded nature, and devastated to learn he could have done something about it. The rest of the family wasn't faring too well either. Dozens of images from various multiverses showed them how much pain was caused due to their inaction. These are all real universes where events may slightly be different or exactly the same. But it doesn't have to be our future. I suppose you have seen as such. Chaka lifted a brow. Yeah, this world is relatively close to ours, where only a single difference was made a long time ago. Peter pulled the image to another universe where Chaka had heeded his father's advice. In one fell swoop, they managed to set on their conquest of taking over all of South Africa. After Chaka became king of Wakanda, he started the war by freeing slaves, protecting villages by imparting his wisdom and teaching across the land, and eventually caught the South Africans King ire. The people started to call him the true king of Africa. And so, Africa was embroiled in intense power struggle. Since he was around 40 in 1966, he lived through WW2 and the tension he put on the South African king made him join the war as a Nazi ally. In exchange for helping them with South Africa's conquest by ridding the slave trade and aid with hunting down warlords, around the time of Captain America's birth, Chaka joined the war as American allies alongside Britain, Russia, Canada, and France. His actions resulted in him saving millions and ending the war before the completion of the atom bomb. The Earth never became polluted due to them sharing just knowledge of their technological advances alone. There were a few hiccups, theft and assassination attempts, but they prevailed time and time again, leading the future to a brighter life. I like this world, a lot of death was avoided. That Earth was even able to fend off the first alien invasion better than we did. By the way, you look good for a dude pushing 80, Peter looked at the king. The serum our family takes provides certain benefits, Chaka almost sounded a little choked up. It's not too late. In fact, I think we can win this war without shedding a single drop of blood. Well, other than the corrupt royal family. The people are gonna want his head, especially the roughly 500,000 of those currently enslaved. Though, keep in mind, that about the lowest estimation that's been reported. By my estimations it's actually about 2.3 times higher. And what's in for you? The Queen asked, still very upset about the future in store for their adoptive son. This little blue ball I call home gets a little bit brighter, Peter smiled. If only things were so simple. Perhaps we should discuss this in another location. Man, this is heavy, Richie shook his head. I don't it's the right move to make, though, Benji added. Peter sighed, you think I haven't already tried diplomacy? This won't end until someone does something about it, and if it has to be me that pushes things forward, then so be it. Africa is a big place. You need some pretty advanced tech and lots of people to actually do what you're planning, Moore spoke up. You forget, friend, I can get the locations of every dirty villainous scum out here, their weapons, their armies, and even what the color of their underwear is. That does sound useful. The other stuff, not the underwear. Richie added. Please, Spider, people, follow me to the conference room, Chaka held his hand out to direct them. You got snacks in this place, we were supposed to go out for dinner tonight, Benji spoke up. Food sounds great. Who wants hot dogs? Porky called out. I hope you don't mind our wives and kids coming along, Richie rubbed the back of his head nervously. Your wives and children are not a problem, Chaka sighed. I'll feed them, Peter chuckled as he saw the look of frustration on the king's face. Chapter 94, Issue 94, The Amazing Web Part. Once they reconvened inside the main conference room with food he gathered from Venus, the group sat down and enjoyed a quick meal. The Queen complimented the two MJs on their baby's adorableness. The two Annies played with each other like siblings, and everyone complimented the chi-filled food. So, what I wanted to start with is the location of every warlord, base, and criminal in South Africa. Peter summoned a stack of papers that filled up a portion of the area. This should be all the evidence you'll need on criminals, corrupt politicians and government officials, villages with powerful metahumans that need teaching and safety, and a design for the African branch of Avengers. You've been thinking about this for a while now, haven't you? Shuri started looking through everything. Besides South Africa, North Korea, Eritrea, Mauritania, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Tajikistan, United Arab Emirates, China, Afghanistan, and Kuwait, so many different third world or underdeveloped countries to take care of and uplift. I'm going to busy for these next few months. You seriously think you can solve the world's biggest issues by yourself? Ghost said as she chowed down on a dragon cow steak. Who said I was by myself? I got you lugs help out, Peter grinned, and not to mention. 12 of his clones popped out of his body as he said, this is my current limit, but I could cut their power in half and triple this output. Aren't people going to get suspicious that there are so many Spider-Men and women helping out? Oh ye of little faith, Peter snapped his fingers, and they all took on the appearance of Black Panther's suit. Oh, I see what you're getting at, Benji said as he fed Mayday some of the soft baby food. Hold on, we haven't agreed just yet, the king spoke up, I can't just believe you're doing this for the greater good of the planet. Well, I am. Surely there must be something you're after. Ugh, again with the vibranium stuff. Look. Peter opened a portal to Venus, I have a whole planet to myself. I've got no interest in ruling over things, I don't give two squats about your resources, and I'm most certainly not doing this for Wakanda's technology. Now ain't that a flex, Shuri's eyes popped. I know, right. Morales' jaw was practically on the floor. You put in a lot of work since I last saw it, MJ commented as she noticed the various animals. I wanted the place to look nice for when we get married, Peter blushed a little. I get flowers and she gets a whole planet. 616C, MJ said jokingly. Oh, you cannot be serious. How did you terraform all of Venus? Benji shouted. Learn, alchemy and magic, and it's not that hard, Peter smirked. Wait, alchemy is real. Is that how you produced that vibranium earlier? Shuri asked with stars in her eyes. What about the Americans and Avengers? Chaka asked. The Avengers have access to the Null Realm and many different resources that you don't even know of. Resources are the least of America's worries now, MJ informed. As for technology, I think my Skrull ship I confiscated and information from various spacefaring aliens makes us top tier in the Milky Way, not just Earth. Wakandian technology included. Hey. Sorry Shuri, it's the truth, Peter smiled. So. Peter closed the portal. Any other doubts you want to clear up? If we aren't killing our opponents, what are we doing with them? Chala asked. Well, I've built a couple planet for prisoners at the far end of our star's gravitational pull. It has everything a person needs to live, and is cordoned off into severity of crime. There's the life without parole planet, rehabilitation planet, and exiled planet for the worst of the worst. They're about as big as our moons. Already have a bunch of prisoners on it too. Peter opened a portal to the out edges of the Sol system and revealed the large planetary bodies rotating parallel from each other in a grouping of 3, with each planet surrounded by a single set of crossing orbital rings. The light emitted by the ring kept the planets in sunlight while they rotated, and the poles running through the cores kept it all floating next to each other without them interacting. Is that where you sent Hydra? MJ asked. The guilty ones, yes. The rehabilitation planet is more like Earth and still has a connection to our planet's entertainment, music, movies, etc. Those that guilty of crimes but are victims of circumstances will be shown some leniency. They'll even be given power to govern themselves. Okay, he deserves the strongest title, Benji laughed. So, prison planets, what are the other 2 like? MJ asked. Oh, the life sentence without parole planet is that one. It belongs to people like crime lords, drug kingpins, slavers, corrupt politicians with war crimes, and those that violate human life willingly. It's a bit more restrictive, mandatory curfews, no entertainment, and only the bare bones necessary for living. They can only be moved to the rehabilitation planet if they actually change for the better. As for the exile planet, there isn't a single thing for them other than a wild landscape, of course, only psychotic murders and the worst of mankind go there. That's a little harsh, Ghost Spider spoke up. I'm not a cruel person. There's plenty of wildlife and plant life they can survive on. Weather isn't an issue either since the days will always be around 74 degrees. What are the odds of them escaping? Chaka asked. 0.0001%. They have to get past my tech, AI, and magic. Not something easy to do. Rockets, weapons, and spaceships are also dismantled by spells automatically. It is quite impossible to escape from here. I even turned the rings into a device that emits a light that suppresses various powers like the X gene. Even if they mutate in the future, they won't be able to harness whatever powers they manifest, and if they're enhanced by science or a serum, whatever material was empowering them is cleansed from their bodies long before they become prisoners. I see, the king gave a pensive stare. And what of any children? Well, only the rehabilitation planet is co-ed. It was my hope that it would become like a second Australia. Like a space Australia? Richie's MJ asked. Yes, like a space Australia. I figured since it worked on Earth, it might work in space too. I won't hold the children responsible for their parents' sins, so if they chose to let them return to Earth or deemed unworthy to raise a child, I'll personally see to any adoption issues. However, should the new generation choose to stay, they'd basically become wardens for the other 2 planets. The rehabilitation planet is a pretty posh and well-stocked planet. With over 2,800 squared miles of surface area and millions of years of resources, food, an ocean of subterranean water and lakes, no unnatural weather phenomena, it's basically its own paradise. I see, the Queen nodded her head, perhaps countless generations after, they can rejoin humanity. I'll make a protocol just for that, Peter replied. Isn't this kind of hinky? I mean, a personal prison, Noir asked. First of all, it's a tax-free prison, automated uncountable guards in the form of bots, and only the worst of the worst get sent there. Peter looked around the room before asking, how many times have your villains escaped prison? More than I can count, Benji sighed. Yeah, I'm a bit tired of kicking my Rouge Gallery's butts every Tuesday, Richie followed up. Tell me about it. Why is it so hard to keep them in their pins? And half the time they still manage operate from the inside. Porky slammed his head on the table. I deal mine the old-fashioned way, Noir patted the gun at his hip. Just once, I want to go a year without hearing, Electro's escaped, the vulture is at it again, Ghost Gwen sighed. It would certainly make our lives easier, several MJs nodded their heads. And it's still better than killing them, Benji admitted. Not to mention, our universe is about to become a multiplanetary species. You'd be surprised how common it is for planets to build their prisons in space, and not even half of them are as nice as mine, Peter added. Right, I keep forgetting that part. It's a little weird to hear humanity is about to inhabit multiple planets, Richie chuckled. I haven't even gotten started yet, I've done the calculations, and if I synchronize their orbits, I can fit dozens of planets right beside our own, create a web of interconnected rings that keep our planet spinning and healthy, and eventually encapsulate our star. Once we're at that stage, we can feed our own star and lift heavier metals out of it, extend its lifespan for a very, very long time. Wow, you're planning far into the future, Shuri mumbled. Have to, I'm going to live a very long time too, Peter smirked. Yo. What's that mean? Miles Morales lifted a brow. Well, I may have a perfected legendary elixir that can only be made from a philosopher's stone. You have a philosopher's stone? Benji and Richie asked at the same time. Yeah, it makes a pretty good power source for my gemstones too now. So, no more time limit. Also, I can make them. Peter held out his hand and created a couple before grabbing them. 2 cups appeared underneath his grasp as he squeezed out the energy from the stone into a red viscous liquid. The one on my back was forged with the Infinity Stones, so it makes a much more powerful version. It can even restore the use of godlike beings. Peter gave the cups to Richie, Benji, Noir, and their MJs. Drink up, my treat. It tastes a bit like cherry wine. Is this for real? Benji asked as he sniffed it a few times. Yeah, it doesn't affect use either, since it only stops the aging when it becomes detrimental to their bodies. I don't know if we should. Richie didn't know about becoming someone with an eternal lifespan. These are from a regular philosopher's stone. At most it'll extend your lifespan to around 1,000 years. More than long enough for you to learn to make philosopher's stones of your own. You see, while I can handle some if not most villains, there are certain immortal ones that are always causing trouble. You guys heard of Kong the Conqueror? Ugh, I wish I hadn't, Benji groaned. Yeah, he's going to be an issue, Peter sighed. Who is Kong? Chala asked. A multiversal immortal with serious self-hate issues. He just loves wiping out entire timelines just to kill himself. Anyways, if one shows up in your universe, we can team up to take him down. Right, well, I wouldn't mind being a few years younger. Benji looked rather tempted. I really think you should. After all, you can abuse your world's Kamartaj time room to learn magic, alchemy, get ahead of certain projects, make time for your family, and just all-around better life. Should we? He said we could make our own, so we don't have to worry about watching our loved ones dying, Benji's MJ said as she picked up the cup. The others joined in as Peter made more cups. So, what, an immortal spider hero club? Ghost Gwen commented. These things don't make you immortal, they do enhance your regeneration factor and extend your lifespan, but your head leaves your shoulders, you say bye-bye life. Sounds good to me, down the hatch, Noir was the first to drink. It does taste like cherries. Feel any different? Noir MJ questioned. A bit stronger, but nothing out of the ordinary. Noir pulled off his mask. Oh, your crow's feet are gone. Well, I'll be damned, I feel 28 again, Noir smirked. Goodbye bad back. Benji cheered as he gulped down the drink. The other spiders followed. Those that were underage didn't really feel any different, other than slightly more energetic, but those over the age of 30 certainly felt and saw the difference. Yeah, I feel really good, Benji and Richie said at the same time. Richie licked his lips, well, I stayed in pretty good shape. So, I don't feel that different. His MJ poked his elbow, liar. By now, most of the Wakandian royalty had managed to pick their jaws off the floor. It was clear just how much aligning with Peter would provide their kingdom. But as it turned out, Peter wasn't done with his sales pitch just yet. Here are 50 injection serums that contain the very same concoction that made Captain America that has been improved by yours truly. I've made it so it's compatible with the flower you use to make the Black Panther. I want you to use this to form the foundation of the African branch of the Avengers. Of course, this comes with stipulations. Chaka, you must become the final council member of the main Avengers. I need some time to discuss this with my family, the king looked to the other spiders. If you could give me a few minutes, I would appreciate it. No problem, Peter got up and nudged his head to the others. 50. You managed to recreate the super soldier serum? Benji questioned as they all started walking out of the room. Please, that was made in the 1940s, I've improved it several times over. If the Wakandian family takes it on top of their current augmentation, the effects will be even greater. Dude, share, Richie popped his head up next to Peter's. Here. Decode, make your own, do something good with it, Peter tossed them a vial. They caught it and gave him a surprised look. We're joking, they both looked at their vials in shock. Well, it's yours now. In fact, I'll give out 2 to each of you, 1 for you to study and 1 for all of you to use. It's the least I can do since you're all helping me with this whole Shadow War issue. A war without bloodshed, it's never been done before. At least, not on the scale you're planning, Moore spoke up. Then let's be the first, Peter replied as they all went downstairs and waited at the entrance of the building. While they chatted and killed time by joking with each other, the royal family was having a serious conversation. So, we're taking the deal, right? Shuri eyeballed the case of super soldier serum in front of her. I can't figure him out. I am not sure if we can trust him, Chaka replied. Father, for once, I agree with Shuri. After seeing the state of our land, I cannot turn a blind eye to it any longer, Chala sighed as he recalled the countless images of his African brothers and sisters suffering. It was never a pretty picture, but even perhaps I didn't want to know what went on in my old kingdom, the queen showed a remorseful expression. Did I make a mistake not taking my father's advice? Chaka sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Shuri, is he really such a trustworthy hero? I'm telling you, this guy has done more good for the world than anyone before him. He's helped clean up the planet's pollution with Tony Stark, eased human and mutant, or metahuman relationships and gave them Mars, put countless bad guys behind bars, and took down world-conquering aliens and Nazis. I think he's pretty trustworthy. In fact. Shuri grabbed the serum and injected herself with a vial. Shuri. They all gave a shocked and worried expression. However, her body glowed brightly for a moment and suddenly became slightly bulkier and even grew half a foot. Whoa. Feels like an ocean of electrical currents are coursing through my veins. This stuff is legit. She then accidentally put too much pressure on the table and caused it to snap. The box of S.S serums was flung into the air, but luckily, Chaka and Chala were quick enough to grab it before it hit the floor. Oops, sorry. Phew, Ramonda let out a sigh of relief while the men picked up the case slowly and put it back on the table. You know these things are made of some seriously tough-tempered glass. Shuri dropped the empty vial on the ground and showed them how high it could bounce. We didn't know that. The father and son looked rather embarrassed. So, what do we do with this? Chala asked. Chaka looked at them with intense scrutiny until his eyes shifted upward. The grief-stricken faces of those enslaved, the pain the criminals inflicted upon his people, and hopeless stares from those being exploited, those graping his land and citizens, they were all seared into his mind. Dear Bast, I pray that this is the right decision. He picked up the serum and injected himself. Just like Shuri, his body glowed. Only, the transformation was more apparent. His body took on a younger form, his muscles returned and were slightly bulkier than they were in his prime, and he was almost 6 inches taller. Oh, my. He did say that it was compatible with our Panther formula, but wow, Dad. You look so. I haven't felt this good in years, no, I've never felt this strong before. So, we've decided. Romanda smiled as she held her husband's cheek. Yes, I will pass out the remaining vials to our most valiant warriors. Chala, wife, take yours. I will meet with the spiders now. Kala looked over the serum and shrugged his shoulders. The two injected themselves and felt the same surge of energy coursing through them as their powers and physiques were greatly enhanced. The king made his way down the stairs to see the spiders goofing off and playing with the baby. Despite the chaos of it all, it actually made Chaka less weary of the group. Why would you give the baby a web shooter? Richie and Benji's MJ stared at culprit. To be fair, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Benji shrank back at their intimidating pressure. I have to admit, it's a cool idea, and look, she's a natural, Richie spoke in his counterpart's defense. Annie hung from the web line attached to the roof and laughed as the tension from the web made her twirl back and forth. Come on down to Auntie Gwen. Ghost Spider held her hands out in case the baby fell. Are all nieces and nephews like this? Davis paled as watched her swing side to side. As she giggled at their attempts to catch her, Richie's Annie looked up at her father with puffy cheeks. Maybe I should make some for. Don't even think about it. 1610, MJ frowned. The jealous look on Annie's face turned to one of sadness. She stuck her lip out and pouted as she gave her father one of the most adorable puppy dog eyes that they had ever seen. I know. Richie put his daughter in his arms and whispered, I'll make you some later. I heard that. She'll be fine. Peter walked up and gave her a stern look. Annie, come down right now. You're scaring your mom. Benji's Annie pouted as she jumped on his head and crawled onto his chest. Bah. 616C, Annie held her arms out for a hug. Lucky you're so cute, Peter gave he a hug as he placed her on his shoulder. How'd you do that? Both the parents asked. Mild telepathy. I just communicated with my feelings and thoughts, Peter said as Annie held onto his face and giggled. Ahem, Chaka cleared his voice. Oh, hey. Looks like you tested the serum's efficiency yourself. How is it? I'm curious about comparing the combination of the serum and the previous augmentation combined versus just using the SS serum. The effects were as rumored, the king replied, still feeling the surging change within himself. So, should I take this as an agreement? Before I agree to your proposal, I want to know. Why do you care? What drives you to be a hero? Peter thought for a second and then handed off baby Annie to her mother. Do you know who the philosopher Edmund Burke is? I am familiar with many philosophers, but I'm afraid I haven't heard of that one. Not surprising, he was an Irish statesman born in Dublin during the 17th century. Look him up sometime, he's got some interesting thoughts. But the one I want to focus on right now, this one. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Peter looked to his fellow spiders. Each of us were granted extraordinary powers, whether it's our minds of the abilities of the spider. We have all this power, yet we're just supposed to stand by while evil prospers. He shook his head as he walked up to his fellow Peters. In each of our timelines, our uncle gave us something precious. A code to live by, a purpose that makes us who we are. Benji and Richie smiled softly while Noir nodded his head while crossing his arms. Porky grinned under his mask. With great power comes great responsibility, they all spoke in unison. I live by this creed, our silly little motto. So, Chaka, I grant you my power, so I ask you use it responsibly. Help me bring peace and prosperity to this nation. Help us push all of humanity to the next stage as a species. Peter then thought of something else and smiled. Another smart guy I know said that if we're going to go to space, we should probably fix Earth first. Ooh, and who said that? My dad. Peter crossed his arms. Chapter 95, Issue 95, The Amazing Web Part. The group went back into the conference room and Peter discussed what he had planned in finer details. Firstly, I want to mimic what your other self did in the South African King timeline. The good news is that uplifting the other villages can go quicker towards the sea because of how close Wakanda is to it. Meaning that we can recall the troops you send out to reinforce other groups. Peter then made Webster put up a holographic display of South Africa's map. The white dots are villages, while the ones with stars are where powerful spellcasters, metahumans, and most brilliant people live. Squad A will find and recruit them. Then, bit by bit, we'll swallow up the citizens and make them Wakandan. How will you convince them to leave their homes? The king questioned. How? By offering them heaven, of course. I know you can't support the massive influx of new citizens, but you have me and my fiancé's tech to help out with that. We can extend Wakanda City and make countless buildings to support every last person in Africa if need be. Peter created a working 3D model of Wakanda with his reality gemstone before MJ dismantled it and rebuilt a machine that used the natural environment's resources to build sturdy buildings and houses. We can upscale this, so providing a place to live and food to eat isn't an issue, MJ smiled. If you give us the schematics of how you want to build up the city, we can build according to that plan. Good to hear. Chaka looked to his daughter. How quick can you make those plans? Piece of cake. I'll just think of it like grinding a Minecraft world. We'll need someone to let them know of the construction taking place and what becoming Wakandan means. The people's hearts won't move without proof, the queen informed. Propaganda squad, that's a good idea, Peter snapped his fingers. It's not propaganda if it's true, Noir pinched the bridge of his nose. What are the blue dots for? Shuri questioned. Places that have the highest priority, starvation, droughts, animal attacks, disease, villages that have issues with raiders, basically, those that are in the most in need or in danger of immediate bodily harm. Then the red dots. Chala spoke up. Targets. Criminal organizations, slavers, warlords, and the red stars are their bases of operation. The red crowns are the leaders of the prospective criminal enterprises. Then I'm guess the green dots are those that are well off, farmlands, and small towns, Romanda added. Yep, they're just as important, but not in any danger, Peter gave the queen a thumbs up. The black dots are building areas, zones selected for reforestation, water capture facilities, and resource sites. Ooh, we get to use the green gun. Please say we can use Parker Industries' green gun, Shuri's eyes sparkled. Is that what you kids are calling it? Peter lifted a brow. What's the green gun? He didn't tell you. Peter pulled out the newest model. The old one was bigger and more suited to terraforming. This one was handheld and could be used on individual plants. He pointed at an azalea plant and shot it until it grew to double its girth and size. Hey, isn't that Greenman's gun? How'd you get that? Guy always set his devices to self-destruct if anyone held it but him. For build sites, we should put priority on making farmland, animals, and water storages. Right, people got to eat. I create cattle farm and other produce factories before the buildings. We shouldn't overtake nature completely, rather than build in between where it's most bountiful. I'll make sure not to overpopulate the city building designs. Shuri nodded her head and tried to think of a way to blend nature with a massive technologically advanced city. My machine uses the natural environment to make the house, and it uses the biggest resource to make materials from. So, if that material is dirt, the machine will build using recompressed stone. I can work those into my design. Wait, does it tear down the plant life too? Yes, but it also leaves a sapling in its place and a green gun option to grow them. By the way, I'm a pretty big fan of Minecraft too, Peter got me hooked on it. World building is fun, Peter chuckled, and it was a good practice. What's Minecraft? Several of the clueless ones asked. You can download the game and use my profile, just don't mess with any of my worlds, Peter said as he pushed a few screen options on his holographic display. Benji and Richie looked at the game with interest. It's a block game. Hey, I upgraded it several times, it's basically the same thing, but I overhauled the world graphics to look real. The only time you see blocky structures is when you use the player character to do stuff with it. How did you deal with the slopes? Shuri asked. I added percentage blocks for every block in the game. You get bits of other materials and objects you mine or dig, it fills up until it gets to 100%, and then it gets deposited in your inventory as a block. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. Can I get a copy of the O.S? Guys, maybe finish the game plan first before game talk, Richie shook his head. Sorry about that, I tend to get sidetracked sometimes. So, anyways, let's see, 3 types of grain, dozens of various vegetables and plant produce, and livestock first. Building residential houses second, and then larger facilities like schools and production factories for workers later. Shuri started sketching something into a pad with a stencil. I'm curious, if you have all this power, why not fight the war by yourself? Chala asked. For one, it's not my country. The change has to start with the people. Africans should deal with African problems just like Americans should deal with American problems. While I could probably go scorched earth and angry god mode, relying on me is only a temporary solution, but if the change starts at the foundation, the effects will be more solidified and the desire for a better tomorrow will take root, Chaka mentioned as he looked like he just had some sort of revelation. You have a mind of a king, young Parker. Would you care to become a Wakandan counselor? We could use someone with your strategic thinking. Ah, you're making me blush. But my interest lay elsewhere. I want to raise my family in a peaceful world and enjoy my life to the fullest. I see, a shame. My son would benefit from such a thing. Well then, let's move on to the next issue. How long do you think it'll take for the South African king to catch on to what's happening? Chaka questioned. Well, as long as we avoid the major cities, a couple of days at most, Benji commented. But with 50+ super-powered Black Panther units in us, well, we can knock that out in one. As long we have a fast enough ship, Richie added. Oh, our ships are plenty fast, Shuri smirked. We should start with propagating information about Wakanda to these tribes first, Noor spoke up as pointed to a few spots on the map. When you want information to spread quicker, you need to pick and choose the best locations. These villages are right along the biggest river in Africa, and all animals congregate at the waterhole. Something you learned from your days as a reporter? Peter asked. My uncle and aunt taught me plenty from their soapbox years, Noor nodded his head. I can't help but wonder, when are you from? Shuri asked. His timeline is roughly around the age of America's Great Depression. Is that what our era in history is called? Damn, it actually fits, Noir MJ sighed. Oof, tough break, Shuri cringed. It'll get better. Seeing the strongest in action has made me rethink my methods. Perhaps I can save my world in the same way he's saving his. Always said you had a heart of gold, Tiger, Noir MJ winked at him. We'll plant informants to spread information along the biggest water channels, the Queen got them back on track. So, we need a propaganda squad, a migration squad, and a recruitment squad for the first phase of the plan. The second phase will be making assault squads for hitting criminal organizations, slave camps, and warlords. Once we cut off the chain of money that flows into the kingdom, the South African king will probably catch wind of what's going on. However, we are but a myth to them, our secrecy shall become our greatest weapon. Chaka could see the moves Peter had planned. Phase 3 is the dethronement of the current king. When he sends out his armies, we make our move. The capital will be on high alert, but if Shuri can sneak into Avengers Academy, then I suppose that's a non-issue for you guys. Once the South African king is custody, the army will fall before a single blow is struck. But we need to act quickly, Ramonda grabbed her chin while in deep thought. As quick as lightning, MJ nodded her head. To show we aren't the same as the previous king, we offer a trial and for the people to decide his fate, Morales added. It won't be pretty, I've been reading this guy's file for a while now, and if half of this stuff in here is real, then I know what they'll be calling for. An execution. Which is what we're aiming for, Chaka nodded his head. Those that are still in favor will hold their tongue once they see what punishment awaits them, Chala said as he crossed his arms. Long enough to call the herd, Porky rubbed his stubble, maybe put in a few of your own men as politicians before the trial. That should make it easier to uncover deal with those oinkers. A very wise idea, Pigman. Chala still couldn't quite wrap his head around a cartoon world where he was an animal. I'd get White Wolf and his pack on my side before doing any of this. He can make a good informant with his ties to the police force, Peter commented. I'll give him a call, Ramonda said as she looked at the map again. Now, onto some extra help to absorb the continent. I know a few X-Men that would be glad to help. Storm being the one with the biggest connections to South Africa is a prime choice. They pretty much worshipped her as a goddess, so we can definitely use that to our advantage. Peter pulled up a file of people that would prove helpful for their endeavor. It's been a while since I've seen Aurora, MJ smiled. Aurora? You know her. Chala showed a surprised expression. The queen let out a knowing smile as she said, how is that little rain dancer doing? It's been ages since we last saw her. When Chala was young, he used to sneak out of the barrier to go visit her. Mom, please, not the time, Chala sighed as the rest of the room snickered a couple of times. Right, any other suggestions? Brother Voodoo. You need to snag this guy up to lead your magic division. In one reality, his gift for magic was so powerful that he became the next Sorcerer Supreme. Peter pulled up the file. Jericho Drum, 25 years old, birthplace Haiti, current residence, South Africa, master of voodoo and a student of the mystic arts. He's a bit young right now, but his talent is top tier in this universe. With the right training and guidance, you can set up an African school of magic, and this is just the right guy to lead it. Chala was moving through the various files of African meta-humans and mystics, to think such talents were, how did you put it, at our front doors? Exactly my point, Peter smiled. Once Wakanda has united South Africa, I'll start making my way north to deal with other issues. The Middle East. Richie lifted a brow. Yeah, there are so many problems there. Hopefully things will cool down there once I start reforesting the deserts. Both figuratively and literally, Benji followed up. You should leave some of the desert near the ocean. Jungles and rainforests depend on their nutrients, Shuri spoke up. I'll keep that in mind, Peter nodded his head, a canyon or massive forest maybe. A canyon wall is a pretty good idea, but it'd have to be shaped to funnel the air in the pattern we need. Shuri scribbled down some more notes. You're in charge of landscaping design, I'm sure you can figure it out. So, what's next on the agenda? MJ asked. Now, we start operations. I imagine it'll take a couple of days to get your propaganda squad together and give them suitable information to spread. What do we do until then? Davis asked. Well, we are in a hidden utopia, might as well act like the tourist we are and go shopping or something. I'll get you back home and pick you guys up when we start this whole crazy plan. I can show you around, Shuri spoke up. You have work to do, her father stopped his daughter before she could even stand up. Do you take USD, what's the exchange rate, all of the MJs asked in unison. We do take U.S currency. Chaka sweated a bit. Sorry, but your money is useless here, the other Peters said to their wives as they shook their heads. Yeah, but strongest here can cover the bill, Benji wrapped his arm around Peter's shoulder. You know, I haven't checked my bank account in a while. Peter pulled up the file, would you look at that, I'm a 15 billion. 15B, bill. Benji couldn't believe his eyes. You got more than me, Richie laughed. That without adding in my share too, MJ smirked. Ah come on, Benji cried, why does money hate me so much? Dude, if you're looking for easy money, just copy some of my inventions and sell them in your universe, it's not like copyright laws exist across dimension. MJ can even look at films we have that they don't and snag it to further her own career. We'd be idiots not to take advantage of our multidimensional web of information. Heck, I'm sure you already got some prototype of my inventions just in weapon form for your villains. Ah. Benji's mouth opened but he couldn't formulate a proper sentence. It was that easy, bro, Davis started laughing. I swear, you have access of worlds of infinite possibilities, and money is still an issue for you. I'm starting to doubt your intelligence. Ha. Oh, he's got you there babe, Benji's MJ started laughing. Benji let out a sigh of resignation. Oh, and a monocolored human might be a bit too much for the people here, Peter snapped his fingers and gave the two black and white beings color. Oh, this is, wow. Noir MJ looked at her hands. You hair, it's red, Morales shook his head. Welcome to the wonderful world of color. Paintings will never be the same, Richie laughed. Oh, and you don't need all the infinity stones, just your universe's reality stone to give it color. I think it should still be in space being guarded by an asteroid-sized tentacle monster called Zyamber. I can give the coordinates and the vehicle to get there. I'll think about that. Traveling the stars is rather romantic, Diva MJ replied. Don't know about the giant tentacle monster though, Noir sighed. My suggestion to each of you is to get rid of your infinity stones in your universe. Damn things never do anything good but cause trouble. How'd you deal with yours? Benji asked. I sent them to the end of space and time for the Phoenix Force to rebirth the entire universe. When the last star dies, they'll appear before the Phoenix to start the next Big Bang. That's, I never thought of it like that, Richie and Benji spoke in unison. They may be nasty little stones responsible for the largest kill counts any universe has ever seen, but even they have their intended use. Great, let's go. Porker shouted before Shuri grabbed him, you're coming with me, Spider Pig. I'm not dealing with the panic a cartoon hero might cause. That's not fair, this is discrimination. Peter and the rest laughed and started walking towards the door when he stopped, scratched his head, almost forgot, gonna need a tour guide. Anyone you can recommend, Your Majesty? I think I know just the person, Chaka smiled. Author note, $1 imaginary to those who can guess is going to be their escort. Chapter 96, Issue 96, The Amazing Web Part. The group sat across from a very silent, and by the look of it, a very annoyed tourist guide. Ah, so, it's nice to see you again. Peter held out his hand. Oyok was tapping her foot against the ground before saying, this is not how the leader of Wakanda's most elite task force should be spending time. Think of it like a break. Peter shrugged his shoulders. I don't take breaks, provides an enemy to slip through my security perimeter. Think of it like a short vacation. Benji said as if it were a question. Oyok lifted a brow as if to ask him if he were serious. Dude, somebody say something and make this less awkward. Richie looked to his right. I don't know, man. I'm still freaked out that she didn't freak out over the whole multiverse thing. Morales whispered back. This chick a stone wall, Davis replied. You're 2 feet away, whispering does no good. Oyok lifted a brow. I got it. Wanna hold my baby? Benji held out Mayday. Ooh, that's a great idea. Richie joined him. The 2 babies blinked with wide eyes before smiling and grabbing out to Oyok's face. Ahem, while they are quite adorable. If you're anything like my Oyok, I know you can't resist this cuteness, Benji added. Give it up and hold the babies, just let it happen. Richie nodded his head. It's cathartic. The 2 fathers spoke in unison. The 2 babies giggled with an innocent smile that melted her heart in an instant. She took both Annies and smiled at them. A child is a treasure, you shouldn't be handing them out to anyone. It's a good thing we know you aren't anyone. Benji and Richie MJ smiled across from the now doting auntie they remembered. You 2 are so cute. Oyok felt them grab her finger, and quite the grip. She inherited more than her dad's smarts, MJ said as she made funny faces to get more giggles out of the babies. So, they are spiders like yourself? Yep, and the cutest ones I've ever seen. Yes you are. Spiderette scratched one of their bellies with her finger. They took turns holding the babies and playing with them until they arrived at the capital and the biggest shopping district in Wakanda. Of course, money wasn't an issue, and they ended up going on quite the spree. Peter spent roughly $500,000 in just one day. They didn't hold back at all and bought whatever caught their eyes. When they all took a coffee break, they treated Oyok and chatted back and forth about their lives. So, what did you buy? Noir asked. Same as you, books, Peter replied with a smile. Why though? Everything is digital these days, Miles Morales scratched his head. You kids just don't understand the allure of words on papers, Noir sighed. There's just something about turning the page that hits different than scrolling on a tablet, Peter added. Boomers, the Gwens and Miles smirked. That is the dumbest thing you 2 have said yet. I hate people who do that crap, Peter's eyebrow twitched. Seriously, who does that? Classifies an entire generation based off record birth rates and not accomplishments. You know why so many had so babies back then? Because the economy was at its best. I mean, we Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Industrial Age, yet we get called Boomer Age. Benji shook his head. Shame the kids these days had to mess it up, it was pretty much a golden age in America history. That's what we should call it, the golden age. Hey. I'm working on fixing it. I'll have you know that due to the advancements of technology, schools in America have improved greatly. There are tons of new jobs, crime has dropped significantly, and we've managed to weed out countless corrupt politicians and government officials. With the Avengers, I helped make the new golden age. In comparison, your age was silver at best. Peter shook his head. The group started laughing while Oyok nodded her head. Respect your elders, kids. They've lived longer so they have great wisdom to impart, the good ones anyways. We'll keep that in mind, the Gwens and Miles replied as they saw her give them a harsh stare. They shivered a little, but all that tension faded when she went back to feeding the 2 babies. Say ah. Ah. Peter took a few pictures and sent them to the others, who then in turn thanked him for it. After a few minutes of joking around, Peter returned with the others and sent them home for the day. He then worked with MJ and Shuri on making plans for the new city extensions. They spent 4 days spreading information to the various villages and towns until a group from the X-Men arrived. All who were of once natives of Africa. With Storm helping to spread the word, they were finally able to make their move. He summoned back his friends and gathered them alongside the new super-enhanced members of the Royal Guards. Oyok was the first one who had gotten the SSS upgrade and stood with a smile on her face as she was debriefed on the situation. Keep in mind, some of these enemies we'll be facing today have extraordinary powers. I've given out a list of targets that contain weaknesses and strategies for handling them in a fight. I expect you to spend this day going over and memorizing the information. A quarter of our forces will be for relocating new citizens in newly constructed parts of the city. From this day on, Wakanda will save Africa from itself, the king announced as the men and women cheered. Oyok has been waiting for this moment her whole life. She was a supporter of Chaka's father's dream to unite South Africa under a single king, but she was also very loyal, so she'd never voice such an opinion. She didn't know how Peter had done it, but she was more than happy to finally have a chance to rid the Great Plains of the scum that have plagued it for so long. These brave heroes have chosen to join us in our endeavor. Benji, Richie, Noir, Porker, the Gwens, and both Miles stood up in what looked like a panther-style spider armor. We must keep their true identities a secret until the war is over, but know this, they have your king's trust and promise to do everything in their power to help complete this impossible endeavor. They had doubts, not of their king's judgment, but of the new stranger's level of skill. When Oyok walked up and shook their hands, the doubts faded in an instant. If their leader trusted their abilities, then it was more than enough for them. The guards let out a cheer as the king commanded them prepare for war. Well, I got work to do with MJ, you guys ready for tomorrow? I won't lie, we're pretty nervous. First war? Benji asked as he sat next to Davis. You've been in a war? A few, one that was completely secret too, Benji chuckled. Did you? No, I kept my vow. I didn't have to kill, and you won't either. Just focus on doing what you've always been doing. Which is? Davis lifted a brow. Being a hero, Richie came over and sat next to him. What you up to? Ghost Gwen popped her head down from the ceiling. Hey Gwen, how are you not nervous? Who said I'm not? This is definitely the biggest operation I've ever take part of, yet, when that guy is calling the shots, it's just easier to go with the flow. Relax, me, Morales sat on his other side, confidence is key. I can see your knees shaking, Spiderette chuckled. I'm just excited, Morales looked the other way. We may be part of the attack force, but it's nothing we haven't done before. Beat up the bad guys, arrest them, save people, Richie said as he gave him a nod of confidence. But most of all, stay safe, Benji rubbed his head before getting up. The Parker from another universe then walked up to Peter and asked, so, you got everything you need? Yeah, Benji. I do. Having second thoughts. No, I know this is the right move. The longer I sit on my hands, the more people will suffer for it. I believe this with all my heart. I'm just worried about if things get out of control. I guess I have to put my trust in Chaka's army, Peter sighed as he started walking away. I've got a few cities to build. Take care of those rookies and I'll give you all something special before you go home. Alright boss. Peter met up with MJ and Shuri to head out ahead of time and get started, and within minutes of flying on their airships, they were flying over the very edge of the barrier. Here are the plans, Shuri held up a file on the tablet with an excited expression. I'll take east, you take west, Peter said as he held out his hand and took the tablet. He then created everything MJ would need for her machines before he jumped out of the aircraft. While Shuri marveled over the components he made, MJ used her ability to make the young princess eyes shine as bright as stars. So cool. Shuri walked around the large 3x3-foot cube-shaped box. MJ smiled at her and said, can you take me to the drop points? We're going to have to hurry if we want to match his pace. A series of buildings popped up out of nowhere, drawing everyone's attention. A river formed instantly, trees sprouted like magic, and healthy green grass spread out everywhere the eye could see. Animals and fields of food started popping up in various locations alongside the buildings and equipment need to run them. Hey, think you can keep up? I might finish before you guys leave. Peter said over the comms. So, it's a race, huh? Move the ship to the marked locations. Shuri pulled up a screen with all the locations they'd need to visit in just 7 hours. They flew off to the far end of their construction zone and started dropping more and more of the boxes to the ground. The moment they hit the dirt, the machines turned on instantly and grew legs and arms before it suddenly started converting the area with alchemy into various materials needed for building. MJ then downloaded the schematics Shuri had sent her and watched as it started constructing entire buildings for residential sectors alongside planting and growing dozens of different types of trees and grass. You have to let me take one apart. Shuri begged with her eyes. Sure, when we're done. On to the next location. In total, she made roughly 500 black box building machines that roamed Africa. Besides constructing entire cities, it was expanding the barrier of Wakanda bit by bit until it covered almost every last bit of open space they could take. At the crack of dawn, MJ and Shuri had returned to the center of the project and saw Peter waiting for them. Ah, come on, I thought we made great time, Shuri cried out. You did, I only finished 3 hours ago, Peter chuckled. It looks good, MJ said as she saw the spiraling buildings made with vibranium and other various rare materials. How's your side look? The spider hero asked. MJ passed over the tablet and he looked through the images. Sweet, you redistributed the natural resources and made a big hole for water storage. 10 of them are about 2.5 by 2.5 kilometers holes. I used alchemy to draw water from the air and environment while the dirt was transformed to stone basins filled and capped off. There's enough clean water for them to drink for thousands of years. Not bad for only using materials that are on site. These things can probably be used to terraform entire planets if we tweak them a bit here and there. We could use magic to create materials like water and air, MJ said as they started geeking out. As their discussion became more complicated, the pilot looked at Shuri and asked, "These are the most popular American heroes?" "Yeah, aren't they great?" Shuri grinned as she absorbed the information from their conversation. They eventually flew back to the city around the time the migration and assault squad were moving out. Peter played the part of man in the wheelchair and oversaw the entire operation. Richie and Benji worked together in taking down every last drug den and corrupt enterprise, funding them with a team of the new Assault Panther Quadrant. With their years of experience fighting against drug lords and Kingpin on top of having their locations and weaknesses, it was rather simple for them to track down and remove their targets with ease. But they didn't stop there. They went after any big-time villain they could get their hands on. In just one day, they managed to take down Moses Magnum, Radioactive Men, the entire Sons of the Serpent Cult, and some seriously messed up serial killers. Miles and Miles teamed up with Porky to hit drug money and stashes all across the African continent. They took the money and stored them in spatial rings made by Reed and Peter and turned them over to the Allied forces. The money would be returned to the people while all the drugs were destroyed. They had to take down quite a few goons, but with cartoon powers, advanced tech, and mechanical symbiote-empowered Spider Sable, they stood very little chance. There was a guy calling himself Lord Carnage that had some interesting sonic tech, but he went down in a single blow. Gwen went after criminals of all sorts. She cleared out villages with the rescue squad and got them aid when they needed it most. Sometimes that included taking down warlords that were terrorizing the place or several villains from the Black Panther Rouge catalog. However, they were surprised to meet a man by the name of Tetu. He was an older man, but his powers to manipulate nature aided them in a fight against a giant white ape. Tetu was once a Wakandan warrior, but he left to search for something greater than himself, discovering wild magic that allowed him to manipulate the very nature around him. He showed a keen interest in what the Wakandans were up to and decided to act like an ally until he saw what was going on. Until then, Gwen made their way across the African continent rescuing impoverished villages and beating up bad guys with plenty of ease. They even managed to successfully recruit Brother Voodoo into the ranks of Wakandan citizen. When the horde of ships finally completed their journey, they ended up in a massive pre-built city big enough to hold roughly 2 billion people. Brother Voodoo and Tetu couldn't believe their eyes as they walked into the city limits. Houses were given away and land rights with them, farms, schools, factories, everything was provided for. Of course, this was only for the migration. Once everyone settled in, they would have to pay taxes and work, just like any other living city. Luckily, their new rulers were kind and just. With the tech provided by Wakanda, it would be easy to teach them how to live and work in this place. Noir and the White Wolf worked together with their prospective squads, tying up communications for several factors while spreading false information. Occasionally, they had to bust up some spies and politicians that were catching on, even going so far as to hijack a few satellites to feed it doctored photos and video feed. Black Panther, Oyok, and her crew of super soldiers took down hundreds upon hundreds of slavers, raiders, entire warlord factions, destroyed the facilities built to steal African resources such as rare metals and minerals, and took down some of the biggest villains in his Rouge Gallery. Before, they may have given him trouble, but with the extra boost from the super soldier serum, the Black Panther and his assault squad were able to handle them with ease. When Peter saw the results, he couldn't help but smile as he thought, man, they weren't kidding. An army of these guys could destabilize an entire nation. I wonder how long until Fury notices. Peter continued with the operation, and it went on well into the next day without any major issues. He even joined the recruitment and rescue squad now that the building and terraforming was finished. MJ went with the migration squad and met up with Storm and the other X-Men that came to help. Needless to say, it continued to their way, right up until the third day, both surprising and upsetting Peter. Surprised that they managed to keep it under wraps longer than expected, but pissed that the South African king called in the Avengers claiming that the Wakandans were an alien force attacking. He called up Fury and was tapping his foot against the grated floors of the aircraft he was riding in. What? Ignore what's going on in Africa. The tech is terrestrial in origin. And on another note, why in the hell did you even agree to meet with that asshole? It's our job. Wait, how do you know what's going on in Africa is human in origin? Fury pinched the bridge of his nose. Samantha, Deep Winter Protocol. Going dark mode, the I answered. The hell was that? A private and secure setting for our call. We have that. Fury smiled. Ever hear of a place called Wakanda? No. Well, they're like the African version of Atlantis or El Dorado. Ancient, powerful, sitting on a mountain of mythical metals, and have highly advanced technology. Now do me a favor and pull back all Avengers. Do you have anything to do with this? I think it'll all be made clear in a couple of days. Until then, make sure they know that it isn't an alien attack. A lot of shit is about to hit the fan, and I don't want the Avengers anywhere near fan. I'll send some files to let you in on a prisoner transport log to use for the new prison we've been talking about. You finished it? Yeah, it's done. Alright, let's see this list. Fury wasn't a dumb person. It only took him a bit to figure out Peter's plan after seeing the hundreds of criminals scrolling past his eyes. Spring cleaning, huh? You're going down a tightrope, son. This is a risky play. I know. Do you disapprove? Hell no. I know you're not one to start something you can't finish. So, fuck 'em up, Avenger. Only wish I could be there to help, Fury grinned. You want to? I can portal you over. We're almost done with the migration. You know what, things have been pretty lax around here since Tony and you completed the worker A.is programming. I haven't had a chance to dust off my knuckles in a week. Ha ha ha. Well then, a portal opened up in the aircraft, shocking some of the squad units traveling with him. Fury stepped through. This is quite the operation you have going. Reminds me of early days. Quit showing off, that's my bit. Peter smirked and hung up the call. Deal with the Avengers. I got citizens to save. Well, this is your mission. Alright, I'll follow lead, kid, just this once. Glad to have you on board. Wakanda warriors, this is Fury, co-leader of the Avengers and first council member. Fury, say hi to the Wakandan warriors. Fury gave a polite nod. So I hear we're going to kick a dictator off his throne. I haven't done that since '67. Put that one together quick, didn't ya? Peter sighed. How long you think I've been at this, kid? Fury put his hand on his earpiece. Hill, get me Tony. Tell him to set up a press conference. Ooh, there's a good idea. Convince the public by getting the expert to inform them, Peter chuckled. Also, I'll be sending you a file through my Deep Winter profile. You know what to do. Peter looked up at him. Deep Winter. What, you think you're the only one with a secure method of communication? Deep Winter is the best you could come up with. Do you have any idea how common that name is in the military? I like the way you work, kid, but you still have a lot to learn, Fury grinned. You played me, how long have you known about them? Wouldn't you like to know, Fury smiled. Ooh, might as well get you suit, how a gunmetal color, Peter snapped his finger and put Fury in a Silver Panther outfit. You do know how to mimic a cat, right? Meow. Fury looked rather upset before he pointed his finger. Remember, I'm in charge. Peter's grin grew wider. I shouldn't have tried to play with you like that, should I? Oh, he's learning, Peter laughed. Seriously, what's with the cat outfit? It's the sacred animal of the Wakandan people. Their leaders and most powerful warriors take on its aspect though their own super solider creation method. So, they're nimble, flexible, and they always land on their feet. I think I can pull that off, and give me back my damn gun. You don't need it, that suit there is completely made of proto-adamantium and can absorb, store, and eject kinetic forces. Guns put holes in people, there's no killing in this mission. Right, give my damn gun. Peter handed it over. I mean it, Fury, don't shoot anyone. It can't be traced. That's not why I don't want you to shoot them. Peter pinched the bridge of his nose. Look, we're going after a warlord by the name of Bosco Ntaganda. He's also known as the Terminator by his men. He's something of a warlord for rent, the king's personal slaver too. After helping to overthrow the Hutu-led government in Rwanda during the much-publicized civil war, he set his sights on Congo, where he helped overthrow the government there as well and was made head of their military. Bosco is responsible for somewhere in the region of 800,000 combined deaths, not to mention the countless human rights abuses. Any time an African revolted against their rule and tried to set a democracy, the king would send this guy in to wipe them out. Sounds like he needs to meet my time cop. I can't believe you named your gun that. Don't diss time cop. Peter looked at the map and pointed to it. He's expected to have around 5,000 men in his encampment. We're going to make them disappear. You're already going after the king's pawns. I came in at the endgame. Save the best for last. The firing pin, Fury held out his hand. No shooting. This is payback for me hiring Deadpool, isn't it? Oh, he's an effective agent, and I've put with worse, but yes. I mean it, Fury, I don't want to heal scum, don't make me. Chapter 97, Issue 97, The Amazing Web Part. The cloaked aircraft hovered over a large military compound before it opened, and a troop of Panthers and Spider Hero hopped out. Peter looked over the encampment and did a primary scan of the environment. Huh. There's more than expected here. I guess the king isn't dumb. Nope, just a corrupt asshole, Fury commented. Slave barracks over there, Peter nudged his head. Child soldiers robbed from their homes. Thomas Lubanga is here as well. They're trying to hire him to capture more, a Wakandan corrected him as he landed next to the two. Use comms only. I'll take care of getting them all in one location. 2 of you are on rescue duty, the rest, prepare to ambush. Fury, you're with me. Peter started climbing down the side of the building. I can't climb walls. With that suit you can, Peter sent back over the comms. Fury reached out to the wall and clenched his hand against it. Claws came out and he noticed that just a few inches of penetration were enough to hold up his entire frame with ease. Huh? Neat. Think I'll keep this thing. He slithered down the wall and passed by a television with an American news station playing. Tony Stark was standing in front of a podium explaining how the barrier that's been rapidly swallowing South Africa was made by human hands, and that they were currently trying to figure out where it came from. Peter scaled across the side of the building until he came across a gated window. He waved Fury over and pointed inside while whispering, according to Noir's info, his office should be here. Fury peeked inside and shook his head. Something's up, lights are off. No thermals either. Peter crawled back up to the roof and looked over at the slave encampment. Panthers, report. We're in position. But something off, the children are armed. Ah, he's caught on to us. He must have put out some false information. It's an ambush. A mass murderer he may be, but apparently, he's not a fool. Webster, hack the cameras, get me a lead on this guy. A series streams came across Peter's eye lenses. He's not here. Well, think you can hide from me? You got another thing coming. I have a hunch even if we take down the ambush, he won't show himself. Probably miles away watching everything unfold, at least that's how I'd do it, Fury commented. Peter used his space and mind gemstone to locate his target and grinned. Got him, he's in the bunker below the. Apparently, he had some men dig a nice hole for him to hide in. Little Rat probably thinks he's safe hiding in the same place he's supposed to launch an ambush. Not such a bad idea. Who'd suspect the target would stick around the most dangerous area? Most people would think he'd take your safer option. Unfortunately, he met me, Peter smirked. He then opened a portal into the bunker ceiling and jumped through with Fury at his side. With their enhanced vision, they were able to spot both warlords and 12 armed guards in the room. They moved like lightning and knocked out the guards one by one with ease until it came down to just the 2 warlords. Who are? Was as far as Labagna got before Peter choked him out. What are you doing here? Who are you? Bosco tried to stand from his chair when Fury pushed him down. Sit down, you motherfucker. An American, what? Shut up, Fury cracked the back of his head with the butt of his gun. You're going to order every able soldier into the compound right now. What? You heard him, push that button on the microphone and give the order. Peter lifted a brow. What makes? Peter put a realistic water gun to his nose. Say what again? Go on, I fucking dare you to. Wah. Peter pulled the trigger and squirted him in the face. He let out a chuckle before knocking him out and opened a portal for transferring everyone in the room onto his prison planets for processing. Say hi to Kingpin for me. I bet he isn't doing too well in exile. Peter laughed as he tossed through the portal. Didn't we need him? Nah, Webster, did you finish analyzing his vocal cords? Yes, the symbiote replied in the warlord's voice. Good, you know what to do, Peter said as he hit the comms device. Get to the compound now. They've fallen for our trap. Huh, you sound just like him, Fury commented. Peter hit the alarm and watched the feed as hundreds of soldiers raided the compound. While they all gathered, Peter ordered the Wakandan strike force to hit the kids with sleeping gas and take down all enemy targets. Peter and Fury joined the fray, knocking out every last war criminal in the room. The room was pure chaos, bullets flying everywhere, shouts of confusion, and a small platoon of super soldiers tearing through them all with ease. Tanks were revealed and countless dots of men charged towards the compound, but with Wakandan tech on their side, they never got close enough to fire a single shell, and in just mere minutes, over 4,800 raiders were beaten down and arrested. Peter looked at Fury, who was covered in a bit of blood, before he walked up and said, "Get comfortable, there are about 20 more military bases that belong to this guy. Not to mention a list of over 100 warlords and villains waiting to be taken down. Let me see that list." Peter sent him a link and watched as Fury nodded his head. "I'll get a few other covert agents on this." "Don't, I let you in on this as an individual. This has to be done with African forces. We can't let anyone figure out that we played any part in this." "Right, so what are you getting out of this?" "A safer world and a new the king as a new council member," Peter answered. The super spy walked over to the kids and said, "What do we do with them?" "I'll scan their memories and erase any brainwashing. Hopefully their parents are still alive. If not, Wakanda will raise them." "Right, and the rest?" "Prison planet." "Prison planet," Fury nodded his head. A larger Wakandan aircraft landed next to them and started taking every child while tossing the others into the portal to the prison planet that MJ made. After the place was cleaned up, Peter boarded the speediest aircraft they had and flew off the next target. "Think I should invite Tony?" "Are you kidding? You know how loud he is. He is a showboat, Peter nodded his head, but he's been whining about me not going out on more adventures lately. Spare me the drama. Fury looked at their rapidly approaching target and cracked his knuckles. We got work to do. They spent the next 3 days running operations and cleaning up almost the entire land of the South African continent. Hundreds of thousands of raiders, warlords, slavers, and even the most villainous criminals were arrested. The barrier had spread to the point that the South African king could no longer ignore it and sent out his army. With their enemy falling for their trap, Chaka and his most elite stormed the capital and captured the entire royal family. Noir had done his job and provided all the evidence for every last crime all the governing officials were guilty of and rooted out the loyalist for the Wakandan to remove from the picture. The next couple of days the tension around the world was thick enough to cut with a knife. All African trade with other nations had been cut off, criminals from other nations lost their slaves and cheap resource channels, and now, no one knew what was going to happen next. With all of South Africa being cut off from the rest of the world, a defeated army without a single death, and the royal family missing, an announcement was held at a public news station. Chaka came into view and began to explain the origins of his people and their history with South Africa. Needless to say, the entire world was shocked, all except the informed few places that had the tech to learn of the barrier's existence sometime after the aliens invaded. When this news was confirmed, they realized that Chaka was telling the truth. While the whole world watched the press conference, on came on a stream of video footage that showed every last war crime and travesty inflicted upon the citizens of South Africa. The evidence was overwhelming, and as Peter predicted, the people started calling for the deaths of the old royal family. Chaka informed them that from that day forth, all of South Africa would become the United Wakandan States. Cities would be cleaned up, new technology would be brought in, school systems changed, natural environments would be restored, and the people of South Africa would finally know peace. No more war criminals, no more foreign nations exploiting the land and the people of my home, no more famines or plagues, and no more lawlessness. The Wakanda laws are now South African laws. What happened next was a long speech of how Wakandan society worked. All were given a fair chance to learn and adapt. A grace period where no taxes needed to be paid, at least until the new royal family finished settling in. However, even with that, when they learned how little they had to pay, the people became more excited that they had new leadership. We will hold a trial for the previous royal family, and to make sure that other nations don't get involved with our politics, we will be enlisting the aid of the Avengers as our peacekeepers. The room was filled with gasps and shocked expression. Those that have profited from our lands, those that have stolen our kin, our men, women, and children, those currently enslaved or being sold, we will wring out the information needed from those involved and all will be returned. The king gave a polite bow to the people. It is my wish for a brighter tomorrow, a day where good people can live in peace and the wicked punished for the evil deeds. I promise to make this my life's goal, for Wakanda, for Africa, for my people, for a better tomorrow. The cheers erupted in the streets all across the African continent. The news spread like wildfire while strange machines roamed broken down cities and rebuilt everything. There were many naysayers, people accusing them of occupying and stealing an entire nation. However, many of those people were hired by the ones exploiting Africa for their ill-begotten gains. When their names and relationships with Africa's worst of the worst were revealed, some cities in France, America, and a few other nations nearly dissolved into rioting. However, with the Avengers heading up the investigation, it was basically hunting season for the heroes and the animals were the criminals that perpetuated the cycle of suffering. Days after the conference, Fury walked into Avengers HQ and right up to Peter's lab. You son of a, was this your real goal all along? Fury put down papers with arrest warrants for several officials from various corrupt governments and dictatorships. Africa is the biggest continent on the planet. The crime hub of that place is a gold mine for heroes like us, Peter smirked. France, Indonesia, more than half of the sovereignty coming out of the Middle East, even famous idols and members of our own government. Kid, I've seen spring cleaning ops, but nothing on this level. There was opportunity, and I took it. Even those that were bribed at Genova can no longer cover up the war crimes these nations constantly violate. Not to mention, it's good press. Not too sure about that. Especially after revealing your prison, Fury lifted a brow. Are you sure about that? Peter turned around his tablet and showed Fury that the public had access to the planet's surveillance feeds. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. Anon 002425, finally, a way to keep these animals in cages they can't get out of. Super Stupor, how is this not a bad thing? What's wrong with you people? Isn't just his own private prison. I'm telling you, this Spider-Man is a criminal and a threat to all humankind. The dude OG, Super Stupor, dude, relax. According to the information I have, the whole facility is operated by machines, the criminals' memories are read, and a sentence is handed out to them based on the severity of their crime. Super Stupor, but how do we know that's true? He could just be kidnapping people and throwing them in randomly with fabricated evidence. The dude OG, link, check it out. All the receipts are there. He even gave the code used to build the AI. Some features are missing, mainly for security purposes. Anon 133315, how can you tell it's for security purposes? The dude OG, I'm a programmer, and a damn good one at that. I know my code. I'm game, who cares, it's non-profit, and most importantly, my taxes aren't paying for it. Home Iman, super stuper, STFU. Spiderman is a hero. How many times does he have to prove himself for you to get it? Kingpin is a prisoner there. Do you know that he was still running his empire from behind bars when he was New York? Now every corrupt politician and lawman who associated with him is gone. Do you know how peaceful New York has become? Thesavid 1221, honestly, I had given up hope for humanity. But this makes me feel like that things might be getting better. My parents were killed by some of these prisoners. I was held prisoner, beaten, brainwashed, and turned into a killer by these very scum that are being locked up. Chaka, anyone Wakandan, if you're reading this, thank you. Fiendisney, honestly, I had given up hope. I thought humanity would never be able to pull themselves out of the gutter of filth, but I'm glad to see someone did something. Even if it's a mildly suspicious private prison. Megalomaniac, Fiendisney, it's not private. It's a free public prison that takes care of itself. All of the stuff like food, shelter, and waste management is already paid for, robots run the place, and since all these resources come from the planet out there at the edge of the solar system, he's not losing or earning a single penny from it. Aren't you glad that these monsters are dozens of AUs away from us? Mike Beckersy, so, it's a charity prison. Dee Goodkind, I love you Spider-Man. Call me. I see what you're getting at, Fury nodded his head. Peter took back the tablet and stood up, I'll be busy with reporters and stuff for the next few days, but eventually, they'll come around. We're progressing quicker and quicker these days, if our society doesn't keep up with the changing times, they'll be left behind. So you want to hold their hands all the way through? No, I just want to show them that there is a path to take that doesn't involve bloodshed and endless struggling. They have to walk on their own 2 feet to keep up. Peter exited the office while Fury followed behind. Well, at least we're not shy of work these days. We'll be hunting some of these guys down for a while. Less when you know their locations and have the keys to their piggy banks, Peter chuckled as he handed off a list of varying information that could help bring down some of the most wicked people on the earth. You know, I had a few ideas on how to handle Russia and China. Go crazy, just remember, it has to come from the people. We can only give them a bit of aid. Peter held his finger up. I got it. The land belongs to the people, man, this is going to be fun. Fury grinned. You and I have very different perspectives on the idea of fun, Peter chuckled. Chapter 98, Issue 98, The Amazing Web Part. After several days of dealing with the press and politicians trying to shoehorn their way into the whole Africa situation and the various global issues, Peter finally managed to settle things with hundreds of Avenger and SHIELD operations that brought in millions of criminals worldwide. Those that owned prisons in America made a big stink about him robbing them of business, but he didn't care. They tried everything they could to get in his way, but with the public on his side, with the power of those backing him, they either shut up and coped with no longer having to deal with the worst of the worst and settled with crimes that can be forgiven, or were investigated and arrested once those investigations turned up with solid evidence. It took almost a full month for all his business to be settled. However, operations were still up and running. Branch facilities for the Avengers or those with affiliations and partnerships prospered as they started rooting out the world's cancers. The heroes became scalpels that tore through the rotten wounds festering in many different nations. However, it wouldn't happen in just a month. Peter expected it to take years before humanity finally got their shit together, but for now, this was a good start. Peter returned to his house more tired than the time he spared with Thor. Politicians, bureaucrats, dictators, they're all just power-hungry assholes. Peter flopped down on his couch and turned on the television. He wrangled off his tie and felt MJ's hands reach over his shoulder and rested them on his chest. Tough day. Oh, just the same old usual routine. You can't give Mars to the metahumans. You should share all the planets you terraform. Give us your tech. Let us find some way to make money with your prison and exploit them instead of giving regular people jobs. Introduce us to the new king of South Africa so we can plant spies to steal their tech. I swear, if this wasn't necessary to move forward peacefully, I'd sick Deadpool on them. Don't let him hear you say that. MJ hopped over the couch and sat beside him. He'd never rest until they were all dead. How long do I have to keep this up? How long do I have to be the line in the sand? You keep going until they finally get it through their thick skulls. My tiger can't be caged. I just wondering how long until they start sending assassins and spies. Peter showed her an image on his phone. What makes you think they haven't already? She looked at the files of a bunch of captured people sent by politicians and mobsters. Why do you think I sent Kingpin to the Big Pin? He thought our parents were defenseless, hired some thug to try and attack him outside our district. They shot at him, he dodged, the bullet spray ended up hitting civilians. Luckily, Dad's a doctor and equipped with medbeds stored in spatial rings. How come we didn't hear about it in the news? I had Samantha delete all footage so people wouldn't ask questions when Fisk went missing. He was the first prisoner, after all. I also made sure to send a message to anyone else that may target my family when I picked him up. Damn. Yeah, I have plenty of patience and mercy for my enemies, but even I have limits. No one messes with my family. So, what do we do about them? Peter sighed, nothing, it's already taken care of. They're still sending spies, but our security can handle it. They haven't sent another assassin after their last few attempts. I'm guessing they're all sharing a prison with Kingpin. Yeah, Peter looked at the clinging and closed his eyes for a bit. MJ laid her head on his lap and watched T.V with him for a while, and before they knew it, they both fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Peter got up and went on patrol as per usual. All was pretty well in his life. The majority of his villains were working for him, humanity was getting ready to take to the stars, and he was about to start working on his newest project, the Ring Worlds. While he was in the middle swinging to a skyscraper, Peter met up with MJ and the two landed next to each other. You got up early. Yeah, had a lot on my mind, Peter smiled as he sat against the wall. You know, I've noticed that we're rarely needed these days, MJ stood on the ledge of the building. Other than some petty crimes, villains just haven't been popping up as much in our city. With all the new heroes getting training, our teams running full force, and the Avengers HQ being here, you'd have to be pretty dumb to start messing around in New York. Mary Jane jumped from the building and shot out a web line. I'll take that as a sign that we're doing a good job, Peter followed after. He truly thought that, but he knew he still had to prepare. Monsters like Thanos, the corrupt Celestials, Eternals, and godly beings still posed a great threat to his world. Maybe I should check out other universes for new power-ups, Peter thought as he swung low to the ground and heard cheers coming from his fellow New Yorkers. He did a little flip trick as he waved at the crowd and shot into the air with incredible speed. As he landed next to a flagpole on the side of a building, Peter pondered if he should use his new experimental X-gene serum. Nah, I'm not done tweaking it, he thought as he jumped off the building and webbed his way throughout the city. When he caught up with Mary Jane, he saw her stopping a robbery. A group of men tried to escape the store and jumped in their car, but Peter webbed their vehicle to the ground seconds before MJ crashed through their windows and pulled them out. Now why are you running? MJ asked as she tossed one of them into a bed of webs. If you guys are scared of me, I know you all must have terrible taste in women. Peter smirked as he watched them all being flung into the web and grabbed the stolen goods to return it to the shop owner. Thank you so much, the shopkeeper smiled as she took back a bag full of money and products. How can I repay you? Nothing needed, ma'am, Peter shot out a web line. Are you sure? Wow, you guys are different than what I imagined. They don't call us the friendly neighborhood couple for nothing, MJ said as she webbed off. While they swung from building to building, Mary Jane caught up and said, hey. We still have to reward the others for helping with the whole Wakanda thing. Right, I send them their presents after patrolling, Peter nodded his head. The day was quiet for the most part, just some random thugs and idiots who thought they could get away with crime in their city. There were a few robberies, a mugging attempt, but nothing supervillain related. When it was time for work, Peter sent a clone to the school and went to his lab. More of his clones were there working on various projects. He quickly absorbed their memories and let them return to work while going to various areas to get everyone's presents. Let's see 1,610 miles, kid likes music and art, a top-of-the-line hologram display and computer with a bunch of music from our universe should cover that. Richie is easy. I'll give him some web formulas that I've designed for various criminals, a book on basic magic programming, popular books and movie scripts for Mary Jane, and Spider Family doll set for Annie. He tapped his foot against the floor before making a 2-ton block of pure gold. I swear, if I hear Benji complain about money again after this, ugh, I'll also include some inventions to give him that sold well here in the same beginner's magic programming book. For his MJ, what can I give a model? Some popular clothing maybe. As for Annie, a bulletproof spiderling suit ought to satisfy her. Peter thought a little longer and smirked as he created a breakable object that would give Noir's world color. He figured it was a lot safer than letting him hunt down the Infinity Stones. He also provided a block of gold and schematics to help improve the technology of his world. Porky, I don't even have to try, a lifetime supply of hot dogs should do and a list of all his villains' weaknesses. Peter placed his hands out and channeled his newest spell. First, connect the web, then find the universe, and now to open a one-way portal. In the various universes, portals opened up next to the individual before the presents all dropped at the feet or houses of all the other spiders. Protection spells were formed around the wrapped gift boxes so that they could only be seen and interact with their intended recipient. Once that was done, Peter returned to his work and started planning various methods to improve his power further. Well, I guess I could start by seeing where fate leads me. Peter sat crossed-legged and focused on finding a universe that needed his help and could supply him with a new way to strengthen himself. After a few hours of searching, Peter found himself a few that fit the bill. However, there was one with big issue. The world was in such a precarious situation that when he tried to sense what was happening, his spider senses went crazy. He screamed in agony as he gripped his head and nearly fainted from the pain. It was far worse than when he sensed Spot messing with the multiverse. Far greater than anything he's ever felt before. A corrupt celestial. Jesus Christ, while celestial technology would be of great help to me, messing with that thing in my current state is suicide. However, damn, their world is certainly in the most danger. Peter sighed as he thought of what he could do to help. The only thing I can think of is the necro sword. Maybe I can make my own weapon from celestial remains. He continued to ponder how he'd solve this issue while walking towards his genetic enhancement lab. He stood in front of a serum container with an infinity marking on it. I just need to think of a good medium for it and it should be done. After running a few experiments, Peter added a few things to the serum and called it a day. I need to complete this before he headed off to the more dangerous universes. He walked to his tech lab and worked for a few hours on his most recent project, the World Forge. If he completed this, humanity would be able to create planets with just the power of technology alone. Of course, the alchemy and magitech World Forge is far superior in all aspects, but he wanted mankind to stand on their own 2 feet for when they finally go forward into the stars. Another few hours passed by quickly, and while he worked, Peter constantly thought about what he needed to do to make a weapon rivaling the all-black sword. What should I call it? I'll figure that out later. For now, I need an intact celestial body. Should I kill Galactus? Is he even a celestial? I know that he's capable of killing a few, and I don't even need to kill my universe's Galactus. I can find an extremely weakened version somewhere out there in the multiverse. Well, since he's a celestial-like being that's capable of killing celestials, he might even make a better weapon. Peter finished up his 10 hours and headed back to Earth while thinking of various ways to make a good weapon. He was so preoccupied with his thoughts that he went to bed still thinking of what he should make and dreamed about it. Chapter 99, Issue 99, The Amazing Web Part. When Peter woke up, he gave MJ a kiss and got ready for his usual routine. First was his patrol, teaching at the Avengers Academy. He managed to finally finish his doctorate and got his degree for engineering and molecular sciences. Then came another round of patrolling, and to top it off, helping his dad with the company. Harry's mom had a breakthrough with her plastic-eating fungus and already tested it on a large trash heap floating in the ocean. There were 2 kinds that they successfully developed and made easy to culture. One turned the fungus into a type of plant that cleaned the ocean of contaminants like whale excretions and urine while providing food for aquatic species. The other was for recycling purposes to be used on land. Since the fungus was able to absorb roughly 99.999% of the plastic's biomass, they could be harvested to reuse for making petroleum-based products. With the funding Peter provided, the fungi was put up for a very cheap cost that had a net positive gain for countries and companies to actually recycle their waste, thus resulting in incentivizing those leaders to buy up everything they could get their hands on it no matter the cost. Harry was working with none other than the completely human Jonathan Owen on storage devices that could store entire worlds of products if needed. Their work was coming along rather well, but they still had some issues to work through using the available level of tech they had access to. While the storage rings were popular and sold well, their internal space was limited to the purity of the spatial gems they had on hand. If Harry and Owen could crack the dark dimension tech they were working on, they'd have access to an infinite source of storage space. Peter currently stood beside his father while they planned out Earth's first interstellar spaceship. They were now competitors with groups like NASA and SpaceX, but with their channel line to the negative zone and its vast resources, there was little other space agencies could do to keep up. Of course, the project they were working on was to build a ship with materials that can commonly be found on Earth. While they experimented, Peter's wristwatch started to beep. "Who's calling?" Richard asked. "Our competitor and good friend," Peter smirked. "Tell Tony I said hi," Richard chuckled. "Strongest Avenger speaking, how can I be of assistance?" "Dude, what do you mean strongest?" "I bet I can take you down a notch," Tony replied with a smirk. "You really want to put that statement to the test?" Peter asked as he pulled up a hologram of Tony. "So why are you calling?" At the same time a hologram of Peter appeared in Tony's office. "You didn't happen to have a ship around Pluto, do you?" Peter lifted a brow as Tony pulled up his data from the long-range scanning device he built. "I got this about 2 minutes ago, and at its current speed, it'll reach Earth in a few minutes." The image zoomed in on the spacecraft showing the symbol of Guardians of the Galaxy and the Avengers. "Wait a second, I recognize that ship." "Well, I'll be damned, he finally decided to pay us a visit." "So, it is one of yours?" "Sure is, wanna meet some aliens." "Why Parker, are you asking me out on a date?" "I will leave you behind," Peter gave a blanched response. No, I was just joking." "How can I turn down this kind of fun?" Tony smirked as he walked over to his Iron Man Mark 39 suit, also known as the Gemini Starboost suit, but we're taking the express route. "No portals." "Got a new suit you want to test out?" "Yep." Tony suited up. "Dad, I got a thing," Peter looked to his father. Go on, we're making good progress here, Richard chuckled. You saying I'm not needed? Peter showed an exaggerated look of shock. His suit covered his body before he jumped to the nearby windows. He then waved goodbye before blasting off to meet up with Tony. Peter quickly soared over the city until he saw Tony's signal appear on his radar. Nice suit, Peter pulled up his comms. Thanks, your whole space venture inspired me to make it. You saw Johnny's ship, didn't you? And you just had to one-up him. It's a cool design, but the kid is just so damn cocky, Tony huffed. Couldn't let sleeping dogs lie. Iron Man caught up with Peter and flew alongside him as he said, what kind of role model would I be if I let him show me up like that? You know my Avengers code name. Okay, Dad. That's father of invention to you, son. The two laughed as they reached orbit and flew all the way to the moon in a matter of seconds. I'll send out a beacon for them to land on. Why don't you just make a base while we're at it? A moon base would come in handy. Fine, Peter snapped his fingers and created a massive dome around the size of New York and all the felicities needed for space traversal. I never get tired of seeing those gems in action, maybe I can make a set of my own. Well, you made a new element, so with enough time, anything is possible. How's your alchemy and magic studies coming along? I can make portals now and use basic eldritch magic. As for alchemy, I think in a couple of years, I might be able to make a philosopher's stone. Peter snapped his fingers a few more times and created grass, tress, filled in craters with water, and put in UV lights with a screen that showed roaming clouds all along the inner dome's surface. Now you're just showing off, Tony laughed as he looked at the scans his suit was picking up. Is this place mimicking Earth's gravity and atmosphere? Yep, it's safe to breathe. Peter removed his mask and started walking towards the command base he built. Tony followed after and walked inside with stars in his eyes. Holy crap. This tech is amazing. Peter chuckled as he said, you haven't seen anything yet. He led him to Command Central and showed off the very Star Trek-like room. Ooh, can I have the honor? Tony's smile was as bright as could be. Peter nodded his head, be my guest. Tony took his place at the captain's seat and spoke like William Shatner, pull up communications officers uhura. Don't make me smack you, Tony. You could at least call me Chekhov. Peter shook his head as he tapped away on a keyboard. Hailing friendly. 18 AU/Uranus, Milano cockpit. Hey. We got an incoming transmission, Gamera spoke up as she tapped on her desk screen. Pull it up, Peter and Rocket said at the same time. Would you stop giving orders on my ship? Our ship, and since I'm obviously the pilot, I command this floor, Rocket growled. Oh, we are not having this conversation again. Have you ever considered that you're both the captain? Drax spoke as if he'd just offered some wise words. No, they both spoke in unison. I am Groot. What the hell is that supposed to mean? We're two different people, I got nothing in common with this guy. Clearly, I'm way smarter, Rocket laughed. I'm Kirk, he's Spock. I'm Captain, he's co-captain. Actually, I'm Kirk, Tony's face came up on a large holographic screen. Hey, Peter, how's it going? Spiderman grinned as he waved at the screen. Hey. Pete. It's good to see you again. Quill waved back. I'm glad you feel that way, what brings you back to Earth? Well, we kind of need your help. What did you do? Peter pinched the bridge of his nose. Rocket here, thought it'd be a good idea to steal from a certain group of people and now their whole species is after us. Hey. I said I was sorry. Sorry doesn't get us back our reputation, Gamera snapped at him. They were all a bunch of douchebags, and I only took a few, for studying purposes. What a guy can't further his own education. I am Groot. Whoa, is that language any kind to be spewing around your kid? Quill said while Gamera eyed the sapling dancing not too far away from them. I am Groot. The baby Groot spoke up. See what you did, Groot? Quill sighed. I am Groot, Papa Groot said as he crossed his arms and lifted a brow. He's right, words are just words, you humans have strange ideas, there's no such thing as a bad word when there's no bad intent, Drax nodded his head. He's not wrong, Tony smirked. Ugh, who is this guy? Quill asked with a frustrated expression. Tony Stark, Avenger, billionaire, hero, playboy, philanthropist. Don't know how Pepper would feel about that playboy title. Ex-playboy. Ugh, Stark, that name sounds familiar. You might remember Howard Stark. You were a kid when the Ravagers kidnapped you, and you're about the same age as Tony, so he should have been around. I can't remember. Sorry, Quill showed an apologetic expression. Well, that was humbling. So, you're him, huh, the first human to travel space? Tony questioned. Ah, I guess I am, Quill smiled brightly. Oh, he's far from the first, Peter chuckled. What's that supposed to mean? Tony and Quill spoke at the same time. A little history lesson from a long time ago. I tell you some other time, Peter replied as he started tapping away on the computer. I'm sending you the coordinates to the moon base I just built. I'll see you in a few minutes. What? We have a moon base now. That's so cool. Wait until you see Venus and Mars, Tony smirked. Why? What hap? At that very moment, the Milano ceased flight in front of Venus. The once yellow barren planet was now a ball of blue and green with golden-colored clouds. The hell? Quill gasped when the communication line was closed. It looks like the planet underwent terraforming, Gamera commented. I'm guessing those orbital rings played a part in it, but I thought you said your planet was underdeveloped. Rocket looked to Quill. Guys, it's been like 35 years since I was taken from Earth. I am Groot. Yeah, that is pretty fast development for someone of Quill's race, Rocket chuckled. Hey. I'm only half human and quit dissing my race. If you underestimate humans, it'll only bite you on the ass down the line. Despite Quill's lack of intelligence, we shouldn't judge an entire race based on his standard, Drax added. How did you manage to both insult me while praising humans? Quill's eyebrow twitched. Alright, let's head to Earth's moon. Rocket jumped back into his seat and started flying towards their destination. Peter and Tony waited at the docking area that shot out a beam of radio waves that would guide the Guardians to their location. Mere minutes later, the spaceship flew in close and was grabbed by a tractor beam. Once they docked, the ship airlock opened up while the hatch stretched out into a bridge that linked up with the walkway. The Guardians of the Galaxy walked out of their ship and smiled at Peter, who waved at them and said, "Been a while, guys. How's it going?" "Yo, Pete. Nice place you got here." Rocket looked around with a curious expression before he climbed onto Peter's shoulder. "Don't take anything. If you need something, just let know, and I'll conjure it for you." Peter shook his head. "Of course, I'd never steal from my friends." "Bullshit." Quill showed an angry expression. "Several items in my room and my precious toothbrush beg to differ." "I am Groot." "Huh? Did you find another Groot?" Peter asked as he looked at the baby on Groot's shoulder. "No, that plant device you gave us allowed Groot to grow a newborn from one of his branches." "Neat. I guess with enough time, the Flora Colossi can be taken off the species endangerment listings." "This is incredible. You're actually aliens." Tony inspected them. "First time." Quill smirked. "Well, you're not the first I've seen them, but it is the first time seeing them so humanoid in shape. Is bipedal evolution that common in the universe?" "More or less," Peter added as he started walking down the docking station. "Come on, I'll give you guys a tour of the place. Should we be wasting time like this? I thought we came here to have them and Spider negotiate for us. Shouldn't we deal with this now rather than later?" Drax asked. "Do they know of Earth's location?" Tony lifted a brow. "They know I'm part human," Quill sighed. "How bad is it?" Peter asked. "They're called the Sovereigns, a rather advanced species with thousands of planets and the most advanced gene manipulation technology that we've ever seen," Gamera replied. "That interests me a lot since I specialize in the same field of science." Peter grinned as he thought of Adam Warlock, possibly one of the most powerful non-celestials in Marvel history. "So, think you can get us out of this jam?" "Sure, but first we should take care of the guys that have been following you." Peter led them to the control room and pulled up a map of their solar system. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's a real replica of the Enterprise bridge," Quill geeked out. "It is pretty cool," Tony added as he sat in the captain's seat. "Communications, radar, shields, artificial gravity, this base has it all." Rocket's eyes sparkled. "I am Groot." "Why does he only say that?" Tony asked. "I am Groot." His vocabulary is limited to "I am" and Groot, but he's partially telepathic. If you know how to listen, you can understand him, Peter replied. What he said, Rocket started tapping away on some of the control panels. "Rocket. Don't touch anything." Quill shouted. "I trust him," Peter chuckled. "Yeah, Quill, chill out." Rocket pulled up schematics of the base. "Who's following us?" Gamera lifted a brow. "Rocket, can you pull up the visuals?" Peter asked as the screen magnified to show two ships rapidly approaching their star system. "Them," Peter grinned. Chapter 100, Issue 100, The Amazing Web Part. A group of sovereign ships were closing in on their location while not too far behind a group of what looked like Ravager ships stealthily followed after. "Yondu, what's he doing here?" Quill clenched his jaw. "Tony, hail sword and gather a team of Avengers. If we're going to have issues with the Conclave, we can't show weakness. The Ravagers especially since they're a group of criminals." "Got it," Tony nodded his head as he got out of the captain's seat. "Does this thing actually have teleportation modules?" Rocket asked as his eyes gleamed through the information on his screen. "Yeah, you're kind of slow on the uptake, huh? It only took me a minute to learn everything about this place." "Now move over, Rocket, right." Tony started typing next to him. I did it 42nd, and it's Rocket the raccoon. I was curious about that. How do raccoon end up in space? You are from Earth, correct? My gene scanner has matched most of your genetic sequences as Earth in origin. Tony looked over the fuzzy creature with a fascinated expression. Don't know, don't care. He and Quill have a lot in common. They were both taken from Earth, Peter replied. Yeah, we figured that out during our last visit, but by who? That's the question you won't answer. Quill spoke up while the rest of the crew gave him curious looks. Rocket clenched his fists. Doesn't matter. I beg to differ, but everyone needs to move at their own pace. Peter patted Rocket on the head. Stop it. The space raccoon swatted Peter's hand away. I am Groot. I do not like the way it feels. Rocket growled. He says that, but when he got drunk a while back. Quill, if you finish that sentence, I'll tell everyone about your search history. I have nothing more to say. That's what I thought. Rocket hopped out of his seat. Come on, Groot, I show you where all the good dirt is. The two walked out of the room while Drax shrugged his shoulders and followed them. The large holographic screen popped up showing Fury on the other side of the call. What's happening now? Fury looked up from his desk. Oh, the usual, a possible alien invasion and new friends. How's the stellar sword prep? Fully stocked, fully staffed, and waiting its first mission. Tell Coulson I said hi. Tell him yourself. I'll start on setting up the team. Hey, send the new guy, his quantum tech is perfect for what we need. You planning on snagging more tech? I'd be a fool if I didn't, Tony grinned. Come on, we got work to do. Peter nudged Tony to hurry up. Right, I'll find the perfect place to set up a colony and you build it. Tony started tapping away. What's he doing? Quill asked. Building schematic for a battlefield, Peter grinned. And you'll use your magic to make it? Gamera lifted a brow. That's the plan. How far are they? Peter asked. We popped out a dozen light years away, so it should take them some time to catch up. After all, the Milano is the fastest ship in the universe, Quill smirked with pride. I know, I built its engines, Peter bragged. We have 10 hours before they arrive, huh? Gamera frowned at the readings she was looking at. What? Tony asked. There's another ship breaching subspace. An egg-like ship shot past all the others and was rapidly approaching their star system. Based on Tony's calculations, it'd arrive within the next 30 minutes. The hell is that? Quill furrowed his brow. A very unwanted guest, Peter frowned. I guess I should pull out the big guns for this one. Tony, how fast can you design that thing? I'll have it finished in less than 10 minutes. Good, I prepare the portal and debrief the team. Peter looked over at the remaining 2 Guardians of the Galaxy in the room. You two are with me. Right, who's the team? Gamera questioned. You'll be meeting the leader of your affiliate team Sword in a bit, but we're going to catch the Avengers up on the situation. Oh, the hero team you talked about last time. I can't wait to meet them, Quill's eyes sparkled. Speaking of teams, where's Nebula? She's back on Nowhere, Gamera spoke up. Really? Why? She had business there before this whole rocket issue popped up. Someone double-booked us, Quill looked at Gamera. My sister can take care of herself. She knows where we are. The Eternity Forge isn't something we can overlook. If Thanos' men are searching for it, we need to find it first. Hold up, did you say Eternity Forge? Peter's eyes widened. Yeah, you know about it. Not really, but it was rumored to have been created by the personification of eternity itself. If that's true, it's an item that can rival the power of the Infinity Stones. I take it that's bad, Quill cringed as he looked at Gamera. If Thanos gets his hands on it, Peter nodded his head. Right, maybe we should have focused on the Forge. No. Neither of us were wrong, Quill. Gathering allies to aid in our fight against Thanos is just as important. Gamera showed a frustrated expression. Are you two dating? Peter grinned. What? Both Gamera and Quill looked at him with surprised expressions. You sound like a couple that had an argument recently. Well, we did have a little fight. I don't recall trying to hit you, Gamera made Peter laugh. That's not funny, Quill's eyebrow twitched. He wasn't being literal, Spider-Man forced himself to hold in his giggles. I know, I just do that to annoy him, Gamera grinned. Peter lifted a brow and said, you also didn't answer my question. Things are complicated, Gamera shook her head. I think we're dating, she's still unsure, Quill mumbled. Can we not do this now? Fine, looks like we're here, anyways, Quill rolled his eyes. Peter opened a large hatch door leading to a large circular ring on a platform. I have opened the line up with Avengers Tower, so it'll take me a few minutes. Can you two behave? Yeah, not a peep, Quill raised his hands as he leaned against the wall. I didn't say don't talk, just don't throw any punches, he joked as he walked over to the computer and started tapping away. Folding space requires a lot of sequences and calculations, can't have you breaking my equipment. Right, Gamera sat next to Quill. Just as promised, 3 minutes later, the portal was opened, and people started walking through. The team Fury sent was MJ, Captain America, Magneto, Charles Xavier, Ant-Man, Wasp, Hulk, Quicksilver, and the Scarlet Witch. Hey honey, MJ gave him a kiss on the cheek before spotting Gamera and Quill. What's up guys? Sir, Steve gave a salute. Steve, that's not necessary, we're both council members. Still, you've done a lot for Earth, and let's face it, you're the unofficial leader of this whole band. Steve patted his shoulder. Still not a soldier, Steve, Peter shook his head. Don't have to be one to get my respect, Steve replied. Oh wow, you're him, Ant-Man spoke up as he held out his hand. Scott Lang, nice to meet ya. My daughter's a big fan, can we get a couple of autographs, for my kid of course. Ant-Man, Wasp, glad you two finally decided on joining. Peter shook their hands. I'll see what I can do about those autographs. He turned to Eric and Charles, glad you two could join us. Your powers will be the most helpful. You say that as if you don't have our powers already at your disposal, Magneto smirked. I'm sure you could easily solve this issue without us considering your power. Yeah, but it's good practice for everyone. I can't always be around to deal with this stuff. Peter looked to Wanda. Do you have your powers under control? Master said it was safe for me to return to duty. Wanda grinned as she showed off her chaotic magic circle. How's the power-up treating you, Speedster? Faster than ever, boss, Pietro replied. Holy crap, it's the real Captain America. The first hero. I collected all your comics and toys when I was a kid. Quill held his hand out to one of his idols. Always nice to meet a fan. Steve nodded his head and shook. So, who are you? I'm Star-Lord. Peter Quill, born and raised Missouri, space traveler, treasure hunter, mercenary, soldier, we have a lot in common. I'm basically you but in space. Really, I'm sure you have plenty of stories to share. Steve looked over at MJ who was chatting away with Gamera. Alright then, time is limited, so I'll fill you in on the situation. Peter started speaking as he pulled up the hologram of their plans. In a few minutes, some guest will arrive, and I want you all to act normal, as if nothing can surprise you. I'll explain about him at a later date, but we need to focus on the attack force coming towards our star system. Aliens have known of Earth for some time now, but none of them know how advanced we've come in just a few years, so we need to send a message to everyone out in the galaxy. Don't mess with humans. What exactly are we doing? Steve asked. A warning shot, try negotiation, and if all else fails, as Peter spoke, a massive ship floating above the lunar base suddenly came into view. We defend our planet with lethal force. The ship Stellar Sword was a warship Tony, Peter, and MJ developed together for future space encounters. With a combination of Skrull, Kree, and Chitauri technology, this lone ship could stand up to an armada of Thanos' forces. It was larger than a city and carried weapons that could destroy almost any force Peter could imagine. Even glassing a planet was possible should Peter remove its restrictions. Sir, this the captain of the Stellar Sword. Docking will commence in 2 minutes. Good to hear your voice again, Coulson. Peter smiled. Glad to be heard, Coulson replied with a smile on his face. Holy crap, Quill gasped as he stared out the window. You guys weren't the only ones preparing for Thanos. Spider-Man suited up as he walked towards the bridge. Where are we going? MJ walked beside him. To the command center and then to a new base at the edge of our solar system, Peter said as he started walking alongside the Avengers. And I thought the moon base was impressive enough already, Steve said seconds before Tony's voice echoed out over the comms. Peter, we have neighbors that want to talk to you. Neighbors? Oh crap, I forgot that Bolt moved his kingdom here. I'll take care of it, MJ winked. I have some pull with the royal family. Glad to hear. The group showed a confused expression before Peter said, there is a group of early metahumans that existed a long time ago. They've been in hiding much in the same way Wakanda has. They made a decision to move to the moon some time ago. Ooh, that makes sense. Scott nodded his head before whispering to Janet, I didn't get any of that. Are you saying there were ancient mutants? How far back are we speaking? Charles questioned with great interest. A long time ago, a species of godlike beings came to Earth and messed with our genetic coding because they were interested in our potential. The first of the mutants to develop powers were born in roughly around the Stone Age. Possibly even earlier. Ah, so that's what you mean by Quill not being the first to go into space, Tony's voice echoed on the comm system. That's right, Tony. Some were taken for further research, others developed their powers to move to new planets, and the rest stayed on Earth. Well, that's a bummer, Quill huffed, so much for my achievement of first human in deep space. Relax, it's still a worthy title for you, Peter placed his hand on his shoulder, after all, you're the first hybrid to be born on Earth. In fact, there are many aliens out there that share common ancestry with us, but you're the first to be born on Earth. To think our people had such history. So, we owe our powers to these beings? Magneto questioned. No, they just sped things up a bit. The X gene has always been dormant within our species, Peter answered. Who were these godlike beings? Celestials, Eternals, they have a few different names. However, we shouldn't get involved with them yet. How many DC fans are there in the crowd? I read them. Superman is my favorite, Scott spoke up. Well, the Eternals basically have their own Superman. The crowd went silent. That's crazy, Pedro spoke up. What's a Superman? Wanda asked. You're kidding, right? Tony's voice became clear as they walked into the central control room. Imagine a god, now imagine that there's an alien who can beat up gods and you have Superman, Scott informed. And they see as threats? Charles lifted a brow. That is frightening to think about, Wanda admitted. You're telling me, and oh, most Eternals see us as threats to the universe, so my advice is to tread carefully should you ever encounter one. Depending on how you act, it will either result in them declaring a purge of our race or whether we can deal with this through peaceful means. We'll keep that in mind, Tony said as he pointed to the schematics of the new ring world he designed. Good work, Tony, Peter stated as he began to memorize all the data in front of him. Defenses look good, weaponry should be more than enough to get our point across, MJ said as she looked through the blueprints. Yo, Red, Rocket announced his presence as he strolled into the room. Rocket, you look healthy, MJ hopped over and scratched behind his ears. Would you all stop that? Rocket pushed her hands away and jumped on top of Peter's shoulders. Is that a talking raccoon? Scott asked while the others showed shocked expressions. You got a problem with that? I am Groot, the giant tree man walked into the room. I am not being mean. I am Groot. I said I'm not. A talking tree. Janet showed a look of fascination. Guardians of the Galaxy, meet a portion of the Avengers, Earth's mightiest heroes. We're down one right now, but she should join us in a few days. Drax stood next to his crew and crossed his arms, with the exception of the green one. You don't look too tough to me, I think the man Spider has spoken overrated praises. Hey Drax, wanna find out just how strong they are? MJ's clenched her fists and hit him on the side of the head. I do, why did you hit me? What you just said was kind of offensive, man. Besides, you should never judge someone's strength on appearance alone, Peter shook his head. I see, I was being dicky. Cocky, the word is cocky. Star-Lord facepalmed with an annoyed expression. Alright, enough of that. MJ, let's get started. Peter opened a portal in front of everyone and started creating the materials needed to build their latest base. Spiderwoman stood by his side and used her technokinesis to create the massive structure that was mankind's first artificial living space. Tony started to hum the Halo theme as the structure started to take shape. Peter conjured land, water, plants, and buildings all in mere minutes before a complete ring world appeared in the empty vacuum of space. Incredible, those who hadn't seen Peter and MJ's powers gasped in awe. I feel like a kid again, Tony smirked as he put his suit on and flew through the portal. Peter rolled his eyes and closed the portal before opening another on the land. Come on, time is limited. The group looked at each other and nodded their heads before hopping through the portal. Author note, that's all I have so far. I'll work on dumping them around 20 chapters at a time or try to do it saga by saga. I'm also going to be dropping a few different fanfics I've grown tired of or just ran out of inspiration. I'll probably put them up for adoption. The ones I'll be releasing is a Spider-Man x Dragon Ball FIC called The Web of Dragons, Final Fantasy x Berserk crossover called A Red Warlock in a Berserk World, and a more lighthearted John Gamer FIC. Like a seriously busted OP John-centered story, and it'll be my first harem story. I also have more chapters to release for my other stories. For one, I think I have 100,000 plus words for my RWBY story. I've completed up to the Granola arc with my Vegeta story, and I'm almost at the end of Narutoverse. I just can't think up much of an ending, so the mass release for the Narutoverse will be the end of the series. Chapter 101, Issue 101, The Amazing Web Part. When they appeared on the other side, everyone was in awe of the view surrounding them. They could see the buildings on the opposite side of the ring, the plains that stretched out hundreds of miles, the pure water oceans, and even artificial clouds. This has to be one of the coolest things I've ever seen, Scott spoke up. Well, don't get too comfortable. We have a message to send, Peter said as Tony came flying in. This place is the best. You have to make me one. Make me one, please. Make it yourself, Peter replied while he looked out into the vastness of space. Looks like the fastest one got here first. The massive egg-shaped ship suddenly slowed down in front of the massive ring before Peter activated the new satellite that projected a massive image of him. Warning, you have entered the border of the Sol System star. Further encroachment will result in lethal force if you do not dock at the nearest satellite and register your purpose for arrival. You must submit to a background investigation, and if everything checks out, you will be allowed to pass. The egg spaceship seemed to agree to the demands and started to approach a large landmass within the ring. Peter and the Avengers all made their way over and took in the sights. Before they arrived, the stellar sword appeared from a warp gate and docked directly in the center of the ring. They stopped at the strange white ship before it opened up and revealed two aliens walking out with their hands up. Sorry for the intrusion, a ruggedly good-looking man with a brown beard slowly got closer to the group. He was wearing a red and mostly black suit that looked militaristic in origin. My name is Jason Spartax. I come in peace. My reasons for being here is to look for my son. The person beside him was a young pale green woman with two antennae at the sides of her forehead. She had bright-looking wide eyes, a small nose, and blue-colored lips. She wore a black sleeveless vest, tight black leggings, and what looked like army boots. I am Mantis. Jason's escort and medical officer. My name is Peter Parker, and... Son. Jason shouted as he looked at his kid. Quill looked around while everyone stared at him. What? He's not talking about me. The father walked over and hugged Peter Quill while laughing. You look just like me. You even have your mother's eyes. Tell me, how's Meredith doing? Quill shoved him away as he said, she's dead. Died of cancer a while back, and no one but my uncle was there to look after her. I don't suppose you would, seeing as how you abandoned us. Jason looked genuinely hurt as he looked away and said, no. That can't be, my little star is gone. Maybe not the best time for this, Peter coughed into his hand. If you'll wait here for a moment, I have some issues to deal with. No. That's fine, I'll be inside my ship. We prefer you stay outside. At least until we deal with docking everyone else. Iron Man stopped him before hundreds of smaller ships came flying into view. The message replayed, warning them to dock, but some tried to arm warheads. Fire the warning shot, Peter gave the command. The massive ship in the center of the ring lit up and hummed with energy before a large dish appeared at the front. A simple press of the switch triggered a massive wave of radio waves that not only disabled the weapons but completely shut down their ships. That was your one and only warning shot. The next will be with lethal weapons. Comply or face the edge of the sword. Once the sovereign species regained control of their ships, they played it safe and docked one by one. Tony looked at Ant-Man and said, you can shrink right. That's my thing, why? Scott replied. I want you to sneak on the ship and take pictures of everything. I'll pay too. How much? Scott lifted a brow. 100K for every picture, 5 mil if you get me a complete schematic, oh, and I'm not buying duplicates. Right, well, if you just excuse me. Scott moved out of sight before shrinking down to sneak on board of the golden-colored spaceships. Peter walked over with Rocket and waited for one to get out. While he stood there, Rocket continued to complain, don't see why I have to do this. You know why. But you don't get it, Pete, these guys suck. I will make copies of the batteries for you after they leave. Until then, you have to say sorry. Spider-Man shook his head. Ugh, are you sure there isn't some other way to resolve this? I mean, they're all out of their ships, we could, you know, light them up. I have a few bombs I could put to good use. Would you stop? We're not blowing them up. Suck it, buddy, you came to me for help, this is how I'm going to help. Peter crossed his arms and stared at the trash panda with a serious expression. But. Look, if they don't take the apology and demand your arrest, I'll stand by you. Even if the whole sovereign species threatens me, I'll be here for you, even if I have to fight every last one of them. Rocket lowered his head, fine, I'll say SOOORRY, bluff. Finally, one of the pilots opened up their ship and walked out with a wrist device that displayed an image of their leader. The golden skin woman looked at Peter and lifted a brow. I was not aware of that Terran apes had become so advanced. I am the leader of the sovereigns, High Priestess Aisha. We go by Earthlings, I am the leader of this strike force, and the tech isn't anything to be too surprised about. Peter held his hands out. Now, what brings you to my part of the galaxy? You are harboring criminals that stole from us. The High Priestess looked at Rocket. Rocket, return the nice lady's things. Fine. Rocket tossed over the batteries. Don't see why you're so stingy. I only took a couple. The soldier caught them and fumbled, keeping them all in his hand. Is that all of them? Peter lifted a brow. Grr. No. Rocket tossed over the last two and said, I hate this. Now what do you say? Peter nudged his shoulder. Really? I gave them their stuff back. Rocket. Fine, I'm sorry. As you should be, Aisha said while her soldier struggled to stabilize her image, but you will be brought back and dealt with on our terms. If you would please hand the animal over. I'm afraid I can't do that. As upsetting as it is for you, Rocket is of Earthling origin. He is a citizen of our cradle planet. I cannot hand him over to be killed by another race. So, either you take your stolen goods and fuck off or we do this the violent way. The priestess was about to complain, but Peter held his hand up. Before you say, you're outnumbered, we have the advantage, yada, yada, blah blah blah. Just know that if I wanted, I could atomize every last member of your race right here, right now. Countless guns and turrets appeared from the bottom of the stellar sword. Are willing to go to war over that, rodent. Lady, I would burn a planet to ash for one of my own, even if he has issues with stealing stuff that he doesn't need. Rocket cringed, lowering his shoulders as he looked away. This won't bode well for you. Our numbers are not something that can be overlooked. You're a planet that has just joined the stars while we are hundreds of trillions in number. War is not a wise choice. You say that, but you have no idea what we're capable of. Rather than take the risk on war, how about we come to a compromise? Peter raised his finger. What could you possibly offer? Money. Peter held up a card that still had all of the collector's wealth. It was a little over 1.5 trillion, so he was sure that he could easily pay off any fines. I'll pay the cost of any damages and fines you have for his theft. The priestess pondered over the idea for a second. Very well, it will cost 10 billion credits to repair everything and another 15 million for the rodent's transgressions. Peter didn't know if he was being ripped off, but he wasn't about to back down. Very well, he walked over to the soldier who scrambled to put the batteries inside his ship and approached Peter with a device. He slid his card through it and smiled as he said, "So we're done here, correct?" Once Aisha acquired the funds, she nodded her head and said, "Yes, very well. However, this act does not paint you favorably. Should any of your kind ever be in our quadrant, just know that you will not be welcomed." "Oh, boo-hoo, I'm shaking in my boots." Peter rolled his eyes as he looked to the rest of the group. "All right, you can leave now. Get out of here." The men all boarded their ships and started flying away before Ant-Man suddenly popped up to regular height and stared at Peter. "Couldn't you have kept them busy for a few more minutes?" "Really?" Peter lifted a brow. "What did you get?" Tony asked. "About 30 photos of their engine and 5 of their weapons." Scott held out a flash drive. Tony injected into a port in his suit and looked at the images. "Pretty good work. I'll send you the cash. About 10 of the engine pics are useful and all 5 the weapons I can use. 1.5 million isn't a bad payday." "It could have been so much more." Scott lowered his head as he gave Tony his credit card. "You're not going to rip me off or anything, are you?" Tony's expression basically said, "Really, dude? Sorry, I have issues with some powerful people that have too much money. One of them sent me to prison because I blew their scheme out of ripping off people." "What company did you work for?" "Roxanne," Scott sighed. Tony's eyebrow twitched. "You don't say." "Oh," Peter thought as he looked at the two. "Say, clue me in on what you discovered. I would love to help you out. Maybe even clear your name." "You do that." Scott went wide-eyed. "Sure. I'm not a big fan of that company either." "Well, Roxanne, I guess your days are numbered now." Peter shook his head and chuckled. Once he had dealt with the Sovereigns, Peter walked back over to see the Guardians of the Galaxy chatting about Quill's father. "Do you think he's really your dad?" Drax questioned. "The odds of someone knowing my mom's name, yeah, he probably is." "Why do you think he showed up now?" Gamera asked. "Probably wants something from you," Rocket said as he hopped off Peter's shoulders and jumped back on Groot's. "I am Groot." Yeah, it's settled. Let's talk about Quill instead." "I mean his dad showed up." The fuzzy raccoon tried to change the subject. "I am Groot. I'm not deflecting." Peter looked to Quill and smiled. "So, they won't bother you as long as you don't mess up again. However, I wouldn't expect to get any jobs from that region anytime soon." "Right, well we're better off without jobs from a bunch of stuck-up prunes like them." Rocket crossed his arms. "Rocket, we need to talk about this." "No, we don't, we need to focus on Quill's father." "Hi," Jason said as he stepped into the conversation. "What do you want?" Quill frowned. "Look, I know you don't think of me much. But you have to know I wanted to come back. I really did. But, look, just come with me. I'll explain everything." Peter lifted a brow and had Webster scan his father. He was fully expecting to see the readings of a Celestial. However, the readings came back as something that made him tilt his head in confusion. Odd, really odd. It's like the Celestial genome has been grafted into him. Underneath it, the structure is completely Spartax. Peter couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, but he was curious to see where it led. "Look, if you come with me, I can explain everything. I can show why I was gone for so long. You can even bring your friends," Jason announced as he looked at the Guardians of the Galaxy. "I'm down to see another planet or two." Tony popped over with an interested expression. "Of course, you are," Steve chuckled. "So did we come out here for nothing?" Eric asked while crossing his arms. "No, your backup was most certainly necessary. We still have those guys to deal with." Peter pointed at the Ravagers ship. "Ravagers, nasty group. I hear they eat people. You want my help? Jason offered. No, Peter answered with a dull tone. The newest group to arrive at the ring was given the same warning as those that came before them, and just as Peter thought it would happen, they refused to disarm, and tried to attack. Dozens of attack ships came out of their mothership and started to try and approach, but a simple radio burst was enough to hack into their systems and shut them all down. You're going to help me arrest every last one of these guys and confiscate everything, Peter said as he looked at the Avengers. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I'll take care of the big one, Magneto declared as he raised his hand and started pulling over the flagship. Peter then looked at the Guardians and said, well, you ready to pay me back for bailing you out? Sure, Jason, just stay here until we finish. We'll hear you out later. Quill pressed his chest and made his mask appear. I feel like punching something anyways. Gamera looked a bit worried but sighed and stood by Quill. Finally, can we stop standing around? Rocket grabbed his multi-gun. Tony, take care of the stragglers, we'll deal with the flagship. Got it, Tony took off and started grabbing the fighter ships before bringing them back to knock out the pilots. Once Magneto moved the flagship close enough, Quill invited everyone aboard the Milano. However, Peter just opened a portal and said, my way is quicker. Come on, let's beat up some pirates, Rocket cheered as he hopped through. Hey Rocket, Peter threw the raccoon a gift. What's this? Rocket asked as he grabbed hold of the vial of glowing liquid. I cloned the battery. I left a trunk in the Milano. Rocket grinned, cool. You spoil him, Gamera said as she jumped through the portal. I like the little kleptomaniac, sue me. Let's go. MJ cheered as she hopped through. The others joined in and hopped into a very confused crew of Ravagers. Avengers, take M down, MJ shouted as she jumped into the battle. The enemies raised their weapons and fired into the crowd. Chapter 102, Issue 102, The Amazing Web Part. Peter and MJ dodged and weaved between the laser fire and started to take out their opponents with ease. Rocket shot back while Wasp and Ant-Man shrank down and flew into battle. Magneto used his abilities to crush their weapons while Charles would use his telekinesis to restrain them and put them to sleep. Flicks of silver blurs would appear while men were flung in different directions before blasts of red chaotic energy would slam men into the wall. Men. Hold your position. Taserface demands it. Ha. Did you hear that name, Quill? What a stupid name. Rocket said as he shot a guy dead in the chest. Quill blasted some men with ice and fire as he cracked a smile, and you said my naming sense is bad. I mean, Rocket dodged a guy trying to tackle him and hopped off his head while shooting dozens of more men, who names themselves that. What did he just wake up one day, look in the mirror, and decide, today I'm gonna make people call me Taz. Fa ha ha ha, Taser face. Ah ha ha ha. I am Groot. Groot drew people in and knocked them out with powerful punches. Gamera jumped past a man with giant rocket-propelled weapon and threw him into another guy before grabbing the weapon and firing down a corridor. Once it exploded, dozens of men came out of hall, all of them on fire. MJ splashed them with water then electrocuted them before Peter dodged another laser and punched a guy so hard that his whole body was imprinted into the metal interior of the ship. So, which one of you is Taserface? Peter smirked as he looked at the alien in question. The one calling himself as such looked around and said, I. Peter hit him in the face with some taser webbing and said, you have poor taste in names. Ah ha ha ha. Did you just taste Taserface in the face? That was classic. Rocket kicked a space pirate in the gut before he looked down at him with a smile. What do you want from me, furry demon? Hey, I kind of like that, give me that eye. Rocket grinned as he caught the Ravager in question shaking in his boots. Please don't kill me. He held out the eye while shaking like a grass during a windstorm. Relax, we haven't killed anyone, yet. The man quivered even more before Rocket leaned close to him and said, boo. After he passed out, Groot came up and said his usual 3 lines. What? That was funny. This is weird, Quill commented as he noticed that enemies were all easily being taken care of. What? Drax asked as he picked a guy up and tossed him onto the ground. Yondu isn't here. This is his crew, but I don't see him in sight at all. That's because he was taken captive. Kraglin Obfontry spoke up as he peeked around the corner, was a coup, you see. Coup, there was a coup, Peter sighed as he webbed another guy to the wall while tilting his head to avoid the laser. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Quill started laughing as he walked over towards Kraglin and said, take me to him. Right. While the Avengers cleared out the ship and made sure they didn't miss anything, Peter and MJ walked alongside Guardians of the Galaxy until they ended up at the brig. Seeing the small cell Yondu was stuck in, Quill smirked as placed his head against the bars as he said, well, looks like Consequence finally bit you in the ass. What, Quill? What are you doing here, boy? Really, you were chasing us, don't play dumb. Do I look like I'm in any condition to chase after you? My men betrayed me, wanted that bounty the sovereigns put on ya. Not to mention that fast ship of yours. You had a lot of people looking for who made it, my men wanted it for themselves. I was against it. Yondu eyed his first mate, so, they planned a mutiny. I swear Cap, I wasn't part of that. Sure, you weren't. Where's my control device? I'll get it for you. No, you won't, Quill barked. Why not? Seeing as you're here, I know you already captured my ship. All my men betrayed me, and I can go ahead forget about getting back any funds I carried with me, so what you afraid of? Not much I can do to ya. Did you forget, I was 12 maybe 11, you once locked me up in here because I tried to get back home. And? Really? That's all you can say? 20 years, Yondu, 20 years you kept me against my will. Now I finally get to see the men that kidnapped me in the similar position. It's very cathartic. Hi, Peter interrupted while he waved his hand. Who are you? Yondu questioned. The guy who made his ship. Also, the same guy who will be confiscating your flagship. Peter looked around at the cramped space. Hey, wanna tell me why you took Quill from Earth? I could let you out and give you a ship to get back to. Well, I guess you don't have a place to go back to. Guess you didn't hear. His daddy is some big-time emperor. Figured I could earn a few bucks by ransoming him. Deal fell through and I took a liking to the brat and let him stick around. I figured it was better putting him back on that rock and taught him everything he knows. Fat lot that did me. Raised him like my own and he stabs me in the back first chance he gets. Raise me. You starved me, beat me, worked me to the bone, and threatened to let your crew eat me. That last bit was a joke. Everything else was just me helping you build character. I was a kid. Wait, back up, he's an emperor. Quill's eyes bulged. Yeah, you could have been a big payday, but dear old daddy wanted nothing to do with him. It's strange you say that, Yondu, because his daddy's just outside the ship, and according to him, he's been looking for a way back to Quill for a long time. He's here. Yondu's eyes widened before he jumped up at the railing. Quill, you can't go with him. Whatever you do, you have to stay away from that man. Why the hell should I listen to you? You don't understand, you can't, that man is a monster, Quill. Taking his job was the worst decision of my life. Yondu squeezed his hands around the bars of the cell. Quill, I was supposed to take you to him along with your mommy. It was supposed to be a simple pickup and delivery, but I waited too long. Eventually, when I finally got around to it, the orders changed. He had me bringing kids to him from other places, almost like he was avoiding you. I thought nothing of it, but those kids never came back. I broke the code of the Ravagers, never take jobs with kids involved. Wait, Space Pirate Code. Don't mess with children. I never thought I'd say I have some respect for a bunch of criminals, MJ commented. The Ravagers ain't criminals. Not when we first started out anyways. We were mercenaries that took the more dangerous jobs. Traffic materials or people through heavily guarded sections of space, got armies what they needed to escape or fight back against the Kree. We were insurgents. It wasn't until we were betrayed that we became pirates. Even then, our goals remained the same. We don't pirate from just anybody, we got a strict code of ethics too. If that's true, then why did you go through with the jobs? Quill asked with a sickened expression. I was in a bad place. I thought it harmless, an easy job, just ferry some kids to another planet. A man of your father's stature wouldn't do anything that would ruin his reputation, and the money was too good to pass up. I didn't know what would happen. Peter was very confused. His identity of an emperor didn't match up with movie canon. But the story was the same. At least certain parts of it is a combination of the movie and comic lore. There's something weird about that planet. My men didn't come back after finding the bodies. Quill frowned. What do you mean bodies? It was the kids, it's why I took you, boy. If I didn't, he'd just hire someone else that would. I couldn't take it, the blood is on my hands, and I didn't want any more. MJ clenched her fists. She couldn't imagine the guy they just met killing children. She wanted nothing more than to strangle him, but she didn't know if Yondu was lying to save his own skin. We have no way of knowing if this isn't some lie. Spiderwoman crossed her arms. I guess we'll have to go with him to figure out the truth, Peter said as he leaned against the wall. You can't, I just told that planet is weird. Something about it, it changes the people who go on it. Take me to the helm, I'll show y'all my men's footage. How can we be sure that this isn't some trick? Gamera asked. I swear on my honor as a Ravager, I got proof. Peter opted to let the guy out as he hit the release switch and said, well, show me your evidence. Thank you, Yondu walked out before his first mate handed over his control comb. I save it for ya, boss. Yondu put it back on his head and whistled. His arrow shot through the wall and hovered above his head before he grabbed it and stashed it away in his coat. Well, move, Quill crossed his arms while tapping his foot. Rocket poked him in the back with his multi-gun. This thing has 20 different settings, and if you try anything funny, I make sure you live long enough to see all of them. Right then, follow me. The group did but kept their guard up. Eventually, they ended up on the bridge before Yondu looked around. I can't access the ship's logs. I'll fix that. Webster, return power to the computers please. Peter held his hand out. The screen popped on before Yondu started typing into the console. While he looked for the file, Cole noticed the troll bobblehead near the window. I thought you said you threw this away. I did, that's where it landed. Yondu deflected as he turned his head and said, I found it. The screen popped up and showed Yondu slipping a tracker on the kids before looking at the camera. The moment he leaves, you find that beacon. Yondu gave the order. You got it, boss, the Ravager called out. Good, now get to work. Do I have to go? The voice of a girl called out. Yeah, little lady, I was told your father is down there. You finally get to meet him. The camera revealed a girl with purple skin and dark black hair. Will I really meet my daddy? I gave him my word, Yondu said to hurry things up. They then watched the girl board a ship and travel to what Peter knew as the living planet Ego. However, in the movies, they made Ego a celestial. He wasn't sure anymore if this was the same in his universe. If they were a fusion of both, then they might have some issues with going there. Comic Ego had a bunch of abilities that movie Ego didn't show. Comic Ego was busted. He was capable of creating life, recreating landscapes with the exact properties of a place like Asgard, controlling gravity, shape-shifting, and the ability to devour other worlds. He was on par with a being like Galactus, add celestial blood into the mix, and even Peter was unsure if he was a match for the being. The video footage showed the exchange with Jason and the child before the Ravagers left and went into hiding. It went dark before Yondu pulled up another video. This was taken 8 months later. His men had waited for Ego to leave the planet, and when he finally did, they re-entered the planet. The men tracked the location to a blocked-off cavern and went inside to see the pile of bones with the body of the girl they left on top mostly decayed. Yondu clenched his fist as he looked away from the screen. However, his on-screen voice came through loud and clear. Get out of there, boys. Get back to the ship. I don't want to, the Ravager said as he dropped his weapon and started walking off. The hell are you doing? Oh, Yondu, this wasn't part of the deal, the voice of Jason echoed in the room. A strange creature that looked like it was partially made of glowing liquid appeared from the wall. It had a single glowing eye, no face, and a hexagonal-shaped head. The strange creature walked up to the camera and spoke with a command and authority that caused Yondu to shiver. I tried to settle this in a way that benefits us both, but now I have no choice but to use coercion. There's no hiding it anymore, so why don't you finish your jobs that I paid you so much for? What in God's name makes you think I'll do anything you want, and give me back my men? No, they belong to me now, and if you don't want your Ravager buddies to figure out you've been trafficking kids, you'll do as I say. There was a sudden silence in the video feed. You know what? Do it. Don't ever contact me again. If I see you, the first thing I'll do is run my arrow through your skull. Oh, do you think I'm bluffing? Ego tilted his creation's strange head. Don't care, they'll understand, they have to, Yondu lied to himself as he shut off the communications. The screen went dark as everyone had the same grim expression on their faces. As you can imagine, they didn't understand. I was kicked out, and the first thing I did was go to Terra so I could save you. The hell was that thing? Peter frowned and pulled up his trusty search bar. He looked for the planet Ego's history and became quite annoyed. During the first days of creation, a great war enveloped the universe between two types of celestials, those on the side of creation and order, and the corrupted. Eventually, the head of a dead celestial was semi-revived by merging with the living planet. The ancient godlike being's head fell to Ego roughly 1 trillion years ago. Slowly the planet devoured the head and the celestial, and the combined consciousness of the two formed into the planet known as Ego. Several hundred years after gaining consciousness, a visitor landed on his surface to check the damages his ship had suffered through in a fierce battle with the Badun. The visitor was the very same Jason that had just recently become an emperor after the assassination of his parents. While he was stranded on the living planet until he could repair his ship, he was infected with spores Ego had grown to try and understand the humanoid creature that was now walking on him. A couple years passed, and with enough time, he eventually made it off of Ego, but he hadn't completely fixed his ship and it broke down on his way back to Spartax. He crash-landed on Earth, met Meredith, and left to help his people finish the war. However, the closer he got to Ego, the more sentient the spores from the planet became, and in the end, it made its way into Jason's brain and started to whisper things to him. Eventually, the Emperor found himself under the control of Ego and back on that planet he was stranded on all those years ago. His genes altered, manipulated into making a better host body, and after much discussion, the two came to an agreement. Jason would help Ego with whatever plan he had, in turn, Ego would help his empire win the war and run it with him. However, Jason hadn't realized what it was that Ego wanted. The years passed as they shared a body. When Ego slept, Jason was in charge. However, when Jason slept, Ego would further his plans to spread himself out amongst the cosmos. During that time, he sired many children, Mantis included, and as promised the Spartax Empire not only won the war but grew to be one of the most technologically advanced species in the galaxy. However, when Jason became aware of what Ego was doing, he tried to end their relationship. Ego didn't like that very much and showed Jason just how little control he had over his life anymore. Should he ever try to renege on their deal, he would not take complete control of the body, but he would destroy every last planet the Spartax had inhabited. This could be an issue. Peter rubbed his chin. Chapter 103, Issue 103, The Amazing Web Part. The spider hero shared what he learned with the others and got the same shock and awe that he expected. They all seemed to understand just how serious the situation was, but Quill was freaking out. So, you're telling me my father is some kind of ancient god alien hybrid who has been body jacked by a living planet? More or less, Peter waved his hands side to side. Man, and I thought Gamera's parent issues were bad, Rocket commented. This sucks, this royally sucks, and apparently, I can say that because I happen to be royal, go figure. Oh, and apparently, I had a bunch of siblings that were all eaten by my dad not dad. Star-Lord strutted around while throwing his hands here and there. We don't know that they were eaten, Drax commented. If he's the planet, and all those things rot, then I'm counting it as being eaten, Rocket added. Guys, you're talking about Quills. Gamera paused as she saw the pained look on his face. I am Groot, Groot let out a sad sigh as he patted Quill. Yeah, sorry, Quill. I'll let you in a race next time we decide who gets to be the pilot. Rocket looked rather ashamed for some reason. I wasn't expecting a story like that, Yondu looked away. Hey, at least that Mantis girl is still alive. Doesn't that mean you still got family? MJ commented. Peter sighed before saying, yeah, Quill. Not to make matters worse, but I think you should know, Ego had to make the children orphans so Yondu would take the job. Everyone in the room froze as Quill looked Peter dead in the eye. What are you saying, Pete? Yondu, do you happen to know what happened to the mothers of these children died from? Yeah, it was something like a tumor, a brain tumor, that's what it was. It's what let me catch on to that thing's lies. It's an easily enough treatable condition on most planets if you catch it on time. Quill's vision suddenly turned dark as he reached for his gun and started to leave the bridge. Peter stepped in front of him and stopped Star-Lord. Hold on. Don't forget your dad is pretty much a prisoner in his own body. He killed my mom, Pete. Ego killed your mom. Jason probably doesn't even know about it. I need to kill him, Peter, tell him how to kill him. I might have a way, but even I'm not sure if it'll work. Just give me a few hours, Quill, I need just a couple. Arg. Quill punched the nearby seat and sent it flying across the room. Hey, don't take it out on my ship. Not your ship anymore, dumbass, Rocket said as he walked over to Quill and sat on his shoulder. Groot gave Quill a hug before pulling Drax and Gamera over to join. I am Groot, we are Groot. Yeah, thanks Groot, I'm sad too. Quill covered his face with his hands. Spiderwoman looked to her husband and asked, what are we going to do now? Something stupid. MJ lifted a brow. Something dangerous? Tony's voice came over their comms. Something stupidly dangerous, Peter sighed as he walked out to inform the other Avengers of what was going to happen. Have you been listening in this whole time? MJ asked. Yeah, sad story. What do we do with Daddy dearest? Tony asked. Oh, I got something to buy us sometime. Luckily, Ego is really far away. It should take him time to realize what's happening. Peter spoke up. Tony, use the stasis field to lock him up. This thing has a stasis field. Tony exclaimed with an excited expression. Webster, give him temporary access over the ring's weapon systems, Peter spoke as he marched through the Ravager ship and stepped out onto the docking platform. Holy shit. Tony cursed as he looked at everything the ring could do. I didn't add any of this. Yeah, I may or may not have added a few things. Wait until I give the order, Peter said as he made his way back to the entrance. Quill, you stay here, MJ stopped him from leaving. Why? Because your expression is written all over your face, Gamera sighed. We'll stay back with ya, Quill, Rocket leaned against the wall. I am Groot. I want to see what's going to happen, Drax left the group. Really have to work on that guy's sensitivity issues, MJ shook her head. Peter met up with Jason and stood across from before saying, sorry about the wait. No, it's no trouble. So about leaving with my son. Actually, Quill had some issues to work out with the Ravagers. So, he'll be a while longer. Until then, care to eat some Earth food? Peter looked at Mantis walking out of the ship. No, I'm fine, Mantis, can you help me with something? Jason looked to her before she nodded back at him. They started making their way back to their ship when Peter teleported Mantis away and gave Tony the signal. A massive set of what looked like laser cannons popped up around the ship the moment Jason stepped inside it. They fired an invisible beam that suddenly slowed the time around the area to a crawl. Mantis looked worried as she shouted, "You must stop. Without me he will not be able to rest." "He's fine, so I assume you somehow are able to let his sleep without letting Jason take over, right? Ego the one in control right now, correct?" The green alien woman gasped, "How did you know? What do you sense from me right now, Mantis?" "Confidence unlike anything I've ever sensed, and worry." Peter smiled and turned to the confused future Guardian of the Galaxy member and said, "You're safe now. He's frozen in time, so he doesn't need to sleep, and when I finish killing Ego, I'll find a way to save your father." You can do that." "I can, with my friends backing me up. Now, go spend some time with your brother. Get to know him." Peter walked towards Tony. "What now?" Tony asked. "Now I go to forge something, but to do that, I have to sort of time travel. Just saying that grosses me out." "You're going to travel time and space," Peter corrected. "I have to go somewhere and give myself enough time to actually make the weapon we need to take this guy down." "Making a weapon? Can I help?" Iron Man grinned. "Not this time," Peter said as he walked over to Mary Jane. "I should be back in a second, a year for me, but a second for you." "Where are you going?" MJ questioned. "When is he going?" Drax spoke up. "In another universe and in a far, far away galaxy." Peter closed his eyes and connected to the Great Web to find a universe where Galactus had died. Thanks to a certain guy named Abraxas, there were plenty to choose from. "Have to go pick something up at my lab, so I might be gone for around an hour or so," Peter said as he teleported away. Once inside, he walked over the gene serum he had been working on for some time. Darwin's adaptability, Strong Guy's kinetic absorption and conversion of the kinetic energy into physical strength, the Griffin's growth factor, and then Elixir's power to bind them all together. I used Darwin to allow my body to rapidly adapt to the influx of kinetic energy I can absorb, evolving my body the more I store rather than damaging it. Add the Griffin's rapid growth when facing stronger opponents, and I'm basically Ultra Ego Vegeta. He looked at the serum in his hands and said, "Out of the countless trial and errors I had with this thing, only this one was successful. I wanted to add Gambit's kinetic generation ability into the mix, but the cocktail always became volatile once I added it. Though it's not like I can't just add Gambit's mutant gene by itself, however, I rather see if I can improve it first." Peter placed it over his heart and sighed. "Normally I'd use a clone to test it, but I don't have time for that." "Time for a Hail Mary. Webster, you ready?" "At your command, sir." Peter injected himself with the serum and felt his body suddenly surging with strength unlike anything he's ever felt before. The brand new custom-designed X gene merged with his blank gene, conforming into a single power rather than three separate ones. After the initial burst of internal energy, everything returned to normal. Peter punched his own fist to check whether or not the new power worked when he felt the kinetic energy travel into his muscles. "Okay, now all I need to do is fight someone like Superman and evolve to grow as strong as him. I wonder if I can go to the DC universe or something and pick a fight with the Blue Boy Wonder." Author note: please read. 1. Maybe I could challenge Blue Marvel or Hyperion for a spar. They're basically Marvel's versions of Superman. As much as he'd love to test out his theory, he had a graveyard to visit. Peter opened a portal through the multiverse and went to one where Abraxas had killed just one Galactus, but a whole army of them. He floated in a pitch-black vacuum surrounded by a massive pile of bodies that was bigger than several planets combined. Peter made sure to make oxygen bubble around him with his reality topaz and made his way to the corpses of the cosmic being. "Well then, with a time difference of 1 year, I'll have to work fast." Peter waved his hand, creating a massive copy of Nidavellir Forge and grabbed one of the bodies of Galactus before landing at the entrance. "Now, to deal with these bodies, I'll start by dismantling him and learning everything about him." Peter spent days trying to make heads or tails of one of the most powerful beings in Marvel. He worked tirelessly taking him apart piece by piece and inspecting every corner of his massive body. "This isn't working. The materials of his corpse are certainly quite powerful, but I can't understand how his body works." "Ah, I got it. What better person to teach me than Galactus himself?" Peter activated his Soul Emerald and Reality Topaz before creating a tiny body that resembled Galactus. Within it contained the combined knowledge of every Galactus corpse in this unique universe. The chibi Galactus suddenly opened his eyes and looked around with a confused expression. "What madness is this?" The cosmic being looked over his sea of corpses. "It's your graveyard," Peter smirked as he got his attention. "So, how do you like your new body? No starving sensations, correct?" Galactus looked at his hands in surprise and then suddenly started laughing. "It's gone. Gone. I left your intelligence intact and combined the soul fragments from this place to make your consciousness." Galactus looked at Peter and quickly figured him out. "Is it the Infinity Stones?" "Infinity Gemstones, but you're close enough," Peter smirked. I see, Merlin. So it's not that you revived me, but you have created an entirely new being. What did you create me for, Spider-Man? I need to make a weapon to kill a new type of celestial, and your bodies will be the resource I use to craft it. The only issue is I don't know how to make sense of what the tech in your body does and what to use for materials. So, you need me to teach you. Galactus came to an understanding. It's why I left your mind intact. The knowledge you have will aid me in making the perfect weapon. If your aim is to kill a celestial, then you've chosen wisely, Spider-Man. However, you need something that will be the base of your weapon. Peter pulled out the Corvus glaive and created a soulless clone of antivenom as he said, I intend to use this. The glaive of Corvus, and a symbiote that is disconnected from null, not a bad base material. Very well, Spider-Man. In turn for creating this new body for me, I shall aid you in understanding. Peter smiled and created a time dilation spell that covered the whole of the Nidavellir Forge. With all the time he needed, he spent almost a year just learning everything Galactus knew of his own body. Peter gained a decent understanding of various bits of knowledge Galactus had amassed throughout several universes. Being one of the longest living beings in many different existences, he was a wellspring of knowledge that never seemed to dry up. Once Peter had sufficient understanding of what he needed, he began construction on the weapon. For approximately 5 months, he hammered and merged the various materials into the new weapon. Every strike of his hammer generated so much heat and energy that it began birthing stars and galaxies. While Galactus didn't have his full power in his new body, it was more than enough to transport them to various sections of the universe. Without rest, food, water, or entertainment, Peter poured his soul into the weapon. Many years had passed, and before he knew it, Peter struck the hammer one last time that caused a massive explosion. That explosion wasn't normal whatsoever. It devoured the remaining bodies of Galactus and converged into the forge. With his new powers to absorb kinetic energy, his body underwent a metamorphosis. His skin grew tougher, his bones became more durable, and his muscles had transformed into an entirely new substance that was both dense and extremely lightweight. Peter managed to pull himself from the ground as he saw that the weapon he had forged was completely white in color and radiated with an incredibly powerful cosmic force. Congratulations, Spider-Man. You have completed your task of making a weapon on par with the Necrosword. Even the all-black sword would not be able to break this weapon. I can't call it the all-white blade since there is a streak of black in it, Vitaglaive. I'll name you the Vitaglaive, Peter said as he grabbed hold of it and felt his body boiling over with unlimited potential. He stored the weapon within his symbiote and smirked as he asked, how long have I been working on this thing? Roughly 2.5 years within the temporal flow altered. Outside, you have spent around 2/10 ths of a year, Chibi Galactus explained. Well, I guess I'll take my leave. I've been here long enough. Enjoy your new life, Galactus. I'll do just that, Galactus replied as he looked out over the universe with a smile on his face. Peter opened a portal back to his own universe and jumped in. Chapter 104, Issue 104, The Amazing Web Part. Now that he was home, Peter felt ready to take on the living planet. Of course, now that he carried a weapon powerful enough to slay Celestials, Peter's confidence was higher than it ever had been before. He noticed MJ and the others still standing at the same spot and smiled as he waved, you guys ready to kill a planet hell-bent on absorbing everything in the universe? That was fast, Tony smirked. For you, I spent almost 2 years making what I needed to take this thing down. You spent 2 years there? MJ frowned. Yeah, it was laborious, but I'm ready. Peter nodded his head before looking towards the Guardians of the Galaxy. Mantis, I'm going to put you back where you were before I left. We need to make sure that Ego doesn't catch on to our plan. Mantis nodded her head before she was teleported into the temporal lock. Peter then shut the machine down as he called out, hey, Jason. We're ready to go to this place you're talking about. And my son. I'll go with, Quill spoke up. Then we're going with him. The Guardians and the Avengers stood by his side. What do we do with Yondu? Drax whispered. I'll figure something out, Peter replied. I am Groot. That is a good idea, Yondu can babysit, MJ said with a smile. All right. When do we leave? Do you have anything you need to grab? Bathroom breaks. Jason asked. I think we're good, MJ scratched the side of her head. Peter looked around, anyone need to use the bathroom? I do. Scott replied before they all gave him a funny look. Bathroom, that way, Peter pointed to a nearby building. Thanks. Peter went ahead and made Yondu take care of baby Groot while Scott took care of business. After he got back, they all boarded the Milano and took off into the stars. While they followed Jason, he went to bed with Mantis' help and he was none the wiser to what was going on in the ship behind him. Peter passed out a helmet that would turn invisible when needed. What's this for? Magneto asked. Put it on now and keep it on when we arrive at the planet. The plan is simple, while you guys stall for time, MJ, Wasp, Scott, and I will head into the core of the planet. There is a nucleus that we need to destroy in order to kill Ego. Peter created an image of the planet. Whoa, that's a big face. Tony looked at the image with interest. A living planet, how interesting. Charles rubbed his chin. Where is the target? Magneto asked. We have a plan, right? Scarlet Witch asked. The plan is, we shrink down and let Quicksilver take us to the center of the planet without Ego catching on to us. This guy is capable of reality-breaking feats, so I'd rather it not turn into a direct confrontation. Star-Lord, that's where you come in. What do I have to do? I need you to listen to him, play along and keep his attention on you. When we can leave, we'll head straight towards the target. However, he has a defense system, kind of like antibodies. Peter pointed to those he mentioned earlier. I need you all to help me clear a line to the nucleus. Can't we just portal in? MJ asked. No, he has several defenses up. This guy is pretty much a god, so the usual methods don't work. However, he'll be preoccupied with trying to get Quill on board with his plan. That's our best chance at ending this in one fell stroke. I assume you have something that can kill this, god? Charles asked. I do, but I don't want to reveal it until I get close enough to use it. Peter nodded his head. Then these helmets are for? Quicksilver spun said helmet on his finger. It's so you don't breathe in the pollen of the planet. I'm not kidding when I say that everything on the planet is part of Ego's body. The plants, the air, and the land, all of it is under his control. You breathe it in, and he can basically jack your body from you. Pietro stopped spinning the headgear he was given and held it with a bit more urgency. All right, we'll follow your lead, Peter. Tony backed him up. So, how long do you think this'll take? Wasp spoke with a curious expression. A couple of hours until we arrive, maybe a day before he tries to coax Quill into his plan, but this is just a guess. I can't see the future, only the past. What good is that? Quill asked. It allows me to tell you what kind of person Ego is. He's overconfident, prideful, and won't see us as a threat. However, that'll give us the chance to kill in him. He sees us ants, so let's behave like them. Peter looked at Scott. Ooh, I get it. Yeah, I think we can do it. If we have Quicksilver carry us, we can probably sneak past all his guards, Ant-Man replied. We can definitely pull it off, but we don't have any spare suits, Wasp replied. I'll take care of that too, Peter said as he gave Quicksilver a copy of Webster. Holy crap. I'm practically bursting with energy. Pietro called out as he rushed around the room a few times. Peter shook his head and said, helmets on. They all did so and waited. During that time, Tony was busy scanning everything he could get his eyes on. Pietro was chatting with Scott and Janet. MJ and Peter watched the stars pass by outside the window. Rocket looked for stuff to snag. Groot did his best to stop him. Gamera stayed by Quill and tried to keep him calm. Charles and Eric played chess. Wanda practiced her magic while occasionally answering Steve's questions about said magic, and Drax ate a bag of chips. When they finally arrived, they saw the massive planet and entered the atmosphere. They all gasped at its beauty. As psychotic as Ego was, he had an eye for design. They landed next to the Ego's ship before a platform suddenly detached from it. Come on. I'll give you the tour, Ego declared as he smiled. The group looked to Peter. He nodded and jumped up onto the platform before the rest joined him. So, are you the leader of Earth or something? Why would you ask that? Peter looked to Quill. I see how the others look at, even my kid. They respect you. I'd even go so far as to say that they revere you, Ego replied. No, I'm just a high-ranking member of our planet's greatest heroes, Peter replied while hiding his disgust for the being in front of him. I see. Don't remember many of them when I was back on Earth in '79. Mutants, huh? Quite strange if you ask me. No stranger than, what are you exactly? Your genetic sequence is that of a species called Spartacians, but it's also something completely different at the same time. I'm what's known as a celestial, Ego bragged. I just like the Spartacian body and chose it as my image. Right. Quill said with a bit of spite in his voice, aren't celestials supposed to be like giants or something? I mean, we've been nowhere, and you look nothing like that. Gamera hit in the rib and said, what he's trying to say is that you're not what we're expecting. Oh, that's because I'm a different breed altogether. I'm a newer generation celestial, not an ancient one. I mean, come on, you don't see me finding it weird that you don't look like apes. Except for that triangle-faced monkey, I still haven't figured out what he is. A raccoon is closer to being a bear, wolf, or cat. They're part of the Procyanid genus, Peter lifted a brow. Not very smart for a celestial, Quill chuckled before Gamera stopped on his foot. Will you cut that out? Quill shouted in hushed tones. You first, Gamera huffed. Is something wrong? Ego asked. A lover spat, MJ smirked and did her best to cover up for Quill. Oh, so you're my son's mate. You have good taste, Peter. Thanks, Peter, and then Peter said at the same time. Seriously? Quill lifted a brow. Sorry, couldn't help it, Peter laughed. You didn't deny it that time, Drax smirked at Gamera. Shut up. Ha. I'm glad Mary Jane managed to put photo function on my suit. The look on your face was priceless. Rocket teased. I am Groot. I know, right? She blushed. She did. Quill looked over. Anyways, nice planet you got here, Tony spoke up. Ah, it's not that impressive. It's only about the size of the Earth's moon. Does he ever stop bragging? Wanda sent a telepathic message to her brother. His name is Ego, sis, Quicksilver thought back as he leaned against the railing. I'd love to catalog all the flora on the planet, Charles spoke up. I wonder if any of it can be used for medicine. Oh, there are plenty of interesting species on my little rock I call home, Ego added as the platform started moving. Any rare ore? Rocket asked. I have that too, Ego replied with a smirk. This place is quite beautiful, MJ said as she peered out into the vast terrain of greenery. Shame about the owner though, Peter thought before he said, yeah, it really is something. They stopped at the tour at a massive-looking castle-like structure. There were fountains with strange fish swimming through the water currents, multiple sections or the buildings that overlooked the landscape, materials that were completely unknown to most of the universe, and various pieces of technology that they had never seen before. He led them inside in a massive hall with beautiful and alien architecture. They all showed signs of wonder and amazement as he held his hands out and said, "Welcome to my house." Ego turned to his son not son and showed the capsule containing images of his early years. One was of a brain that started to light up. You see, I don't know where it was that I came from. My first memory was me flickering, adrift through the cosmos, utterly and entirely alone. Over millions of years, I learned to control the molecules around me. The image showed a planet forming around the brain. I grew smarter and stronger. Then, I continued building from there. Layer by layer, the very planet you walk on now. Whoa, Quicksilver spoke up as he watched the image forming the planet. But I wanted more, I desired meaning. Ego started walking away. I always thought, there had to be something out there, some kind of intelligent life in the universe besides just me. He led them to another viewing pod, and so, I set myself to the task of finding it. However, little did I know, it would find me first. The image showed a ship making an emergency landing on the planet's surface. A member of the Spartacian race landed here and I studied his biology. When he left, I recreated the body to suit my current image. The 3D image showed a body being built from energy alone. Did you make a penis? Drax asked. Dude. Quill turned around with an annoyed expression. What is wrong with you? Gamera added. Peter just laughed. He knew that Drax was gullible and probably figured that he thought that Ego was telling the truth or didn't completely pay attention when he explained the living planet's history. If he's a planet, how could he make a baby with your mother? He would smush her. Tony started laughing as well while he leaned into his Peter to stop himself from falling over. Yes, Drax. I have a penis, Ego answered. Ha. Thank you. And it's not half bad, I also made pain receptor, organs, digestive tract, and all the junk that comes with it. I wanted to experience what it truly meant to be mortal as I set out amongst the stars. Ego walked in front of another projection device. After many years of searching the vastness of space, I had found what I was searching for, intelligent life. There was so much of it that it was almost blinding. It showed the image of a bubblegum pink-skinned girl holding a stuffed animal. I was no longer alone. When did you meet Quill's mother? I would love to hear how you conceived him. I sure one as old as you has much wisdom to share on the matter, Drax asked with a curious expression. Dude. Gamera, Rocket, and a few others in the group shouted in unison. Okay, big guy, we're going to have to talk about public and private information, Rocket groaned. You humans are so weird, Drax shrugged his shoulders. Meredith, ah, sweet Meredith, it was with your mother that I first experienced love. I called her my river lily. The new image appeared of Jason holding and kissing her before it started removing her clothing. Quill's eyes widened in horror while Drax looked on in interest. Quill used his boosters to fly in front of the image. Not funny, look away, damn it. And would you quit? Drax, stop. You don't need to see this. None of you need to this. I don't need to see this. Ego chuckled a few times and skipped the image forward to showing a pregnant Meredith. From that union, you were born. I have searched for you for so long, and when I heard of the hero Star-Lord going by the name of Peter Quill, I knew I had found you. Ego sighed, follow me, I want to show you something. The living planet pausing the body of Jason started to lead him away when he turned to the group and said, I just need a minute with him. Quill gave a worried look as he looked to Peter. In turn, Spider-Man sent a telepathic message, don't worry. Just treat him as your actual father. Ego is probably using his memories and speaking through him anyways. Just try and talk to him as if he were in control. Peter sat back at the top of the massive compound with MJ while Quill let Ego show him how to use the powers contained within his celestial blood. It took all of Star-Lord's willpower to play along, but eventually, he got into the hang of things, actually treating Ego as if he were his father. Tony was off with Magneto exploring the planet and its strange technology. Charles stewed the plants and environment with Janet, and Scott chilled with Mantis, Gamera, and Drax. They all bid their time until the moment Peter was waiting for came. They spent most of the night just wasting time and learning what they could from the planet when it finally happened. Ego attempted to connect with Quill in order to activate the countless spores he has scattered across the universe. However, the moment he tried to create a mental pathway between the father and son, he fell for Peter's trap card. The helmet he gave Quill trapped him in an illusion that made him think the plan was working. While he laughed like a lunatic, and completely believed that he had won the day, the Avengers were enacting their plan. How long is he going to be like this? Quill asked. Don't know, prepare for the worst, Peter said as he looked to Quicksilver. Pietro, you're up. Got it. The speedster replied as he and the others shrunk down. They made sure that Ant-Man, Wasp, MJ, and Peter shrank down to a quarter of the size Quicksilver was at and jumped in his hands. He took off in a flash of speed that couldn't be seen while Wanda started drawing a magic circle around Jason. What are you doing? Quill asked. He said prepare for the worst. Figure I'd make a powerful explosive if he wakes up. That's my dad's body. Okay then, maybe a containment spell instead. Thank you, Quill said. I thought the explosive was a good idea, Drax spoke up. Dude, Rocket gave him a WTF expression. Drax tilted his head with a confused expression. I thought you liked explosives. What if that was your dad? Tony asked. Impossible, my father wouldn't be dumb enough to be caught in a trap like this. I am Groot. How am I insensitive? I have very sensitive skin. Is he always like this? Eric asked. Always, Rocket groaned as he slapped his forehead. The secondary team was rushing through the tunnels that led deep into the surface of the planet. They stopped in front of series winding caves that confused Quicksilver. The hell is this place? It's the neural network of a celestial. It's just been hollowed out after years of decay. It's practically a maze. Peter responded. I see why you needed me, alright, let's see how good my luck is. The speedster dashed off and started running through thousands upon thousands of tunnels. While the Quicksilver passed through the pathways, they came across dozens of antibody creatures. Luckily for them, they were too fast and too small to be noticed. However, all of that was about to change. Chapter 105, Issue 105, The Amazing Web Part. A few hours earlier, Nebula, who had finished gathering information on Nowhere. Armed with the information that she pried out of a broker, she left the giant head of the deceased Celestial and followed the tracking device back to the Milano's position. What are they doing all the way out there? Nebula thought as she started up the warp drive. The moment she saw Ego, the living planet sensed her arrival, snapping the Celestial out of the illusion. What the? Witch Lady, Quill called out with a worried expression. Scarlet Witch immediately activated her spell. Glowing red chains shot out from the circle at the base of Ego's feet and wrapped his body up several times. What in heaven's name is this? Ego realized he couldn't escape the bindings of the heroine's imprisonment magic. How did you do that? Ego looked at Quill with a curious expression. Does it matter? Quill showed a confident smile. Now why don't you do me a favor, and get the hell out of my dad's head? Ha ha ha. So, you knew the whole time. Well, no matter, whatever this is. Ego tried to break free from the chains but couldn't. Well, I guess it might be able to hold this mortal body, but I don't particularly need it to protect myself. Dozens of antibodies suddenly started manifesting within the room they were in. Now where are your other friends? The Avengers immediately went on the defense as they were bombarded by strange super-powered bipedal creatures. Tony fired countless energy beams and used his most mastered heat enhancement spells to empower them. Wanda's chaotic spells tore them asunder while Magneto used his ferrokinesis to rip the monsters apart atom by atom. Charles used his telekinesis to create a spherical barrier around the daughter and father duo while the Guardians attacked with everything they had. Quill's element gun was on full blast as he channeled the powers of a celestial through them. Ice, fire, and lightning tore through the antibodies and cleared a lot of the room. Gamera and her adamantium edge combined with her incredible strength and speed allowed her to tear through dozens of the drone-like humanoids. Drax's blades and great strength fought alongside Mantis, who made her opponents go crazy by manipulating their emotions. Rocket and Groot shot, tearing through everything that came close to them while Captain used his martial arts and shield to its fullest potential to destroy his opponents. Guys, give up. There's no point in killing them. I'll just make more. Ego laughed like he wasn't in any trouble at all. What the hell happening on this planet? Nebula read off the strange readings her ship was picking up. Now, this blue lady wouldn't happen to be a friend of yours, would she? Ego smirked. Nebula. Gamera quickly jumped into the shield Charles made and called her. Sister. Is that you? What's? Let me out and I'll spare your friend's life, Ego commanded as a giant organic-looking gun appeared at the entrance. Get off the planet, hurry. Gamera shouted as she pulled the gun from her hip and started firing into the crowd of enemies. I'm trying, the ship isn't responding. No, the gravity keeps increasing. Oh, she's not going anywhere. I don't know how you all resisted my spores, but I'm guessing whatever it is that's allowing you to do so won't apply to the newcomer. You let her go. Gamera shouted as she placed her sword at Ego's throat. Or what? You'll kill Quill's father. Wayu, easy Gamera, Star-Lord shouted as he shot the antibody that was just behind her. I found you little insects. You aren't supposed to be there. Ego's attention was turned to Quicksilver who was still searching for the nucleus. The group charged with assassinating Ego realized their cover was blown the moment that the antibodies started shooting lasers at them. Pietro was quick enough to avoid them but there were so many that it was starting to become an issue. Running out of room to move. Quicksilver shouted. Then go faster. MJ shouted. I can't, it'll tear you guys to bits. Pietro informed as he started running through the enemies at Mach speed. Peter created a barrier for the other while he stood outside of it, just go. We'll be fine. Hi-ho Quicksilver, away. You asked for this. Quicksilver suddenly started moving even faster. It got to the point where the world looked like it was frozen in time. Peter felt the massive load of kinetic force slam into his body. However, not only was he able to resist it, but it continued to empower his body the longer he withstood the massive strain of moving at near light speed. How are they doing this? Ego thought in horror as the speedster ran through the entire length of the tunnels. Hey! I saw something glowing. Pietro shouted out, it's also the most heavily guarded area. Alright, we found the target. Everyone. Clear the way. Peter shouted as they jumped from Quicksilver's hands and plowed through the targets. Scott turned into a giant and started destroying the area and kicked dozens of the antibody drones away. Wasp threw micro-explosive into their bodies, MJ used the surrounding earth to swallow them up into the ground, and with his hands finally free, Quicksilver tore through enemies at full speed. Peter made a mad dash straight through the opening his teammates made while Ego started to sweat. Quill, make them stop or I'll kill your little friend. Gamera, don't you dare listen to him, Nebula shouted as she got ready to abandon ship. The metal exterior of the spaceship started to crunch in on itself. Due to the enhancements that she'd gotten from the super soldier serum, the blue-skinned blonde was sure that she could survive long enough for Gamera to finish whatever they had planned. But Gamera's voice contained fear for her sister. Nebula turned to face the window before she dashed forward and leapt through it. The glass shattered around her, tearing into her skin a bit, but she rapidly fell towards the planet and landed on Ego's surface. An armada of biological drones started attacking. However, Nebula was more than a match as she fought tooth and nail to survive, tearing through her opponents with her bare hands and several guns she kept on her back. Peter, you have to tell them to stop. If they kill me, then this world will break. It'll collapse in on itself, all of you will die. Pete. Quill called out. Spider-Man retrieved his weapon and let the Vitaglaive be seen by Ego. Peter Quill. If you do this, that power I showed, what makes you special, all of that will disappear. Power is never what made me special, Quill replied as he took a deep breath, do it, Spider-Man. Peter smirked as he dashed towards the core and struck out with all of his strength. No! Ego cried out as the tip of the blade cut cleanly through the protective barrier and stabbed his nucleus. Jason's body went limp while all the biological drones turned into goop. They all started to scatter and make their way towards the door, fully expecting the planet to start crumbling down like Ego claimed. However, it never came. Did you think I didn't have a plan for that? Peter's voice came over the comms. The very moment Ego died, the symbiotic glaive suddenly started glowing alongside Peter's gemstones. I'm not just going to kill Ego, I'm going to completely rebuild him. For starters, let's make him a new body, sever the connection between him and Jason, and make his new purpose to seed planets and terraform them. The Vitaglaive shined brightly as it transformed the core into a body that looked like Vision. Peter couldn't help but think of the guy that didn't exist in his world due to his actions. However, this would be his way of making that up. Peter started with the frame, blood, muscles, bone, and organs, all made from materials like adamantium, orichalcum, vibranium, URU, and adamantin. His facial features came next. He shaped them into a mix of Paul Bettany and the comic version before saying, your new name is Vision. The living planet quaked as the being's body was finished. Just for good measure, let's make him completely subservient to Star-Lord and wipe his persona out so he can start over properly, Peter huffed as he started the process, gotta make sure not to destroy his data, just his ego. Peter pulled out a spare prime materia before imbuing it with the same powers his mind sapphire had before installing it on his forehead. It didn't contain the same powers as the mind infinity stone, but it did make a good substitute. When he was done with the process of making vision, he created a new power source for the planet by pulling out every last bit of celestial material he gathered from nowhere. A single crystallized orb floated in its place as he turned to MJ and said, "You're up." "Right." MJ placed her hand on the orangish-red object. The powers of Forge allowed her to create the most advanced AI system that ever and probably will ever exist in their universe. The celestial blood awakened, unveiling the powers of eternity and creation while the new vision opened his eyes. Peter saw countless zeros and ones running across his eyes before he used the dwarven forging method and his soul emerald to forge the new being's persona and soul. Kind, righteous, dedicated, honorable, responsible, and everything that Peter considered heroic all went into the core with MJ programming. A flash of light emanated from core that spread out all over the planet. When everything was said and done, Vision took a deep breath and looked at his hands. "I see, my purpose is to spread life amongst the cosmos and protect the innocent." "Whoa, what did you do?" Quicksilver asked. "Hello, my name is Vision, and according to my information, I am also an Avenger." "We made him better," Peter started. "Faster," MJ followed up. "Stronger," Scott added as he shrank back down to normal size. "I love the $1 Million Men," Quicksilver chuckled. "I was more of a documentary lover," Janet added. "You should watch it, it's old, but it's also so old you find it funny as you watch it. Some of the sound effects they use still make me laugh," MJ smirked. "We can watch it together," Scott smiled as he pulled back his helmet. "Sure, sounds like fun," Janet replied. "Ah, guys. What's going on?" Quill's voice came out over the comms. "I'll explain in a bit." Peter turned to Quicksilver and took back his symbiote, letting it refuse with Webster before he opened a portal. "Oh, hey." Quill waved at the other side of the portal. They all hopped through and saw Jason in magic chains. "Huh, interesting magic." Vision looked at the Scarlet Witch's designs. "Who's that?" "The Reborn Ego." "Everybody, meet the new and improved living planet, Vision." "Hello." Vision snapped his fingers, dismantling Wanda's spell before he healed the weary Jason. "I must apologize about my past transgression, but I ask that you understand, Ego is dead, I am what took his place." "I taught him that," Peter chuckled. "We gave him pretty much everything we had on programming and magic," MJ followed up. "So, is everything good?" Quill looked at his father. "Ah, yes. He is only sleeping. He should recover after a dozen hours or slow. My previous incarnation was basically taxing his mind to the point of near total collapse. Now that he can finally sleep, I imagine he will back to normal when he wakes up." Vision passed over the unconscious father to his son and looked to Peter before nodding his head. "I have to make sure, Nebula is okay." Gamera started making her way towards the entrance. "I'm fine, sister," Nebula's voice rang out as she stepped inside. Her outfit was a little scuffed, but she hadn't really taken any damage. Seeing the strange gathering of people, the blue-skinned alien looked around and said, "Does someone want to clue me in on what I've missed?" Chapter 106, Issue 106, The Amazing Web Part. The Guardians of the Galaxy clued Nebula in on what they just went through while they followed Quill, who was carrying his father out to the bedrooms. "So, what happens with the planet?" Tony asked. "Technically, it belongs to Quill now," Peter replied. "Cool, so, can I take apart some of the tech?" "No need, Mr. Stark, I will open my databases to allow full access to my schematics." "Really? Great." Tony walked over to the screen and started memorizing everything he could. "So, are we done?" Eric asked. "Yeah, enjoy the vacation on the planet." Cut loose, Peter walked off. "Where are you going?" Steve asked. "To give Quill's siblings a proper grave." "I'll help," MJ said while holding the hand of her soon-to-be husband. Steve put his hand on his shoulder and said, "I got nothing better to do. You should bring Peggy here sometime." "I'm sure she'd love it," MJ chuckled. "Hey, Vision. Help us make a graveyard close to the bodies," Peter shouted out. "No need, Spider-Man," Vision replied while focusing on the area. The entire cave system was turned into a cathedral so the children could properly rest. Peter smiled and shook his head. "Well, I guess that frees up my time. Anything you guys want to do?" "We could look around." Steve looked to his team. "Well, Avengers. How about it?" "I'm down. I was on edge the whole time we were here, so I didn't get to really take the sights in." Pietro jumped to their side. Peter smirked as he realized that in a couple hours, he too would become a speedster like Quicksilver thanks to how long he wore the suit. Everyone but Tony joined in and went out to explore the world and all its wonders. While they enjoyed their time on Planet Vision, Quill waited for his father to wake up with his fellow Guardians. "So, this is Quill's father?" I did not expect him to be the Spartacian emperor, Nebula spoke with crossed arms. What happens now? Does Quill go with him to rule a planet? Drax spoke up. Not really. After all, he might be my dad, but he's not my family, a total stranger really. You guys are my family, Quill said as he gave his unconscious father a pensive expression. Rocket hid his expression, but those words brought him comfort. It's getting a little mushy in here, I'm going out for some air. I am Groot. Nah, you keep our idiot captain company. Besides, I want to check out those mineral deposits. It took a while for him to wake up, but sometime during the next morning, they all started preparing to head home. While Quill stayed next to his father through the night, Peter visited and sat down from across from him. What? Peter smiled as he sat back and asked, want some advice? Sure. I know that it's weird that your dad just came back into your life. I honestly can relate. My parents were kidnapped by Nazis and imprisoned while I thought they had died. It wasn't until recently that I managed to save them. Quill looked surprised, for real. Yeah, turns out Hydra was still around. We put them away for good and I got my parents back. However, it was awkward between us for a while. Eventually, we managed to get back to normal though. Time, Quill. Just give him time. That's it. Do you want me to lie to and say that it'll be the best thing in the world and you two will become best buds the moment he wakes up? No. I didn't think so. You guys will talk, maybe even get angry at each other and fight, but keep in mind, he's your father. He may not be the only one you have in your life, but he's blood. I don't have more than one father, Quill lifted a brow. Yondu may not be your daddy, but he is most certainly your father. Ah. Quill was at a loss for words. He raised you, and while it may not be what you would have wanted, he put himself at risk to keep you safe. He cares, Quill. Right. So, I think I forgot to tell you, but this planet is basically yours. I don't want it, Quill replied with a stern expression. That's fine too. No, I mean, we have our own planet. We bought a star system with the money we got from the collector's bank account. We've been talking about recruiting more people to the Guardians of Galaxy in preparation of taking on Thanos. Speaking of Thanos, what's the word on that Eternity Forge? Peter accepted that Quill wanted to change the subject. We'll be leaving in a bit to go get it. We may run into Thanos' men, so it would be appreciated if you could come with us. Sure, I can spare some more of my time. Besides, I'm curious about the Forge. Legends say it can even revive the dead with some kind of consequence. Star-Lord gave him a look of disbelief, that's not real. Quill, we're standing on a living planet that's as old as the universe. Anything is possible. Okay, Parker, if what you're saying is real, then this trip just got a whole lot more interesting. Peter got up and started to walk out of the room. I'll be waiting for you to finish up here. For now, I'll go tell the others our job might not be done just yet. Parker, thanks for giving my siblings a grave. Ah, Vision deserves the thanks for that one. But he's the one. Isn't Ego anymore? I wasn't joking when I said he's been reborn. I didn't make him until the previous incarnation died, Peter waved as he left. Looking over the planet, Peter smiled and said, well, once we leave, it should begin its mission to terraform planets across the countless stars. I look forward to it, Vision spoke up from behind Peter. Since I made it so that you don't need to stay on the planet anymore, what are you going to do next? I'd like to go to Earth with you. I feel that I still need to learn more about magic and the Sorcerer Supreme should be able to answer my questions. That's fine too. Welcome aboard, Vision. The Avengers are glad to have you, Peter shook his hand, now I have to tell everyone else about the Forge. He walked off to meet up with the others when Jason started to rouse from his slumber. When he saw his son, the Emperor forced himself to get to his feet, I'm free. Yeah, look, Dad, I don't know what you expect from me, but I don't see you as my father. It's been far too long for that. However, Quill stood up, I intend to give you a chance. Son. Jason gave him a hug, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I wish I was strong enough to fight Ego, but I couldn't stop him from murdering your mom. I did everything in my power to hide the memory of her, but I don't blame you for her death. I know that Ego was to blame, Quill hugged back. When they parted, he looked at his son and smiled, I can't believe she had a kid. When I found out about you, it gave me hope. Thanks, so, I spoke with my team, and we've agreed to let you come along with us. If you want to. Peter, I'm an emperor that has been away from his throne for far too long. I have a responsibility to my people. Quill looked like that stung a bit, but he understood, we figured that it would be like that. But I can still consider you a member in spirit. Son, look, ugh, alright. What's a couple months or years? Despite Ego stealing my body, he kept his word and looked after Spartax. I sure that. First rule of the Guardians of the Galaxy, never say what can go wrong, because believe me, something will. Jason chuckled, all right, I'll stick around your group for a while. But I want you to come to Spartax with me when you can. Dad, I'm no ruler. You don't have be, just, please, come with me. I'll think about it. Quill said as he opened the door, come on, I'll introduce to the rest of my crew. Right, Jason made his way out and was met with Vision staring him down. Who's he? I am Vision, and I want to help you get something back. The organic android placed his hand on Jason and used the celestial blood within him to return him to his prime age. The years my previous incarnation stole from you, I now return it. Quill, you're always welcome on my planet. Sure, all right, thanks, Vision. Quill nodded his head as he looked at his dad and asked, feel better? Much. Jason took a deep breath, can I still use the powers of ego? While you are close to the planet, yes. When you leave, it'll be like a battery that needs to be recharged. However, your son is a natural-born half-celestial. He might be able to charge your energy when needed. How about that? Jason's hands lit up as he made a pair of element guns and holstered them at his hip. All right, let's get back to the ship, Quill smiled. Right, I guess I own the celestial carriage now too. Jason questioned. You are more than welcome to take that vessel as your own, Vision nodded his head. What are you going to do? Quill asked. I will go to Earth while terraforming planets at every star I pass along the way. Since I no longer need to stay on my main body, I am free to do as I wish. However, I want to see my creator's world and learn from them. Peter and Mary Jane are good people. If I hear about you betraying them or trying something, he'll have to face the Guardians of the Galaxy. Rocket hopped off the roof and landed next to Quill. I am Groot. Earth is a place that's special to us, Gamera added. It allowed me to avenge my family and made me a hero that kills for justice rather than vengeance, Drax said while standing beside Groot. It saved me from a monster and gave me the power to fight back my oppressor, Nebula spoke up as she stood by their side. I am Groot. Oh crap, we have to head back to Earth and pick up Brut. Rocket looked worried. Brut. Drax sounded confused. Baby Groot, Brut, Rocket explained. I like it, Quill nodded his head. This is quite the family you made for yourself, son, Jason spoke up as he reminded of his fellow squad mates in the army. Yeah, and now I'm adding my sister, Quill looked over at Mantis who was hiding behind a door. Ah, hello, father, Mantis waved her hand, brother. She's Ego's child, not mine. Not to mention, she kept me a prisoner in my own body, Jason was less than pleased. Mantis shrank back before Quill stopped him, well she was made with your junk. So, Dad, you should know better. She had no choice to do what Ego told her to. You know what he would have done if she didn't. She was just as much a prisoner as you were, Gamera spoke in her defense. Look, I'm sorry. But I don't think I can ever call her daughter. With Meredith, it was something I actually wanted, but Ego fathered hundreds of children with my body. I'm sorry, I just can't. They met up with the rest of the group to see Peter looking at a star chart. Hey. Glad you could join us. MJ said as she looked away from the screen. What you looking at? Rocket questioned. The location of the forge. I double-checked Nebula's information with my gemstones. With this, we can get there before Thanos' men get anywhere near it. Peter opened a portal. On the other side was none other than the forge from the Telltale series. It looked like a pair of pyramids with their tops connected or like a blocky hourglass made of some strange metallic substance. He reached in and plucked it out and said, huh, that was easy. What is it? Rocket asked as he looked at the strange-looking relic. Something very dangerous, but in the right circumstances, very useful, Peter tossed it to Vision. The new living planet looked at it with a confused expression. It has the ability to resurrect the dead, Peter explained drawing gasps from everyone, however, it comes at a cost. It needs to take life to charge it. I see. Vision rubbed his chin, since I can create life. The forge won't require sacrifice. So, how about you make up for your previous incarnation's mistakes? Vision nodded his head as he thought of all the women he killed to make his children and the children themselves. The forge lit up as a group of people appeared around Vision. All of the children that had died for not inheriting the celestial gene and their parent appeared. However, while they showed confused expressions, Quill ran into the crowd and hugged the woman he hadn't seen since he was 8. Mom. Peter smiled as he saw Jason run over next to them and joined in. The group was tearing up while Vision did his best to calm his children and explain that Ego was dead. It took a while, but they eventually managed to come to peace with what happened. The mothers wanted off the planet, and Vision completely understood. He provided them ships that would take them home. However, around 30 of them decided to stay on planet Vision. This is crazy, could it bring my parents back? Tony asked. Anyone else got some dead friends or family you need reviving? Peter laughed. Pete. This is actually crazy. I know. Holy crap, Janet's eyes widened. We can't let people know about this, Mary Jane spoke up. Yeah, but what can they do about it? Do you know how powerful this planet is? Peter spoke up, I mean, do you have any idea how lucky we got beating him? If not for knowing how he'd act, the illusion would have been pointless, and we wouldn't have had the time to trap him with Scarlet Witch's magic. We fought an ego that couldn't use more than a single % of his actual powers. Everything hinged on him letting us on his surface in the first place. Ah, well, we still shouldn't blab. I can't imagine what kind of forces will come out here if they realize that there's a relic that can revive people. Gamera was busy trying to get Vision agree to revive the people on her home planet and help undo what Thanos has been doing to their universe. Vision surprisingly agreed to do so. Tony's parents were revived shortly thereafter. Magneto revived his wife, Magda Lenshare, and reunited them with her children. Charles had some mutants and old friends that died in WW2 revived. Rocket brought back his whole animal crew that was killed during the Great Escape from the High Evolutionaries lab. Each of the animals was bipedal and showed signs of genetic modification like Rocket. Though, it wasn't as bad as it was in the movies. It appeared that they were all a bit more advanced along their evolutionary path than the ones shown in the Guardian of the Galaxy Volume 3. They all were around Rocket's stature, bipedal, and had opposable thumbs. There was Lila the otter, Walrus the walrus, Pyko the turtle, Blackjack O'Hare the rabbit, and Stinker the skunk. Drax got his wife and daughter back, Nebula her parents back, Cap brought back some people he lost in the war, and Mantis got her mom back. Peter had a few people in mind, the men that died at Mayhem's hand during the prison escape and believe or not, Norman Osborn. Peter. What? Where? I was sure I was dead. Norman looked rather panicked as he recalled his time in hell. You got a second chance, Normie. Use it for redemption. I'll explain you resurrection later. Peter looked around for Lady Death and sighed in relief when she was nowhere in sight. I guess as long as I play by the rules, she shouldn't care. When they were brought back, he opened a portal to their homes and waited for the call that his friend would probably be spamming. MJ didn't really have anyone she had lost, so she and Scott were the only ones not to use the forge. Janet learned that her mother was still alive thanks to it not working and hugged Scott with tears in her eyes. You know, I can probably help you find her, Peter smiled. You can. The miniaturizable heroes shouted. Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but I feel I should inform you that a being brought back by the forge cannot be brought back a second time. One treasure the lives you have regained, for it is the only one you have, Vision commented. Is that true? Quill looked to Peter. It was clear that he didn't trust the celestial android just yet. Yeah, so don't go thinking you can just ignore death, Peter informed the group. Well, an extra life is always welcome in my life, Tony laughed as he saw his parents still marveling over the majestic sight of the living planet. Shall we go home then? Peter yawned. Yeah, I want to get back to my kid, Scott rubbed the back of his head, she's never going to believe me. Luckily we have evidence, Janet chuckled. You know, I want to visit Earth, Jason called out. What are you going to do, Mom? Quill asked. I think I'll live with your father. But it would be nice to take a piece of Earth with me. Not to mention any valuables I used to own. Hopefully my brother still has some. Hey Vision. Take care of my siblings, will ya? They are my children, I'll do my best to look after them. A clone of Vision appeared before it led them to their new homes. If they want, I'd be glad to let them become guardians of the galaxy. They can live on our planet too. Quill spoke up. They said they wanted to stay here for now, but I shall inform them. All right, let's go home, Peter shouted as they boarded the ship. While they traversed back to the Earth, millions of stars away, Thanos himself was making his way to a Kree outpost. Almost an entire day later, he finally was able to intrude upon a vault, fully expecting to see the Eternity Forge waiting for him. However, what was there was a single piece of paper that had Spider-Man's face on it with the words written below it, "Better luck next time, you dumb purple dinosaur. Sincerely yours, the one and only friendly galactic Spider-Man." Thanos huffed as he felt a strange feeling brewing inside him. He hadn't had much familiarity with anger, since there were very few things that could anger him. However, Spider-Man made him feel the emotion on a level that was never before thought possible. He crushed the paper in his hand and turned to his two remaining children, Cull Obsidian and Ebony Maw. Find out who he is. I don't care if you have to scour the universe. I want his name and planet. Yes, father, Ebony nodded his head with a fearful expression. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Peter was dealing with Harry freaking out over his dad's revival. How? Peter. Seriously, how? Magic artifact that was made by a very powerful being is my best answer. Could be the tool of some ancient celestial, or handmade by eternity itself, Peter smirked. So, what happens now? Norman asked while holding on to his wife who was still sobbing against his chest. We can just say you faked your death to avoid assassination. Arcadia Corp has already absorbed Oscorp, so you can feel free to join us as a board member. However, I hope you keep in mind that we keep our hands clean, so I expect you to do the same. Believe me, Peter, being dead really changed my outlook on life. I promise, you'll see an entirely different Norman than you're used to. Good to hear. Don't waste your second life and take care of your family. Peter opened a portal and jumped through. He had stuff to do, like make false medical reports of the mayhem incident so that the police officers that died that day could go back to their lives. They had to tell people they were in a top-secret medical facility because of the unique way that they died. All of them agreed to the cover stories and were eager to get back to their families, so they didn't put up much of a fuss. Once that was settled, Spider-Man checked in on Vision to see him conversing with Jarvis about various magical and technological ideas. How do you like Earth so far? Vision turned to Peter and smiled. I've been here before, but, as Vision, it's like seeing it for the first time but familiar at the same time. Interesting way of putting that, Peter smiled. Are you here for, Mr. Stark? Jarvis spoke up. I am. I came to see how his parents are adapting to all of this. I'll inform him of your visit. Jarvis nodded his head. Peter left Vision and headed inside to see Tony showing his parents around the place. Howard was proud of what his son had achieved and couldn't wait to pick apart a lot of the tech he saw. His mother was just happy to finally have the chance to be with her family again. She was even happier to be talking to her soon-to-be daughter-in-law. Hey! If it isn't my favorite Spider, what are you doing here? Tony called out as he walked over and gave Peter a hug. Good to see you too. Peter hugged back. So is everyone adjusting well? Ah, Tony has told us a lot about you. Thank you for looking after my son. Howard shook Peter's hand. It was nothing. I mean, he's a lot trouble, but Tony's good people, so he's worth it. Maria chuckled. He's funny. I know, right? Peter held his hands out. However, not everyone agrees. Jarvis' voice came over the intercoms. Sir, Steve and Peggy are here. Howard's eyes lit up as he said, let them in. Well, I'd hate to ruin your reunion, so I'll get out of your hair. Just let me know if you guys need anything. I got it covered, Spider-Nerd. I even plan on giving them both the Captain America treatment. Got it. Peter opened a portal. Make sure your schedule is cleared for the 15th. I'm getting married in a bit. Will do. Tony still had a vibrant smile on his face. Before I leave. When's yours? We're going to hold the ceremony at the beginning of spring, Pepper said with a bit of blush on her face. Right, I'll make sure to clear the schedule for your wedding. Peter jumped through and closed the portal behind him. He appeared at a densely populated area to see Quill showing his family everything he loved about Earth. Rocket and Groot drew a lot of eyes. However, since they had mutants, most people just figured that they were metahumans. The crowd of Jason, Meredith, Quill, Gamera, Nebula, Drax, Groot, Brut, Yondu, Mantis, Rocket, and his furry little friends all had smiles on their faces as they learned more about Earth culture, while Drax was mostly for the food. The Guardians of the Galaxy feels a lot bigger with all of them in it, Peter commented as teleported away with a huge smile on his face. He returned home and saw MJ cooking with Aunt May. With a smile on his face, he walked up and placed his arms around her waist before kissing her cheek from behind. Having fun. Always, MJ smiled as she leaned back and gave him a kiss on the lips. Snap. Aunt May grinned as she looked at the photo on her phone, that one's going in the album. They shared a laugh when Peter smiled and said, you know, I'm really happy right now. As he nuzzled the back of her neck, MJ giggled and said, Pete, I have my hands full right now. All right, I'll give you space. I'll be in my lab. Peter opened another portal. Be home in time for dinner. MJ shouted. K. Love you, babe. Once he was in his lab, Peter walked over to the gene augmentation section and took hold of Gambit's enhanced X gene. Well, I couldn't mix this one into a single power, so I wonder what I should mix with this one to improve it. Peter couldn't wait to finish it, because the moment he did, he would have a few places to travel in the amazing web of life and destiny. So many people help, and a lot to learn. I have a feeling my story is just getting started. Chapter 107, Issue 107, The Amazing Web Part. Weeks later, while enjoying the slow life on Earth, Peter found himself suddenly ducking under a giant green arm. Hey, hey, hey. You said you wouldn't dodge, Hulk shouted out as he stopped their spar. Sorry about that, force of habit. Peter got back into position and punched out at the giant green men. Their fists clashed and shook the training room they were in. Their knuckles mashed together, pushing against each other to see who would cave in first. So, increased gravity actually works, who'da thought, even I feel like I could work up a sweat in here. Hulk smirked as he suddenly sent Peter flying. Why did you want to train with me again? I know you heal, but that's a serious health risk. Oh hush, you've gotten pretty cocky since you've started mastering your powers. Peter got off the ground and charged. In case you haven't noticed, bit by bit, I'm getting stronger. Yeah, what's up with that? Bruce slapped Peter into the ground. New power, if I take damage from physical attacks, I can convert that into helping my physique evolve to the next level. Not to mention, the stronger the opponent, the quicker I grow. Neat. So, I should probably stop holding back. You can hold back a little, Peter gulped as he suddenly tried to punch his friend. Nah. I know you don't mean that, the Hulk grabbed him by the wrist. No. I really do, Peter cringed in pain. The Hulk then smashed the spider by grabbing his leg and slamming him side to side. He followed it up by tossing him into the air before punching him as hard as he possibly could. If the room they weren't in reinforced with magical and a variety of unbreakable materials, the whole place would be in ruins from the force of that single blow. Peter hit the wall and felt all his bones and organs screaming in pain while they recovered. However, every time they did, he got stronger and stronger. After a very long beating, Peter started to catch up to the Hulk's raw power. His physique became so incredibly durable that not even the strongest Avenger could damage it without risking a Code Green episode. The Hulk still got stronger the more he channeled his emotions. However, until he completely fused with his Hulk persona, it would remain much slower than normal. Once Peter was able to fight back, they continued cranking up the gravity while pushing their physical abilities to new heights entirely. Once they both worked up a good sweat, Peter used his chi to completely dominate the Hulk. He even managed to knock him out after an hour of straight combat. The doors opened as the two sweaty men came out of the training room. Damn, Pete. You weren't joking. That's one crazy power you got there, the Hulk rubbed his sore chin. You know, once you completely master your powers, strength will just become whatever you need it to be. I'm looking forward to a spar with Hulk Maximum. Ha ha ha. I wonder if that's true, Bruce slapped him on the back and sent the spider tumbling forward, sorry. Stronger than I used to be, I have to readjust. No, I get it, Peter got back up and dusted himself off. So, what's next on your to-do list? I'm getting married in a week, Peter smirked. Right, I got my invitation. You mind if I bring my cousin? She's been going through some things ever since the car crash and I wanted to take her to a place to blow off steam. Ah, I read up on that. If you hadn't been in the car with her, she would have lost her life. How does she feel now that she can Hulk up? Peter flexed his muscles. Oh, she's taking it, well, about as well as she can. The good news is that she can shift back between her normal body. Even I can't do that, a little jealous about that to be honest. You're green, but quit acting like you're ugly, Peter laughed. Bruce smirked and shook his head, so, about that invite. Sure, Peter waved his hand, I'll send it out later. Thanks, Hulk smiled. Peter split up with him and went along his business like everything was normal. However, all the way across the galaxy, Thanos was speaking with a powerful entity. Tell me, why would I help you invade Earth? The booming voice of Galactus spoke up. We have common enemies. I hear the humans that cast you away live on the same planet as the person that I want dead. If you want my aid, you must offer me something that would catch my attention, Galactus crossed his arms. I have the Herald's urn. It was made from the body of your Herald. Galactus frowned and said, you try to bribe me with something I can easily give away. Yes, but this has sentimental you. It is the Fallen One's, Thanos grinned. Galactus' demeanor changed as he used a telekinetic force to pull it towards his eyes. He looked at the tiny object compared to him and huffed, very well. I shall aid you just once, but I want something else. What? Thanos frowned. I want to know who has angered the great Titan to the point of coming to me. He calls himself, Spider-Man. On Earth, Spider-Man was swinging happily through the city when his phone alerted him to a text from Mary Jane. Taking the Cypher X gene from the lab. Love you. That's actually a really good power for her to choose. I'll add it to my set later. I wonder if this has anything to do with the presidents of South Africa whining about Chaka's sudden popularity. Peter continued on about his day, completely oblivious to those that were heading towards Earth. He was too focused on the wedding he would soon hold. It was 7 days away, and they almost had everything they needed to get tie the knot. The invitations were all sent out, and it had a bit over 70 people coming. The place was picked and the cathedral on Venus was built on a floating island. They hired Nightcrawler to be their priest, and he took back the ring for the ceremony and gave his to Mary Jane. Nothing can bring me down today. Peter shouted as a multi-dimensional portal suddenly opened up in front of him and he went flying through. Peter groaned as he rolled across the ground. He shook his head and said, I just had to open up my big mouth. He looked up and saw that he was in a forest. It was the middle of night, and there were webs everywhere. Hello. Peter looked around. He walked forward and inspected the web, definitely one of my formulas. Where am I? Oh, God, am I in the wild Spider-Man's world? Peter jumped into the air and started flying as he looked around to get his bearings. He started with his usual search bar method, but surprisingly, it didn't seem to have any information on it. Now this is weird, maybe a test of some sorts. It's not just this world, none of gemstones are active. Webster, can you get me scans of the environment? Can do, warning, powerful EMP is being emitted. Peter looked at the readings, luckily that stuff won't work on a symbiote, it's worldwide. Oh, that's not good. I think I know where I am. It's the same world I peered in on a while back. The one with the broken celestial, what was it, the Unmaker? I should have studied this world more. After the honeymoon I'm visiting the powerless Earth and catching up on all the stuff I missed out on. Peter noticed that he was close to what looked like an outpost of some kind. He flew over and saw Daredevil looking out from a watchtower while holding onto a Spider-Man webline. Neat, Peter said as he looked around. Pete. Daredevil turned around and tilted his head. Yo, Matt, have you seen an older version of me running around? I need to talk to him. Oh, are you Kane or Ben? No, I'm Peter, just another Peter. Multiverse, I got it. Man, you picked a crappy universe to come to, the experienced hero said as he crossed his arms. You're telling me. Care to clue me in on where to find me? Yeah, you should be in the town center. Peter practically lives in the crow's nest. It's the tallest building in the area. Thanks, Matt. Good seeing you again. Spider-Man took off. I need to finish up here and head back home, hopefully before my wedding day. He landed in the middle of town and saw his older self eating outside with his family. Peter chuckled and landed behind him while Mary Jane Parker and May Parker went slack-jawed. Peter saw that there was beef stew and toast sitting in front of Spider-Dad and snagged it up while saying, MJ's cooking. Don't mind if I do. Wah. Older Peter turned around and gasped as he stood up and grabbed his counterpart's arms. Ben. Kane. Sorry, Pete. Peter removed his mask as he started eating. Ooh, hot, another you from another universe. Give me back my food, TRN 891, Peter groaned as he tried to snag it back. Spider-Man grinned as he moved just a bit faster than his older self. Hold on, I'm starving. I just got done with a sparring with the Hulk. I need the calories. I don't care if you fought Galactus. Nobody steals my wife's cooking, not even me. Spider-Dad kept trying to snag back his dinner. Why are there two dads? May shouted with stars in her eyes. Aha. Mary Jane stifled her laughing and gave her husband another bowl. She then looked at the visitor and asked with hope in her voice, so it's the multiverse again. Think this other you can help us out in any way? Earth is in a bit of predicament. Doubtful, TRN 891 grumbled as he sat back down and started eating. Hi honey, Peter sat down at the table. Not your honey. Kind of is. I mean, I'm getting married next week, so. Oh, congrats, Spider-Dad said guarded his bowl from his other self. Oh, wow. The multiverse story you told me was real. May questioned as she jumped up and down with a purely excited expression. Honey, when have I ever lied to you? You told me Santa was real, May pouted. Peter laughed before MJ looked at him and asked, so, was it just Parker luck? Well, I got dragged out my universe to help this one for some reason. So, actually I can do a lot. I'm the strongest Spider-Man in the multiverse, well, that I've come across. Really? The Spider family asked in unison. Yeah. MJ, you get spider powers, Peter. May, you get power-ups. Peter sent out a copy of his symbiote. Whoa. No. Peter shouted with a worried expression. Relax, it's not venom. It's a man-made symbiote. Peter crossed his arms and watched as they all relaxed a little. Holy crap. I feel incredible. MJ looked at her hands. Dad. I'm way stronger than normal. May chirped as she started hopping around. I never get tired of hearing that, Peter chuckled. I have to say, I wasn't expecting an artificial symbiote. TRN 891 calmed down. Danielle is going to freak out tomorrow when she sees my new suit. May cheered. Well, during these trying times, I suppose I shouldn't complain about more protection. Oh, I think you'll find out that it does more than protect. Webster, can you pull up a screen of all recorded abilities for the Parker family? Can do. The group sat back and gasped as they saw every power Peter had collected. Can I do all this stuff now? TRN 891, Peter asked. Yes, Pete, I'm going to call you Pete, Peter said as he stretched. Oh, Webster, use Elixir's X-gene augmentation to permanently give MJ the spider gene, Peter said as the symbiote followed through. Once again MJ felt her strength surge. Oh, this is going to be fun. Why did you do that? I mean, I'm not complaining. Just curious, Pete asked. At this point it's just standard protocol, Peter chuckled. So, can we keep these? Ha, no. I'll be taking them back when I get done with whatever I've been sent here to accomplish. But, I can tell you how to make one for yourself, Peter replied as he stood up and patted his belly. Food was great, MJ. Thank you dear. Ugh, you did that on purpose, didn't you? MJ lifted a brow. TRN 891 Peter laughed. Well, at least you're a good version of me. So, I can be thankful for that. Care to clue me in when the world suddenly got shot back to the Dark Ages? Yeah, it's a long story, Spider-Dad sighed. A while back, something crazy happened and an EMP suddenly appeared from the center of our planet. It was hell for the first few years, but we managed to pull through and make this place. He told them about the people they lost and the struggles it took to unite most of humanity. However, with the electrical age gone, the monsters retook the land. Werewolves, vampires, and various villains ran amok. At the moment, most of the world was united against a common enemy. However, Apocalypse was now the head of the world's most oppressive civilization. They've even attacked surviving settlements several times to either enslave them or use them for some nefarious purpose. So, any idea what's causing the worldwide EMP? Sue said it was some kind of celestial, TRN 891, Peter replied. Damn, well. I can think of a few things that can replace what you guys lost. Please tell me Tony is still kicking. Yeah, he's working on making a new power source with alchemy. Can you take me to him? Peter asked as he started stretching. Sure. TRN 891 Peter replied as he removed his mask and started eating again, after dinner. Pete, your face. MJ's eyes widened. Chapter 108, Issue 108, The Amazing Web Part. What about it? Spider-Dad tilted his head. You're younger. May and Mary shouted at the same time. Oh, yeah. Forgot to mention, that suit can draw chi from the environment and slowly increase your internal supply. For me, that's not that much, but for you who hasn't trained in chi, it's probably like an ocean being added to a pond, and it has my healing factor, so I imagine every cell in your body must be rejuvenating at a rapid pace right now. Wait, I'm younger. Pete patted his face and noticed his wrinkles were gone. MJ touched her face and asked, how do I remove them? The symbiote responded to her mental commands and revealed that she looked 10 years younger. Ha ha ha. Wow. Mom got prettier. May cheered. Peter waited for them to finish dinner before his older counterpart put the mask on and got ready to leave. Ah, can I come with? I want to see Uncle Tony again. May begged. You just want to show off your double dads, Spider-Dad chuckled as he messed May's hair. Still want to come? Please. Let the kid come, not like there's going to be anything dangerous. I'll go too. I want to take this thing out for a test drive. It's been a while since I had your power set. MJ suited up in a copy of Peter's classic design. Fine, a Spider family outing it is, Pete sighed as he jumped off the building. They quickly made their way across the small outpost while May asked Peter a bunch of questions. So, how old are you? What's different in your world? How'd you get the cool suit? Why are you so strong? What's Mom like in your world? Am I there too? Do you still have electricity? How come the Web's Hooters are so different? Pete whipped by and let out a cheerful laugh before saying, I can't even begin to tell you what downgrading to this alchemy/steam engine tech did to my web shooting skills. Man. This feels good. I can imagine. Peter hopped off a watchtower that led to a large cave that had buildings carved into a stone hillside. Hey, Pete, remember Spider Island? MJ hopped over him. How could I forget? Everyone was Spider-Man for a day, and you're still in top form, babe. Pete replied. Peter chuckled before speeding up a bit. Hey, you didn't answer my questions. May tried to catch up. Peter landed behind Pete and looked at the large cave entrance next to a house carved out of stone. Of course, he's still paranoid. Everyone would be searching the house, yet he hides his lab in a cave. Pete chuckled, yeah, that's Tony. Sounds like yours is pretty similar to ours. You'd be surprised how many Tonys keep their personas in the multiverse. It's actually rare to find one that acts outside his usual self. Though there are a few, there's a dumb Tony, evil Tony, Tony that marries a female Captain America, and even a gender swap universe. Okay, the second to last one you have to get pictures of, MJ said. She landed next to them. You sure you want to do that, MJ? The multiverse literally represents infinite possibilities. Once you open that door, there's no closing it, and I know just how Tony gets his revenge for stuff like this. Oh, he'd totally invent multiversal travel just to pay you back tenfold, Pete added. Never mind, MJ raised her hands in defeat. Why won't you answer me? May pouted. Peter rubbed her head before saying, Webster, PG setting, and answer the kids' questions. Understood, Webster replied as he began both telling and showing video clips through the lenses. Neat function, MJ chuckled. Alright, let's go visit the cave-dwelling hermit. Hopefully, I can help out where I can, maybe even leave you guys better off. Peter started to head inside. You think he can help you get home? Pete asked. I can leave any time I want. Unlike you, I actually took up Dr. Strange's offer to learn magic. However, I was sent here for a reason, and to uncover that reason, I need information. Right, so, why were you sent here? Peter rubbed his chin. It wasn't his first multiversal adventure, and they always seemed to have a purpose of some kind that needed to be met before he could go home. He then thought of his gemstones. If this is some kind of test, it couldn't be as simple as slaying the Celestial and helping a world, it always a catch or some lesson for me to learn. As they drew closer to Tony's location, the sound of hammering could be heard getting louder and louder. When Peter saw light, he stepped into the cave and smirked as he noticed books, alchemy tables with sloppily drawn circles, various pieces of steam-powered equipment, and some very bulky Iron Man suits. Yo! Tony! Pete shouted out. The sound of clanging drowned out his announcement, causing him to blush while his wife and child giggled. Pete groaned as he picked up a rock and tossed at the back of his head. Ow, Pete. What's with the new suit? Tony tilted his head as he saw that the steam generator that they built wasn't on it. He then noticed the others. May's suit looked normal, but he was completely baffled by Mary Jane wearing the classic design suit. When he saw Peter standing next to the other Peter, he went wide-eyed and asked, Sue, Ben's alive. Ugh, hey, Multiverse Peter Parker at your service. Oh, holy crap. Tony suddenly grinned while he happily walked over to inspect the hero and the suit he was wearing. Tony, what's up with steampunk tech? Peter said as his eyes were drawn to the Iron Man suits. Dark Ages, worlds covered in a bubble of electromagnetic waves. Electricity is a bit of a tall order right now. Peter lifted his brow. Why don't you just build a Faraday cage? We can't exactly mine like we used to, not exactly safe out there these days. Tony, there's a whole bunch of destroyed cities full of aluminum copper you could harvest. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. It's like we don't have enemy factions hunting us down, Tony replied with a bland expression before he sighed. It's why I'm trying to learn alchemy. If I can just make the elements I need, then we can discuss a Faraday cage. Unless you have them all. Peter pulled out his bag of holding and smirked as he dumped out several large boulders of copper ore. Oh, and your alchemy circles suck. You know that there are books of this stuff in Camartage, don't you? Peter used magic to carve out a proper circle and transformed the entire cave. All along the stone surface a mesh cage formed before a pair of doors formed at the entrance. It was then coated in aluminum and layered so that the EMP couldn't get through the cage. Lastly, it was covered up by stone tiles while the entire mountain transformed into various rooms and neatly designed corridors. They all gasped at how organized and modernized the cave looked after he finished. Dad. Can you do that? May's eyes sparkled. No. Holy sure. MJ slapped Tony in the back of the head before he could get the curse out. Oh, MJ, what the heck? That hurt like hell. Oops, sorry, I don't know my own strength anymore thanks to other Peter giving me spider powers. Pete. Who is this guy? Tony rubbed the back of his head. Once again, I'm Peter Parker from another universe. I also happen to be a sorcerer and a grandmaster alchemist, Peter flexed. You're kidding, right? Flexing both body and mouth. Ha. I can't with this guy. Is every Peter like you? Tony looked to his Spider-Man. What can I say? Not every Peter is as lucky as us. Peter swayed his head side to side while shrugging his shoulders. I wouldn't call Parker lucky, Pete groaned. Dude, you have great luck, you just suck at grasping opportunities that they present. Peter slapped his older self on the back. Oh, man, I have a working Faraday cage. Tony cheered as he threw his hands up. His eyes then drifted to Peter. You wouldn't happen to have any more of that copper, would you? Tony, I was prepared to make planets out of some of these materials. I thought it'd be cool to make an entire solar system with all the elements in the periodic table. So, I'm sure I have enough for what you have in mind. However, we should get your alchemy up to par. Peter didn't know what the test was. However, he figured he should try a variety of things to see if they paid off. For now, he thought that he might have to teach them and help them get to the good ending without relying on the gemstones. Peter rummaged through his bag before pulling out a stack of books, and people diss me for liking paper. Where's your tablets and Kindle now? These are. Pete opened one up. Copies of books I got from Camartage combined with my notes and the understanding of alchemy and magic I got from other universes. Seriously, what happened to Strange? I thought he'd be able to help more than me right now. Tony and Pete showed a grim expression. Oh, he's dead, isn't he? What happened to Camartage? The new Sorcerer Supreme left the planet. Took the whole damn place, Tony grunted. They're not supposed to do that. No, but it sure didn't stop them from abandoning us all. Pete crossed his arms. Well, maybe I'm here to start setting things straight, but first, you guys probably haven't seen stuff like this in a long time. Peter rummaged through his bag again and started pulling out a bunch of machines and produce. First was a fridge full of food, drinks, and pre-made meals. The next things to come out were a coffee table, espresso machine, a television with a bunch of movies and shows recorded on them, a HAM radio, and liquor cabinet. Tony felt like crying as he saw the modern appliances working. He practically assaulted the liquor cabinet while hugging it. What on earth don't you have in that thing? Very little, I prepared for a lot. In the many universes we live in, a lot can go wrong. I'm basically Batman but better. Who is Batman? May asked as Peter smirked and handed over some of his favorite issues. From one nerdy father to his other universe daughter, you're going to love this guy. No way, Pete mumbled as he saw the DC comics, is that? MJ chuckled before finishing her husband's sentence, yep, that your guilty pleasure. It's been a while since I've seen a Batman comic. May looked at the drawings and smiled as she took a seat started reading. Tony's eyes drifted to Peter snagging something out of his bag again. Oh, hey, this is for powering the environment. It's an arcing reactor. My Tony and MJ helped me make it. Tony's eyes sparked as he started inspecting it. This is, dude, you're the best. Want to know something cool? You see that gem on the other side of the generator? Tony nodded his head. That's a philosopher's stone, and I plan on teaching you how to make it. It should completely replace fuel sources, and since this is our EMP-resistant model, it has its own built-in Faraday cage. I see, we'll have to get landlines up and running, but as long as everything is shielded properly, we can rebuild society. Tony cheered as he started hugging everyone. Pepper. Where are you? He ran off, eager to show his wife, honey. You have to see this. You're not going to believe it. Didn't we come here for information? Pete asked. Peter slapped his forehead. Sorry, I got carried away. Well, at least we get something out of this. MJ eyed the coffee machines and beans. Well, we might as speak over coffee and tea, Peter joked as he started up his favorite brew. They all sat at the table and couch he pulled out and waited for Tony to come back with Pepper. When the Starks returned, they saw how luxurious the cave had become. Yo. This is my lab, not a lounge. Relax, I made a bunch of other rooms to move your stuff to, Peter joked as he handed him coffee that was roasted in Scotch barrels. Tony sniffed a few times and smiled as he took a drink. Pwah, that's so damn good. Pepper was still rather speechless as she looked around all the changes. There was a couch, large coffee table, bean bags, and a bunch of modern amenities that she hadn't seen in years. For you, Peter handed her a cup. Pepper took the coffee and smelled before taking a sip. A teardrop fell from her eyes as she smiled. Oh, wow. I can't believe how long it's been since I've had coffee this good. Well, come on, let's brainstorm. I have a lot to teach you guys, so we'll probably be up all night. Peter sat back down. Pepper looked between the two Peters when MJ gave her friend a hug and said, come on, we have so much to tell you. And so, the group of heroes sat and started discussing plans to teach people alchemy and magic. Peter laid out various methods and offered up all that he had learned from Camartage. They chatted well into the night and decided on making a school for Peter to start teaching them. However, Peter had a better idea. By splitting Webster into a few hundred copies, he could lend him the boosts from his extra powers to speed up the learning process. It was a good plan, but Tony still insisted on making a school for when Peter leaves with the symbiote. They would need a place to pass down the knowledge to future generations. Okay, so we have a plan, Peter smacked his hands together. Build a school, teach everyone magic and alchemy, rebuild society. How hard can it be? Pete added. Well, for now, we study the material I brought. I have 6 days now, 6 days to fix this broken world. God, I hope MJ doesn't kill me when I get back. Chapter 109, Issue 109, The Amazing Web Part. MJ was going to kill Peter Parker. She was supposed to meet her at a flower shop to pick out their bouquet. I swear, why isn't he picking up my call? Well then, if you won't answer, Spiderling. Contact, Peter. Connecting to the Great Web, the symbiote replied as her new X-gene ability allowed her to perfectly attune to the web of life and destiny. He's not in our universe. Okay, maybe it's not his fault. Connection formed. Communication channels open. Spiderling interrupted her train of thought. Peter Benjamin Parker. On Earth TRN 891, Peter, who was in the middle of helping Tony design the new town borders and the massive Faraday cage, suddenly jumped. Oh no, she called me by my full name. She never calls me by my full name unless I did something wrong, he thought before gulping. Hey babe. Peter saw them all giving confused looks. He then held up his finger and pressed a button on his wrist. The image of MJ tapped her foot with arms crossed and an angry expression. Oh, I recognize that look. You're in trouble, Pete teased. Sweetheart, so the funniest thing happened. I was about to go on patrol when this portal just swallowed me up. And you couldn't tell me why. I suppose it doesn't have anything to do with helping me pick out the flowers. Right. Peter's eyes darted to the side and coughed. Honey, I would never. TRN 891, MJ started laughing as she saw her Peter sweating as well. Had to stop a train, huh? Pete coughed into his hand. Well, look MJ, it's another you. Busted. May chirped. Ahem, I thought the roses were good. Peter shrugged his shoulders. He could appreciate the beauty of nature, but flowers were just flowers to him. Really, what color? The red ones, something that matches your beauty and your hair color. Peter looked away. Glib-tongued bastard, both Mary Janes blushed. I'ma steal that one, Pete chuckled. Can't steal from yourself, Peter laughed. So, where are you, anyways? I'm in a world where a massive EMP covering the whole planet. Trying to teach these guys and help them out. I also think it's a test from Merlin since my stones aren't working, but I can't be sure yet. A week before our wedding. Merlin sure knows how to piss me off. Mom said a bad word, May chuckled. MJ looked at soon-to-be husband and sighed, after I get done with the flowers and cake, I'll join you. Cool, Peter smiled. Oh, you're not getting out of this one. We still have to pick decorations and utensils. MJ closed the call while the other hero snorted and laughed at Peter. Nice try, MJ smirked. I wasn't trying anything. Peter replied. Sure, Pete chuckled. Hey, Peter. Does this look good for a Faraday dome? Tony said while holding out a design that had the town that they were currently in drawn on it. We can bury the floor with dirt, but the alchemy circles should go here, here, and here. Tony made some adjustments when Peter suddenly turned towards the entrance. You expecting company? Tony looked up to see a vampire approaching them. Of course, Peter wouldn't allow his new friends to be hurt, so he suddenly ignited the creature's body with fire. His cosmic flames turned the undead creature into ash as they all saw someone walk in behind him. Steve. Tony spoke up. Heya, Stark. Like what you've done with the place. Though, you should probably get better doors. The heck? Pete spoke up as his family suddenly saw a few alerts pop up on Webster's display screen. Is this a real-time scan? May pondered as she stood in front of her mother to defend her. MJ pulled her daughter back and whispered, No need, I can protect myself just fine now, honey. What are you guys talking about? Pepper spoke up. Is everything okay? Steve asked. Nice try, Peter smirked as he walked over and suddenly engulfed Steve with a copy of his symbiote. Yo. What are you doing? Tony shouted. Peter held up his finger as the symbiote pulled back and revealed that it was Mystique and not Captain America. The hell? Tony gasped. How'd you know? Tony asked. Symbiote genetic scanner, Peter replied as the blue-skinned woman fell on the ground. She's got Kilgrave's pheromones on her too. So, I went ahead and purged them from her body. Good work, Peter slapped his hand on the shoulder of his younger self. So, anyone want to tell me if she's on our side? I don't know much about this universe. Mystique and many of the members of the Brotherhood went missing years ago, Tony said as he checked on her condition. After the fall, she and Eric helped out a lot. To think Kilgrave got her. Pete sighed. Okay then, let's wake her up. Peter used some smelling salts to snap the mutant awake. Wah, ERP, oh god that smell. Raven grabbed her nose as his eyes flickered open. Welcome back, Mystique, Tony held his hand out. Tony, my head, son of a bitch. When I get my hands on Kilgrave. Raven fumed as she forced herself back up on her feet. Oh no. This isn't good. We just rescued you from being mind-controlled. What's not good about that? Tony questioned. It's not good because Apocalypse and Dracula are out there waiting for me to deliver Tony to them. Why? Pepper asked with a worried expression. Because he needs the world's smartest people working for him. He's trying to use that thing in the middle of the earth to make himself stronger. However, if he wakes it, the whole earth and everyone on it will. Raven explained what she had been forced to do for the past 3 years. She helped the villain develop a nation, captured Magneto, kidnapped others and let them be controlled by Kilgrave, and committed horrible crimes against humanity in Apocalypse's name. Apocalypse, huh? Lead the way, Peter transformed into Tony and even had the prosthetic leg Iron Man had. Oh, yeah, before I forget, here you go. He threw out a copy of Webster for Tony and Pepper before looking back at Raven. Take me to him. I'll take care of the rest. Tony was shocked as he had 20 years knocked off his appearance and regenerated his leg in a matter of seconds. I'm keeping this, Tony smirked as he looked at the suit and felt all that power coursing through him. No, you're not, Peter replied while shaking his head. Come on, just let us keep it. Think of it like a favor from yourself, Pete pleaded. I'll tell you what, when this whole thing is over with, I'll teach you how to make your own, Peter relented. Wait, I might still be woozy from the mind control, but are there two Peters in the room? Mystique shook her head. We'll talk about that later. Just know that I can deal with Apocalypse. You just have to play the part so that he lets his guard down. Once he takes me to Kilgrave, I end this nightmare for you. Taking on Apocalypse alone isn't a smart move, Raven warned. I have my methods, Peter said as he started walking towards the entrance of the lab. Do you need our help? Pete spoke up. Nah, I got this. Now, let's go save Eric. Raven nodded her and turned back into Steve before following after. They walked out like nothing was wrong and moved to a clearing a few dozen feet away from the encampment. Mystique frowned as she saw that no one was there to meet her, and the ambush of vampires were nowhere to be seen either. He was supposed to be here, Raven frowned as she looked around. Did he find out? Maybe he was observing you somehow. Then why did he flee? Apocalypse is a cautious man. He probably knows enough about this universe as Peter, but he knows jack shit about me. What should we do? Raven questioned. Can you tell me where his base of operations is located at? Peter asked. I can, but his capital is filled with powerful mutants and heroes that he has been collecting over the years. We'll need help. All right, that puts a wrench in my plans. Come on, let's head back to the others. I'm not dumb enough to start a fight against a prepared Apocalypse without preparing a bit for myself. He known for being quite the strategist, but I like to plot with the intention of overkill. The two rejoined with the others. When Tony saw them, he walked over and said, What happened? He ran. Probably fortifying his defenses as we speak, Peter informed. What are we up against? Pete asked. He has several powerful mutants, some of the brightest minds on the planet, Dr. Octavius, Reed Richards, Hank McCoy, Riri Williams. It is not wise to go in without a plan. We have to rescue them, Pete spoke up. We're all in agreement there, MJ added. Well, if we need an army, then we should visit the King of Africa, Chala, Tony spoke up. Well then, what are we waiting for? Peter said as he opened a portal. Huh? Wasn't Wakanda supposed to be here? We moved the capital after our last bout with Apocalypse, Tony informed. Where? Peter lifted a brow. I don't recall, don't give me that look. It's part of the protection protocol. The only way we get there is by going across the sea, Tony informed. Look, we need time to gather up our forces here. I know plenty of people that'll help us, Pete grinned. Yeah, but most of them are sleeping or exhausted from defending. We should wait until tomorrow, MJ suggested. It is almost 2 in the morning, Tony replied. All right, we'll do things your way, Peter sighed as he started walking off. Where are you going now? May asked. I'm going to set up the Faraday cage around the town. I'll head to sleep when I finish. With that said, Peter left and went to the center of town and started planting materials. Copper, aluminum, silver for vampires and werewolves, and several dozen alchemy circles later, Peter placed his hand on the ground and triggered the alchemical process. Buildings were repaired while the materials were coated with weatherproofing materials, and in a flash of light, the entire place changed to look like a caged city with thick walls surrounding it. It was almost 4 in the morning when Peter put the finishing touches on the place. He added parks for the kids, left plenty of nature in between buildings, had fully stocked houses people could live in, and reinforced all the walls with various magical defenses that were effective against other creatures that might approach the new city. The cage was miles above the city, so it didn't really feel that crowded. The hero looked over the city he built in hours and smiled. I bet they'll lose their minds. A couple of people on watch duty noticed him and stared at him through most of the night. They were in complete awe as they watched buildings changed, built, or completely rearranged without waking up a single person. But most of all was the fact that there was electricity again. Holy crap, is that the hum of electrical wires? Daredevil asked. Dude, it looks a little like home, just more green. I like it, Foggy replied. Peter smirked at their response and jumped up to the perch and clung to the side of it before saying, That's not all I can do. Reaching into his bag, he bought out a couple of beers and passed them over. Foggy, is this what I think it is? Oh, sweet nectar, Foggy popped the cap and started drinking. Have a good night you two, Peter hopped off. Since when can Spider-Man do that? Who cares, Daredevil took a few swigs, man I miss this taste. Peter jumped around the city until he landed on the new house he made for the Parkers and waited. When he heard May squeal in excitement, the hero from another universe smirked. What are you? Pete's voice stopped. Huh, oh, my, he really went all out, didn't he? MJ's voice chirped as she looked around the place. Honey, look out the window, Pete pointed ahead. He finished all of that in one night. MJ looked surprised. So cool. Hey Dad, let's explore. May shouted as she opened the window and jumped out. I'm coming with, MJ followed behind. I guess I should check with the others and let them know we're heading to Africa, Pete sighed as he got ready to leave. I guess that means I'll check in on Tony, Peter called out, spooking his older self. When'd you get there? A bit before our daughter screamed. You go inform your allies, and I'll get to work on preparing for the trip. Peter webbed off. Chapter 110, Issue 110, The Amazing Web Part. The spider hero headed towards the cave and met up with Tony. He was in the middle of studying the alchemical recipes and methods Peter left him, and it took the hero snapping his fingers in front of his face to get his attention. Yo, time to go. Tony looked over and laughed. Has it been a full night already? Yeah, the symbiote has my healing factor, so you probably don't even feel tired. Alright, let's go meet with the king, Tony said as he started walking beside him. Peter opened a portal to the town and jumped through before Tony joined him. As they stuck to the wall, Iron Man couldn't help but laugh. These powers rock. I feel like I could take on the world. We're wasting time. Peter opened a communication line to the other symbiotes. How are you guys doing? We informed everyone that wants to come with, but can it wait until my daughter finishes her tea party? Pete spoke up. Fine, I suppose I can wait, Peter groaned. To be honest, he just wanted to head home and stay with MJ so they can finish prepping for their wedding. Johnny. Shush. They're kids. They don't need to know about Galactus. Peter hung up the call and leaned against the railings of a rooftop, so, got some time to kill. Want to talk about alchemy? Tony lifted a brow. I'll do my best to teach you what I know, Peter replied. The two chatted about it for almost an hour before Pete told him that they were ready. He met up with the group and saw the group that was going with him, Jessica and Luke Cage, Daredevil, X-23, Sue Richards, Johnny Storm, Blade, Tony and Pepper Stark, and the Spider Heroes. Right, well, I'm sure Pete's informed you about my arrival to this universe. To show you just why we're so confident about this mission, I've decided to give you all a copy of my symbiote. Once they were cloaked in Webster's copies, Peter smiled at their responses. They were all excited and amazed by the powers they now had. Holy crap, are all these options to use different powers? Sue spoke up. Yeah. It takes time to learn how to use them, so you can rely on Webster to act in your place. He's a dependable and competent partner, so feel free to rely on him for advice. Magnetism, superkinetic physical enhancement, Sue's powers, Johnny's powers, chi infusion, hyper-regeneration, Electro's powers, storms, Charles, avalanche, geokinesis, quicksilver, cryokinesis. How many powers does this thing have? Laura Kinney shouted in surprise. A lot, that's why I told you to rely on Webster, Peter chuckled before stating his plan. I'll give everyone that joins us on the rescue mission a copy of Webster. We'll show up at his front door with an OP team and wreck his whole operation. With this much power, it just might be possible, Mystique called out as she flexed a few times. Is Richard really there? Sue asked. Raven nodded her head. I give you my word. Well, we have to head to Africa, so we should meet up with Aurora, Laura informed as they made their way towards the gate. Everyone ready? Pete asked. They all nodded their heads and left on foot. Seeing as how it would take a while to reach their destination, Peter pulled out a vehicle powered by a philosopher's stone. Thanks to the ride, they made it to a certain location near the bay and waited for a helicarrier that had been retrofitted into a boat. When it stopped, a group of familiar people all got off and showed a surprised expression. Why is everyone wearing spider-themed outfits? Nightcrawler spoke up. This symbiote refuses to completely listen to us. Says the webs are part of his identity, Laura informed as she showed the blend of her outfit and a spider hero outfit. Kurt. Peter smirked as he patted his back. Peter, and Peter. The X-Men looked confused. You're friends with your X-Men too? Pete asked. Sure am, Kurt here is marrying me and MJ. Got a whole party ready to go. So I'm hoping we can get this done before 7 days have passed. Ah, so it's not time travel, so it's the multiverse, right? Kurt smiled. I'm honored to be the one to marry you. Give the other me a hello in my stead, will you? Can do. Hey, it's Aurora, Colossus, Fury, Multiple Men, and a whole bunch of familiar face. Wow. Quite the lineup you got running this boat. Great, just what I needed, 2 of you morons, Fury sighed. To save you all some time, Webster, do your thing. Dozens of copies fell off Peter and covered every hero on board in an instant. Along with their newfound powers, Webster shared the memories of Raven's confession and their plan. Well, I'll be damned, we can finally put an end to that bastard's plans, Fury grinned as he enjoyed the feeling of his energy returning. Peter smirked as he boarded the ship and opened a portal to the coast of Africa. This should be enough help, right? Can you help the refugees? Aurora asked. Peter opened another portal to the base near New York and said, Go on then, there are heroes there that will aid you guys and help you settle in. They looked at each other and grinned. Cheers erupted from the civilians before they all passed through the portal and saw how grand the new city looked. They all then set up the ship and watched as storm blew powerful winds to push the sails. Once they passed through the portal, Peter looked around and watched as a portion of them got off. He joined them and had to be blindfolded as they rode the vibranium-powered vehicle to the new capital of Wakanda. When they were close enough, they were able to see a massive city that was bustling with all sorts of people. Glad to see that the whole world hasn't been reset, Peter smirked. And I'm sure that you'll be able to bring it all back for us, Kurt smiled as he looked around. No, this time will be even better. We can rebuild with new tech and work in harmony with nature rather than against it, Ororo added. Yeah, I guess it will. If I can't get rid of that EMP, we'll have to rely on magic and alchemy to help you get off this rock someday, Peter replied. They stopped at a large castle and went inside to see Doom, Chala, and Oyok waiting for them. Mommy, the daughter of Chala and Ororo came running. Chimera. You're up early. You came early. I would have met you if you had given me word of your arrival. We had some help, Ororo looked at Peter. Doom. Well, I don't know whether to be happy that you're on our side or kill you so that you don't cause future problems. Doom lifted his brow behind his mask and said, You're smarter than our Spider-Man. However, I no longer wish for world domination. I am a changed man. Are you? Peter swayed side to side as he looked him up and down. Scanning his thoughts, Peter found himself surprised to learn that Victor was indeed telling the truth. Huh. Why are there two Spider-Men? Chala asked, whispering to his wife. Multiverse, Ororo replied while snuggling with her daughter. I see, so what brings you to our universe? The king stared at him with interest. I'll just speed things up, Peter shot out more copies and shared the events with everyone. None was more happy to receive the symbiote than Victor. It augmented his body and returned his physical appearance with Elixir's ability to manipulate organic material. He could feel the stiffness of his body becoming lax as he gave Spider-Man an thankful nod as he said, This information is useful. With him on our side, it will be our best chance at taking down Apocalypse. I see, Ororo, will you need me for this? No, you have a kingdom to look after, love. We just need some allies to take with us. All right, let's go. Peter said as he opened another portal. Storm placed her hand over Peter's shoulder and shook her head. Dear, could you let us take the ship? We need time to learn how to use our new powers. If we go in now, we might mess things up. Peter saw the logic in her argument and agreed, all right. Nothing wrong with a break. I'll teach you guys and show you the webs. Don't you mean ropes? Chala asked. No, I really don't, Peter chuckled. With that out of the way, they all left with some Wakandan forces and boarded the helicarrier. As they took off towards Europe, Peter went around teaching the heroes everything they needed to know in order to improve as quickly as they could. He shared experiences with his telepathic abilities and watched over them as they put it into real-life practice. Eventually, night fell, and they all prepared to get some rest for the big event tomorrow. Aurora wanted to keep going, but everyone told her to relax. After all, they still needed time to adapt to the symbiote's amazing powers. If she spent all her time pushing the ship, then she wouldn't be able to get any practice in. While they all worked or slept, Peter kept an eye out on the crow's nest and spotted a glowing ship in the distance. May. The voices of Pete and MJ echoed out. Danielle. Luke and Jessica were the next to shout. Ah, I see they found our little stowaways, Peter chuckled. I'm sorry, we wanted to come with you, but we knew you wouldn't say yes. Danielle pouted. We hid, and we'd only were planning on coming out if we were needed, but, my senses. Peter noticed the ship getting closer. Huh? Are those? He opened a portal over and saw around a dozen ghost riders and read their thoughts. So they're just basic demons. Pulling out his glaive, Peter rushed forward and slayed the pirates with ease. Each cleave of his Vita glaive tore through their existence and killed both the demons and their hosts. Score. There's a bunch of hell-enchanted metals I can play with. Peter stored everything before heading back to the helicarrier. What was that about? Fury asked as he was the first to spot him returning. Just killed some pirates, Peter replied as if that was completely normal. Huh, it just stopped. May looked at Peter and Fury. Oh, you two are so grounded when we get back, Jessica sighed. For a month, MJ added. Haha, I hope my kid won't be this bad. I'm the kind that'd cave to my kid's demands, Peter chuckled. You shouldn't do that so often. They'll never learn if you spoil them, Fury replied as he crossed his arms. Don't get me wrong. If I think that they're doing something bad or causing trouble, I'd be the first to scold them. But when it comes to this stuff, it feels rather innocent. So Fury, anyone in your life? I had a thing with Oyok a while back, but work kept us busy. It's not so easy getting around with modern tech. We broke up a while back, Fury explained. Huh, let's see if we can't change that. Spider-Cupid is on the job, Peter chuckled as he jumped down from the crow's nest and grabbed his older self by the shoulder. Come on, we're going to fix this rust bucket up. We are. Wait, I still have to scold. Pete was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. No harm, no foul. She can stay on the ship until we get to Europe. You can decide to punish her later. With his other self helping, Peter and Pete set up a bunch of alchemical circles all around the helicarrier. Thanks to Webster guiding him, Pete was slowly becoming more and more proficient with alchemy. Once they finished, Peter brought a bunch of materials and activated the circles. The ship glowed before it was completely rebuilt. It now sported a Faraday cage that covered every last inch of the helicarrier's surface. The engine was replaced with a Arc-King reactor, all the dirt and rust was removed, and the sails folded inside a metal tube, just in case they wanted to go old school. Everyone gasped at the sudden change while Fury looked at him and asked, "Is it operable?" "Oh yeah, just remember to shut off the equipment and keep the Faraday closed to the outside world before you exit. There are 2 gates for the boarding and disembarking procedures, meaning one gate must always be closed. I added shielding on all the machines, but there's no guarantee a break or tear could happen down the line." "I'll keep that in mind," Fury said as he made his way to the bridge. Peter and several others joined him and entered to see it at its usual standard appearance. The only difference was a manual steering wheel that looked like it belonged on a boat. "Just pull to lift, push to descend," Peter informed before he moved to turn the engine on. Tony went to navigation and took a seat while a few of Fury's men filled up the remaining stations. Much to his liking, the helicarrier fan blades started running and the ship started to lift into the air. Fury grinned and said, "Damn, feels good to be back." They started flying towards Europe while Webster continued to teach the heroes through experiences and memories Spider-Man shared. While they flew, Peter sat across from his older self and asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yeah, with this suit, what's there to worry about?" Pete replied. "A lot actually. The reason why I don't do this with others is because a pure download of my memories has a chance to meld them or even overwrite certain parts of their personalities. It's dangerous." "Well, we're the same person, besides, I'm only taking your experience with alchemy and magic," Pete said while crossing his arms. "I spent almost a full year to master alchemy, and my magic still has a lot of room to grow. But if this what you want, Webster, hit M with everything." The symbiote hit Pete with the full course of studies and all his experiences when he was studying alchemy and magic. His mouth foamed a little as he grit his teeth and his eyes rolled back while his head felt like I was going to explode. "My healing factor will keep you safe, but it won't feel pleasant," Peter informed as his older self fell on his back and screamed in pain. "I warned you. Hey, I just had an idea. What if I get MJ to make a device that can download information like the device in the Matrix, just without the whole hole in their neck?" Sounds good to me," Pete replied as he tried to stand up. It was clear that he was a little woozy, but he was recovering fast enough to realize just how dangerous a full download was. He was having issues sorting his memories from his younger counterparts and needed time to digest all the information that was directly seared into his psyche. "Feeling better?" "Yeah, just a little strange." "It's like I just lived part of your life," Pete sighed as he tried to open a portal, and much to his surprise, he had succeeded. "This is your captain speaking," Fury's voice came over the intercom. "Europe is within sight. Docking procedures are underway." The helicarrier started to descend and slowly touched water before it made a splash. There were cheers and the sound of people clapping after the first successful flight in 7 years. Peter made his way towards the entrance and was met with none other than Deadpool. "Holy shit. You made that thing fly again." Wade shouted as he looked at all the heroes wearing spider-themed versions of their original outfits. "SOOO, where's my suit? It's not fair that you get to cosplay as my favorite hero but I don't." "Hey Wade," Pete spoke up. "Bro, seriously, what's going on?" Deadpool walked over and looked at Peter's suit. Peter smirked as he threw a copy of the suit on Deadpool and made him jump in surprise. "Oh mama. This is the good stuff." Deadpool cheered as he realized what the symbiote was doing to him. "Cured your cancer, again," Peter smirked as he gave him the details of their mission. "So we're finally putting that monster down for good. About time. Well, come on, let's get this party started. Follow me, tourist." Wade shouted as he led them to a double-decker tour bus with his face and the words "Wade was bored" written on the side. "Welcome to the Dead Mobile. I'll get to work on the repairs." "I'll help," Pete added as the 2 Spider-Men started drawing alchemy circles on it. When they finished, Peter laid down some materials and transformed the tour bus into a tank/mobile home. "Oh, you made it all spiffy." Wade circled the vehicle a couple of times. Devil Dinosaur sat on top of it while everyone else boarded the ride. They drove for the rest of the day and ended it by setting up camp a few dozen miles away from any of the main roads. May sat with her parents by the fire while Peter and a few others kept an eye on their surroundings. Blade looked at Peter and said, "Something watching us." "You felt it too, huh?" Peter replied as he jumped from a tree branch and moved with the Dark Avenger until they spotted their target. Venom and Carnage fused into a single being. Well, luckily for us, I can take care of this. Peter threw out a sonic blast that caused the symbiote to scream in pain. However, the moment it left its host to get away from the source, Peter leapt into action. With a single thrust of the Vitaglaive, he stabbed into the fused symbiote and used his magic to turn it into an anti-symbiote. As its colors turned white, black, and blue, Peter smirked and said, "Huh? It actually worked. Cool. Guess I'll have a pretty good weapon should I ever encounter someone like Null." "Peter." The voice of a very groggy Miles Morales spoke up. "Well, I'll be back to your new host." Peter slung the anti-symbiote onto Miles. "No. You done freaking out?" Peter smirked. "Huh? There's no voice. In fact, I feel like I'm in full control," Miles gasped in astonishment. "Venom and Carnage are dead. All that's left is the antibodies. You've heard of antivenom before, right? Is that what you did? So, I'm finally free. Yeah, no more voices or mind control. How do you feel?" Peter asked as he ran scans on the symbiote. "I feel good." "Great, then can you clue us in on what's happening? Why were you hunting us?" Blade sheathed his sword. "Apocalypse, he's planning on destroying this world. He sent me here to capture Tony Stark. Come on, we can continue the discussion after we get back to camp." Blade sniffed the air around him and growled, "Vampires. I got this." Peter flew up into the sky and used his targeting system to lock onto every vampire in the area. Then, with his cosmic fires, he shot out small balls of plasma that tore through them all. Screams of pain and explosions of vampire dust echoed out in the hundreds before he landed and said, "Done." "Wait, since when could Peter do all that?" "Not your Peter," Blade informed. "I guess we both have some explaining to do," Miles replied as he started walking back to the campsite. Chapter 111, Issue 111, The Amazing Web Part. When they stepped back into the view of the campfire, Peter noticed everyone's surprised reaction at the return of one of their fellow heroes. "Miles." Pete jumped over and hugged him. "Hey, Pete." Miles smiled and hugged back. "Holy crap, you're alive." Laura shouted as she ran over and hugged him as well. A few other friends crowded him and started welcoming him back. May looked up with a curious expression. "Daddy." "Who's this?" Miles smiled at the little redhead and picked her up. "You probably don't remember me because you were a toddler, but I'm a good friend of your parents. You used to call me Uncle Miles. He's like a little brother to me," Pete chuckled. "Cool. Hey. Danielle. I have 2 dads and an uncle now. This just keeps getting better." Luke chuckled. "Been a while, glad to see you're still kicking." "You too, big man," Miles replied while they pounded their fists together. "Come on, sit down. Tell us what you've been up to all this time." MJ pulled him over towards the fire and sat on a long log. "We have s'mores." Wade cheered. They all waited for them to calm down when Miles started to explain. "Venom and I found each other after the world went dark. In those early days, we kept each other alive, and for a while, it worked well. However, when Carnage got the jump on us and merged with me, I lost myself. The voices, their power was just too much to take. Why would the symbiotes work for Apocalypse?" Doom asked as he crossed his arms. "They worked for him because he told them what no one else knows, because of what he promised them, because of what he plans to do. He's looking for a way to shut down the EMP. That's why he kidnapped all those scientists. There's going to be a moment when the power comes back on, and he promised the symbiotes a ship to get off planet when it happens." Miles went on to explain what exactly happened. He told them about the corrupt celestial that was sitting in the core of the planet. This much a few already knew thanks to Sue explaining what happened. However, they now knew that the EMP was keeping that celestial shut off. If it was stopped and it woke back up, the Unmaker would swallow the entire Earth. It was designed to eat black holes and stop entropy, but after countless years of soaking in all that dark energy, it became twisted in its mission. It began eating entire solar systems and was eventually stopped by the Living Tribunal. Since the cosmic being could not destroy the celestial, he chose to instead seal it in the center of the Earth. "Are you saying all of this, the billions of deaths, the hell we live in, is because the Living Tribunal messed up?" Pete looked like he was ready to blow his top. Everyone else felt the same. They all wanted to curse out the higher being until their voices were shot. However, they knew it wouldn't do any good. Not even Galactus would mess with the Living Tribunal. "I swear, I think someone needs to replace him." What on earth made him think it was okay to seal that thing on a fully populated planet? Peter groaned as he wondered if he could somehow contact the one above all and tell him his worker messed up big time. "Well, nothing we can do about that idiot," Deadpool added, "might as well enjoy what we still have. Anyone know any good campfire songs?" Peter shook his head and jumped back inside the van and took a nap. He was wondering if his Vitaglaive would be enough to slay the Celestial and free the world from this threat. If that didn't work, he could always make a new planet for them to relocate to. The next morning, Miles had joined the party and were off, heading towards Paris at a steady pace. When they arrived, they all disembarked and saw the Monument of Apocalypse surrounded by tents and buildings. He had renovated the Louvre into his own private estate and had men moving back and forth while carrying building materials. "Honey, I want you to wait inside for us to get back," Pete gave May a stern look. "Okay. You too, Danielle. We'll be right back, I promise," Jessica kissed her daughter. "Behave and stay with the dinosaur," Luke patted her head. "Keep them safe and watch over the van," MJ kissed May on the forehead. As they went to the second floor of the tour bus, Peter grabbed something from behind Wade's seat and closed the door behind him. "Stay here for a second," he strolled by them with a red and black painted sniper rifle. "Hey! That's mine!" Deadpool shouted. "What are you doing with a gun?" Pete asked. "Killing Kilgrave. The very moment he dies will be the perfect chance for us to strike. I imagine it'll be harder for Apocalypse to escape or have any kind of advantage once we free his slaves." "Whoa, this Spidey kills. I think I'm in love," Wade smirked. "Your Peter has killed before. Aliens, monsters, animals, even an accidental death of a spy that was terminally ill, not to mention any vampires or werewolves you've killed since. Life is life." Pete sighed because he knew that his younger self was right. Killing Kilgrave was the best choice they had. Not to mention, they didn't know if the symbiotes could protect them since Apocalypse boosted his mutation to an entirely new level. "Wait, I should take the shot," Jessica spoke up. "Can you make it?" "Without a doubt, can you make this shot?" Peter lifted a brow. Her silence was telling. "Jess, let me do this for you. I'm not going to bloody your hands with that scum's life." "Deadpool, this baby is your god killer, right?" "Yep. Vibranium casing, adamantium tipped, extra gunpowder for extra oomph, and a damn good scope too," Deadpool bragged. "Good, should be enough to pierce the building once I add some runes," Peter said as he did just that. Using alchemy, he carved in magical runes that turned this weapon into a powerful rail gun that could withstand the massive force shooting it caused. "Now you can call it a god killer and it not be a boastful statement," Peter grinned before climbed up the tallest structure in the area, the Arc de Triomphe. Once he was on top of the archway, he aimed down the sights and said, "Webster." "On it, sir." Locating biological signature. Match found. Highlighting target. Calculating trajectory, hit the crosshair on my go. Peter breathed out and stilled his heart before his finger hovered over the trigger. If there was one human Peter could kill without remorse, it was the Blue Man. Kilgrave was his most hated villain in Marvel. This guy hurt innocent people whenever he got the chance, just for shits and giggles, and was responsible for some of the most heinous crimes Peter could think of. He raped his friends and used her as a tool, destroyed her start as a hero, brainwashed countless people and made their lives a living hell, and killed more than a few heroes throughout his crime sprees. He may have let his version live due to wanting to keep his Jessica's hands clean, and today, he was going to spare her that pain again by taking his life. It would all come to an end at his hands. The very moment he lined up the shot, Kilgrave started to move away from his current crowded location and out of the captive's line of fire. Go. Peter pulled the trigger and felt the kickback. However, with his strength and his ability to stick to any surface, it was barely a tickle. A red light pulsed at the front of the barrel while the bullet shot out and created several sonic booms before hitting the building and passing through it. It traveled through several layers of concrete and stayed on course right up until it blew Kilgrave's head off. Seconds later, Cyclops lasers tore through the building and explosions went off left and right. Peter opened a portal and shouted, "Avengers, let's kick Apocalypse's ass." He hopped through the portal to see the villain in question flying back towards them. Cyclops fired his beam full force onto the giant ancient mutant. Beside him were Reed Richards, Dr. Octopus, a weakened Magneto, She-Hulk, Captain America, and Riri Williams. However, there was also Dracula who didn't last more than a second as Blade snuck up behind him and cut his head off. Peter looked around for his usual posy of empowered mutants he calls his horsemen but saw that no one was standing by his side. The spider hero walked towards him alongside the heroes that joined him and said, "Well, looks like that whole enslavement thing was a step down from your usual gig of tempting people." Apocalypse took one look at him and growled as he deflected Scott's eye-beam back at him. While Captain America shielded him, he stared down the visitor from another universe and said, "Interloper, you ruined quite a few of my plans. But no matter, I alone am enough to deal with the likes of all of you combined." "It's a good thing I'm not alone," Peter shot out dozens more symbiotes to the freed heroes. He then pulled out his Vitaglaive and held it over his shoulder, "So I take you haven't learned anything about me or my capabilities." "If I had, do you think I'd be in this mess?" Apocalypse replied as he saw the small army of symbiote-wearing heroes. The villain tried to attack with a sudden punch when Peter grabbed his hand. Fully enhancing it with his chi combined with Hulk-tier physical body, he caught the villain's hand and slid back several feet before being pushed through a building. The others wanted to help, but he sent them all a telepathic message to let him handle it. Peter retracted his weapon and jumped into the air. He then hit the villain with a spinning back kick before Apocalypse punched the bottom of his heel. A clash erupted that was so powerful that it sent shockwaves across the entire Louvre. The spider hero was using everything he had. His chi, the powerful body that he nurtured, spells that enhanced his physical capabilities, and Webster's extraordinary enhancing effects. With pure physical ability alone, he thought that he would be more than a match for this foe. However, Apocalypse was far stronger than he thought he would be. In the comics, this guy could take on and defeat people like the Hulk and Thor, so Peter had his work cut out for him. The concussive force alone was enough to shatter every bone in his body, but it also grew back stronger. Peter punched out with his fist and collided with the giant mutant. Once again, the space around them quaked like the earth near a volcanic eruption. Bone and muscle tore, kinetic energy was absorbed, and his body grew stronger in response. Punch after punch, kick after kick, he was barely hanging on, but he didn't stop. Fire and determination burning in his eyes, he kept pushing forward. A minute had passed, but it felt like weeks. Every attack pushed his body to the limits. His constant buzzing from his spider senses was still firing off like the 4th of July. But Peter knew his opponent, knew him better than his foe knew himself. He had challenged the pretend god to a test of strength, and a man of his standing would never back down from such a challenge, especially when he knew that he was stronger. The second minute passed, and Peter's screams of pain had grown to mere grunts of discomfort. The third minute passed, and Peter was feeling good enough to start cracking jokes. "Hey, your face reminds me of that singing bass toy, you know the one, right?" Confused by the sudden insult, Apocalypse furrowed his brow and said, "You dare to insult this god? Here's a little song I wrote." Peter punched out as hard as he could. Their fists connected and destroyed the terrain around them, sending them both sliding back. "I'm going to sing it, note by." Peter kicked at his side, note. Apocalypse blocked and punched Peter in the head. "You should worry, you shouldn't be happy, get angry now." The blood dripped down Peter's forehead before it healed almost instantly. "That's not how that song goes," Deadpool shouted. "I said I wrote it." Peter shouted back as he ducked underneath a kick. "That's plagiarism." Deadpool loudly replied from the crowd watching everything go down. Peter bobbed and weaved out of the ancient mutant's attacks while looking at Deadpool as he said, "No. It's parody, parody. Silsons." Apocalypse shouted as he started getting serious. Peter saw the fist coming for his face and imagined his head popping off his shoulders. However, he braved forward and punched back with everything he had. Another crater formed from their impact while Peter shot back almost a dozen miles. Peter jumped back into the fray and the exchange started once again. They fought for another minute while Peter cracked jokes every second that he got. "Hey, are you naturally bald or do you shave? If it's the first, I might know a guy that can fix that for you." Peter took a blow that rattled his brain and shattered his skull. "I know it must be hard getting a date when you look like that." Peter used his elbow to rattle the villain's head, but choosing suicide by spider isn't the option. Apocalypse growled as his uppercut hit Spider-Man in the gut, launching him miles into the air. Peter felt like his lung just tried to attempt a jailbreak. He swallowed down his pain and healed as webbed back to the ground while stomping out with both his feet. Apocalypse raised his arms to block and was sent crashing through the earth. The kinetic force from the blow sent them both into an underground cavern where there was a confused Logan staring at them both. Apparently, he was being imprisoned here thanks Kilgrave's command to never leave the tunnels. He was just about to start digging out when the two came tumbling in. Logan. Peter. Apocalypse punched Spider-Man in the back, cracking his spine as he was sent flying face first into the stone surface. The force shot him back above ground while Logan tried to jump on the villain. The would-be god slapped the X-Man aside before jumping back through the ground. The moment he surfaced, Peter was there waiting for him. He webbed the ground and some distant debris and ran back before slingshotting himself over at his foe. With his foot extended, his kick cracked one of Apocalypse's ribs and sent him flying through the street and into a pile of cars that hadn't moved since the EMP. The two clashed fists once again when Peter realized that he was starting to catch up. His bones barely fractured this time. Another minute of grueling combat, it suddenly became apparent that Peter was starting to actually fight back. Blow for blow, he was matching Apocalypse and even started to win in a contest of strength. Another minute passed, and Peter's spider senses were no longer active. He was calm, felt stronger than ever, and smirked as he realized that he no longer needed any boosts to his raw strength. No chi, no symbiote, no enhancements of any kind, just the power of his physique alone was more than enough to overcome this threat. "Hey, you slowing down in your old age?" Peter pooched him in the gut, causing him to keel over. He followed it up with 4 lightning-fast punches to his face, a jump kick to his neck, an elbow to the top of his skull, and a leaping side kick to his gut. Apocalypse couldn't believe he was losing. It didn't make any sense. He truly thought that no creature besides himself could evolve this rapidly. I've had enough of this. Magic surrounded his fist as he punched out with everything he had. Peter tanked the attack, but it knocked him hundreds of miles into the air. Holy crap, he's strong with magic enhancements, but it's not like either of us agreed to play fair. I guess I should end this now, Peter thought as he went into speedster mode and webbed himself back on the ground. With an instantaneous burst of speed, he appeared in front of the villain. Peter's hands moved faster than Apocalypse could see. He hadn't even noticed the sonic booms since they hadn't caught up yet. Without a second thought, he stabbed the villain through the chest with the Vitaglaive, lifting him off the ground before pinning him to a wall. You think this will sto? Apocalypse suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared at his hands in pure shock. Yes, I know it can stop you. In fact, I know that it can kill you. You see this weapon piercing your heart? It was made to kill Celestials. Where did you get the na? It's not the Necrosword, but a creation of my own. The funny thing is the Necrosword's special ability allows it to wither all life away from those it cuts. My Vitaglaive does something else, it steals away the vital energies of those I pierce with it. Realization overcame the villain's expression as Peter smirked. Don't. The spider hero didn't listen. He absorbed the vital and mystical energies Apocalypse had amassed over his countless years of living. As he dried up like a raisin, Peter diverted his chi into his core and gained the ability to amplify and evolve the powers of mutants, and since he got it, that meant that Webster did too. Lastly, the mystical and cosmic energy was absorbed into the Vitaglaive, making it dozens of times stronger. His body turned to ash before Peter looked at the others who were staring at him out of pure shock. What? Chapter 112, Issue 112, The Amazing Web End. Peter noticed everyone staring at him with shocked expressions. Dude, you didn't need us at all, Pete chuckled. What are you talking about? You know not everyone was brainwashed. I'm sure there are plenty of loyalists and villains left around here, Peter nudged his head towards the building. He's right, Doom spoke up as he pointed at the building, now is the time to take down the Apocalypse faction for good. The heroes donned in an overpowered symbiote turned their heads back to see those very same villains shaking frantically with looks of terror on their faces. Right, let's get to pew-pewing. Deadpool pulled out his handguns before he looked at Peter. Can I have my god killer back? No, I'm keeping it as a souvenir, Peter chuckled as he showed it in his bag of holding before putting it back in. Thief. Deadpool shouted while pointing, oh my god, somebody get JJJ on the line, Spiderman just stole my sniper rifle. That menace. Pete laughed as he charged into battle alongside his teammates. It took a few hours, but with a bunch of overpowered heroes, they managed to round up every last villain or loyalist from the dictatorship. They had telepathy on hand, so lying was pointless. They were able to safely separate those that were controlled and those that worked for Apocalypse willingly. Peter did the rounds. When he saw that everything was going fine, he went ahead and used alchemy and magic to put up a large Faraday cage that covered the entire Louvre. While he finished up, a portal opened up above him and his MJ fell through it, landing right beside him. Miss me? Always, Peter replied while holding his hand out. MJ took it and gave him a hug. So, what are you doing? Cleaning up before I go see if I can take care of a corrupted Celestial, Peter added as he gave a kiss. MJ smiled and enjoyed the moment before saying, think that's why you were sent here? Maybe, sometimes I wish these higher beings would just be direct with what they want. It's always some mystic mumbo-jumbo veiled in secrecy. Totally get what you mean. Like, stop running in circles, just say it, MJ chuckled. Hey. We're all done here and ready to head off, Pete shouted out from on top of a nearby building. Peter opened a portal back to their newly built city and said, I'll be back in a bit. I have to see if I can take care of that thing in the center of the planet. Need some backup? I'm just going to check it out first, Peter replied as they all started to leave. He opened a portal to the center of the after the previous one closed. MJ stayed by his side and hopped through with him. They appeared in front of a large cavernous area that held a massive silver-colored celestial that looked more like a harbinger of destruction rather than a divine being. Peter noticed the bones and clothing of Doctor Strange nearby and sighed. We shouldn't touch his body, not without trying to deal with this guy first, MJ said as she created a massive coffin over the entire area, leaving just enough space so that nothing was disturbed. Peter walked up to the celestial, used the Vitaglaive to cut through its hand. A loud clang rang out as his blade sank into the Unmaker's arm. It took all his strength, but it only managed to chop through at a snail's pace. Isn't that dangerous? MJ asked, what if he wakes up? Oh, this guy won't budge unless we shut down that portal, Peter declared as he cleaved the arm off. However, it regrew in an instant. This isn't working, even if I chopped his head off, he wouldn't die, Peter stored the limb inside his bag and sighed. I might be able to do something about this guy, MJ said as she tilted her head. You can. Yeah, I mean, since Strange didn't open a portal around the Celestial, I'm guessing that means that we can't move him, we can't disturb the magnetic field either, but we might be able to reinforce the core so the EMP doesn't leak out as much. That's not a bad idea. Peter looked around at what he had to work with. Damn, did he open up a portal to the electromagnetic realm? Theses reading are off the charts. A neutron star doesn't remotely compare. Even if I do reinforce the surrounding area, I don't know if that'll fix the rest of the world. We won't know until we give it our best shot, MJ said as she gave him a wink. Peter nodded his head. Fair point. But first, I'm going to collect as much of this material as I can. It's not every day we get such good equipment for forging. Peter started hacking and slashing away at the giant celestial being. It continued to regrow at an insane pace, but Peter kept up. Using his speedster powers, he was able to cut the Unmaker down to just its heart. It looked like a tiny black sphere made of the darkest color he had ever seen before. He stabbed at it to try and attempt to kill the celestial again, but his glaive actually bounced off. Peter's mind was suddenly pulled into the heart of ancient godlike being. He saw darkness, pitch-black voids that devoured everything, time, space, reason, all of it eaten and compressed in a singular and infinitely dense point. Then, something incredible happened, an explosion of intense light and a web pattern that engulfed everything. When he snapped out of his daze, MJ was standing next to him shouting in his ear. Wake up. Peter shook his head. What the hell was that? How long was I out of it? About an hour. He looked at his hands and smirked. I don't think this is a test from Merlin, but rather a test from my totem. Hey, MJ, think we can fix this thing? I mean, the whole reason the Unmaker is crazy is because the celestial that designed it screwed up. If he had made it create as much as it destroyed, it might not have become corrupt at all. We can try, though I've never programmed a celestial before, MJ replied as she held her hand to her chin. Peter looked at the completely reformed Unmaker and smirked as he readied his glaive. You know we actually have to prepare the spell first. MJ stopped her soon-to-be husband. He rubbed the back of his head and chuckled, right. They spent almost 4 hours trying to come up with a good enough spell to rewrite the Celestial's programming. It was a monumental task, and they weren't sure they could pull it off. However, with enough trial and error, they managed to come up with something. We're going to need a lot of power to pull this off, MJ commented. We'll channel the Great Web. That should be all the power we need for the spell. Well then, what are we waiting for? MJ smirked. Peter once again chopped off every last piece of flesh, leaving only the heart. He then rushed back to MJ's side and held her hand. Let's do this. With a burst of intense magical energy, Peter and MJ connected to the web and started to create the spell needed to reprogram the godlike being. The power they leached from the web suddenly focused into Peter's gems and they all activated at the same time. Even his prime materia suddenly became active. Well, that helps, Peter thought as he suddenly channeled even more power into the spell. Thousands upon thousands of magic circles appeared around the Unmaker's heart and slammed into them. Trillions of zeros and ones appeared on its surface, and runes were ground into its core. They two spider heroes channeled the spell for almost an hour straight. When they were almost done, they felt a powerful resistance coming from the core. They were losing control, when suddenly, another spell circle appeared and reinforced their magic. Peter's soul emerald glowed brightly as the astral form of Dr. Strange appeared beside him. Keep it up you two, the voice of their deceased master called out. Peter and MJ felt both relieved and saddened at the same time. However, they had no time to throw a pity party. They focused on the task at hand and poured in all their magical powers to channel the spell perfectly. When it finished, the spell was complete and the body of the celestial regrew in a matter of seconds. Peter turned around to see their teacher's fading form. Strange looked at them and smiled before his soul started to vanish. Thank you. I wish I had more time, but, you know how it goes. I wish I could do more for you, Peter sighed. Say goodbye to my friends for me, let them know, I'm okay. Strange vanished for good this time. He then sighed again and held his hand out, snapping his fingers once more. A pile of flowers spread around the coffin and a tombstone was erected with the words, Here lies the greatest sorcerer to ever exist. Dr. Stephen Strange, Sorcerer Supreme, Hero, Teacher, and Honorable Friend. May his soul rest and find peace in the afterlife. MJ put her hand on his shoulder and said, He's not our Strange. No, but that doesn't make him any less important, Peter replied before snapping his finger. I with you on that. MJ placed her head against his while the entire area surrounding the cavernous area was suddenly layered with several dozen plates of EMP-resistant materials. However, even with all of that, he couldn't completely halt the EMP from escaping. At most, everything 13,000 feet above sea level should be safe from the EMP now, Peter mumbled as he looked at the portal. We shouldn't mess with it. It'll take decades for the big guy's programming to take effect, MJ shook her head. As long as no one touches his body, this thing will remain open. Should we make a timed spell to open up another portal? If I use the stones, I might just be able to move this thing when the time comes. Yeah, that sounds good, MJ said as she started preparing the spell. I should take about 580 years to finish, and then hopefully it willingly go through the portal when it wakes up. You should put it near a black hole. Perfect bait, wouldn't you say? Brilliant idea, love, Peter kissed her on the cheek. Once the spell was set, they were ready to leave. Peter opened a portal back to the outskirts of New York. They found themselves standing in front of the city Peter built and noticed that there was a sign welded onto the Faraday cage. New York, ha ha ha, they gave it a name. Hopefully that's a work in progress, it's terrible, Peter chuckled. Neat Faraday cage, MJ looked around. Hey! Welcome back. Matt Murdock shouted from above. He slipped through the cage and landed in front of them. Everyone's been waiting. Good they're here, I figure we can spend around 2 days before you have to get home. If I make a time acceleration spell, I can probably teach you everything I know before I get back. They walked inside and made their way to center of the city. All of Apocalypse's victims celebrated their return. Shore was reunited with her kids and husband, Cyclops and Logan were drinking together and laughing, Steve and Tony were cheering with a bottle of scotch in their hands, and Raven happily celebrated Magneto's recovery and renewed youth. Everyone wearing his symbiote was happy to get back the years they've been living in this apocalyptic world they call home. Peter introduced his soon-to-be wife and went on to set up a school where he and MJ could begin their lessons on magic and alchemy. So how long can you extend our time in here? Pete asked as he looked at the large school. I can stay for 2 days, and at most, I can turn 1 day into 80 inside here. That should be more than enough to teach everyone the basics. 160 days, so a little under half a year, MJ rubbed her chin, I think we can pull it off. Well, we should get started then, Peter replied as they walked inside and set up the spell. And so began the age of alchemy and magic for this universe. Peter and MJ drilled the basics into them while filling up the school with copies books containing magical knowledge. The symbiote and telepathy speed up the process greatly, and before they knew it, almost all of them had developed personalized forms magic in one way or another. Peter was proud of what he accomplished. Without Apocalypse or Dracula in the picture, they stood a much better chance at taking back their world. They were a little sad to see the symbiote copy leave, but those who had the foresight were able to gain new powers with its ability to augment their genetic coding before Peter took it back. Pete was able to figure how to make his own, so it was only a matter of time until the symbiote tech would appear in this universe. He was looking forward to making one for his family. When it came time to leave, Peter stood next to a portal entrance surrounded by the superheroes of this world. We're gonna miss you, man, Pete held his hand out. Peter shook, I'm sure you'll figure multidimensional travel in no time. I got a wedding to prepare for. Don't let us keep you, Mary Jane held her husband and kid. See you later, other mom and dad. May joked. It's always nice getting to meet a daughter of mine, take care of your parents, May, MJ replied. You know, Victor, the world needs a new sorcerer supreme. They may have taken the knowledge Camartage has to offer, but the facilities might still be around. We'll look into it, Doom nodded his head with respect. Don't think thanks does what you did for us justice, Tony shook their hands. Just keep up with your studies, MJ chuckled. Ma'am, do you know who you're talking to? The biggest ego that isn't a planet, Peter chuckled. Ha ha ha. I don't know, I think he's got ego beat in that department, Steve added in. It's been an honor fighting alongside you, Storm spoke up. Make sure to teach your hubby all those neat tricks, MJ smiled. I'll do my best, Aurora laughed. Visit us sometime, Pepper smiled. If we have time, Peter nodded his head. Ooh, so we can stay in touch, MJ gave the Parkers their own cross-dimensional communication device. Why's mine? Tony asked. Sorry, Spider Club. Oh, that's cool, I managed to copy those powers, so I get one too, right? Tony grinned. Ah, ha 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 ha. I wonder how many of you guys managed to do that. I guess this universe has a lot of spider totems now, but no. Make your own, Peter hopped through the portal. It's powered by magic, so even in the EMP it'll work. MJ followed after. I'm gonna miss those guys, Fury smiled, and if you ever tell them I said that, I'm going to put my lead where the sun don't shine. Everyone chuckled or back away from Fury. I hope they have an amazing wedding, Pete looked on as the portal closed behind them. Author note, forgot to post this one. Currently working on the next 10 chapters of Reborn as Vegeta and I'm already 6K into it. Spiderman will be back with another saga about Thanos, Galactus, and their wedding. Any idea where I should send them for their honeymoon? Out of any place that can exist in the multiverse, I want to hear what you guys want. No Walking Dead or Last of Us, Alien Warlords already doing that. I was thinking of MHA or Full Metal Alchemist, possibly a giant mecha series. Make sure to comment so I can hear your opinions. Seriously though, if Alien Warlord is reading this, I want to plan a crossover event with you for the Inheritors event. Kind of wish this site had a way to contact other authors. We have such similar ideas, I know we can make some funny chapters. Kind of want to see if I can get writers from other fanfics on board too. It'd be fun to have all the fanfiction Spider-Men fighting together. If that doesn't pan out, I might use my other Spider-Man from Web of Dragons.